chief guest on the occasion, and well, my request our special dignitaries to kindly grace the dais as I respectfully take the names. Our chief guest on the occasion, Honorable Union Minister for Coal Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Prahlad Joshi, to be kindly accompanied by Shri Alok Tandon, Secretary Mines to the Government of India, onto the dais. I also request Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary to the Ministry of Mines, to kindly accompany Shri Sanjay Singh, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, onto the dais. I request Srimati Farida M. Naik, Joint Secretary to the Ministry of Mines, Government of India, to kindly accompany Shri M. Nagaraju, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, onto the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, Secretary, Ministry of Steel? Yes, thank you, sir. Well, Honorable Union Minister, sir, Honorable Ministers representing various states of the country, revered dignitaries, senior officers from the echelons of Government of India, on and off the dais, invited guests, participants, our friends from press and media, ladies and gentlemen. While the Ministry of Mines, under the aegis of Government of India, has for decades been guarding the mineral resources of the country and is also considered to be the main entity for all mining-related issues in India. It also provides the strategic direction for geoscientific activity, besides serving a vibrant platform for better interaction between central agencies and state-level organizations. The country has seen some of the most vibrant times during the last couple of years, with a paradigm shift in exploration sector, with weightage to nuances, approach, methodology, and giving due cognizance to policy matters. The revised, rejuvenated, and liberalized look of MMDR Act in 2021 has introduced the avenues for increased employment, participation, revenue generation to the states, and also increased the pace of exploration and auction of mineral resources. Meaningful and result-oriented initiatives by the Ministry of Mines, like National Mining Conclave, has only bettered the interface between central and state governments, entities giving them platform for enhanced interaction in the auction regime and industrial sector. In a nutshell, this positive atmosphere has facilitated the ease of doing business, thus increasing the pace of exploration activities. While the Ministry of Mines, with its indefatigable approach to contribute to the national economy, has in recent past, based on years of systematic exploration and scientific input from organizations like Geological Survey of India, has identified more than 200 reconnaissance survey G4 potential blocks for bulk and non-bulk minerals in various states, which have been handed over to various state governments for the purpose of auctioning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today's event is another value addition in this segment and is no less than a ceremony for us, and we are going to remember this for times to come. Once again, we thank all present from the bottom of our heart for having made it convenient to be a part of this important occasion today here in the capital of Hyderabad. Well, we would now like to make an effort to extend our reverence and also welcome our special dignitaries on the dais, as I respectfully take the names. And for doing the honors, may I call upon Shri Vivek Kumar Sharma, Director, Ministry of Mines, to kindly come upstage and welcome our special dignitaries. First in that sequence, we'd like to welcome Shri Prahlad Joshi, Chief Guest and Honorable Union Minister for Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs. Can we have a huge round of applause coming from the audience, please? We would also like to welcome Shri Alok Tandon, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India. And we would like to welcome you, sir, for your spacious presence. We'd like to welcome Shri Sanjay Kumar Singh, Secretary, Ministry of Steel to the Government of India. We welcome you, sir. We welcome Shri M. Nagaraju, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. We take this opportunity to welcome Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary to the Ministry of Mines, Government of India. And we would like to also welcome Srimati Farida M. Naik, Joint Secretary to the Ministry of Mines to the Government of India. Well, thank you very much, sir, for doing the honors. And we once again welcome our special dignitaries on the dais and give way to this important program, which is going to be a day-long affair. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I once again request our dignitaries on the dais to kindly step forward and join hands in lighting the lamp. And while I request them, I also request our special dignitaries, our ministers from the state, to also kindly come forward and join hands in lighting the lamp. Well, invocation, as it says, is the art of seeking inspiration from the Almighty for the welfare of an act. As light removes darkness, knowledge removes ignorance. This knowledge is the everlasting wealth by which all outer achievements can be accomplished. Hence, we light the lamp in reverence to knowledge as the greatest form of wealth. It indeed is a very auspicious beginning to this important event for which we've been planning for quite some time, and it has turned out to be the way we look at it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for doing the honors in making an auspicious beginning to this important event at the National Mines and Ministers Conference here in Hyderabad. Well, moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request our first speaker for a welcome address, who is currently holding the post of Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Mines. Well, she's been handling the portfolio with astute composure and loads of experience behind her in several policy matters in various capacities that she has served. Well, she's sincere and committed to good governance and development in the government sector. May I have the pleasure of inviting on the dais Srimati Farida M. Naik for her welcome address.
Honorable Minister of Mines, Coal and Parliamentary Affairs, the ministers from the various states, Secretary Mines, Secretary Steel, Additional Secretary Mines, Additional Secretary Coals, the dignitaries from state government, CMDs from various PSUs of Ministry of Coal and Mines, and head of our organizations under Ministry of Mines and Coal, my colleagues from Mines and Coal, media, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning and warm welcome to you all to this National Mines Ministers Conference. Just in July, it was my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this conference. In July, we just hold National Mines and Metals Conclave in July as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Amrit Mahotsav concluded in August 15, and we entered into Amrit Kal. Our Prime Minister has encouraged us to have a vision for 2047, what we expect mine sector to do in 2047. We have developed some kind of a vision for 2047. Our minister has called for this conference of all the state ministers of mines, because without the help of mines ministers of various states, we will not be able to achieve what we are foreseeing for mining sector. So this conference is a platform for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be sharing our vision of 2047, which we have developed into a small video, which will set the tone for the conference for today. Followed by the concept of Digital India by our Prime Minister. Minister of Mines, with the help of our PSU NALCO, has developed a small live virtual platform depicting the roles and responsibilities of Ministry of Mines. That will be inaugurated by our minister during this conference. And the mining sector, the vision which we are expecting to play, for that we will need the assistance of all the states. Without exploration and auction of mineral blocks, mineral independence and self-reliance will not come. So we are having a session on NMET and auctions during this conference. It will be followed by the discussions with all the state ministers who will be keeping their views to the union minister. So I extend you warm welcome once again to this conference, and we hope that we all gain from this conference and have a fruitful day today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much, Madam, for your efforts in welcoming one and all. This gathering does include a galaxy of erudite dignitaries from across the country who have all culminated here to be a part of this auspicious occasion. And we once again profusely thank all of you for your kind presence in making this ceremony so very important. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we have a small video on Amrit Kal. And as you know, we are all celebrating the 75 glorious years of India's independence, or Bharat Ki Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Well, the Ministry of Mines has taken pragmatic endeavors to realize those celebrations through numerous activities for the last 1.5 years. We take a small breather here. I would like to draw your attention to this video named as Amrit Kal, the connotation of which is to look at the 25-year-long lead up to India at 100. Well, it is aimed at improving the lives of the citizens of the country, also draw a better connect between villages and cities, and to have the intervention of innovation of science and technology, which can be helpful in making the lives of the citizens of the country much more pleasant and better. Well, considering that in the next 25 years, the global demand for mineral resources will exceed the current production, the mineral sector will play a pivotal role in our advancement. Thus, in the ensuing Amrit Kal, which is the next 25 years from now, new strategies need to be generated. The existing policy and the effectiveness needs to be discussed on the platform. And this is all to be done to encourage the mineral production. So ladies and gentlemen, can we have this video on Amrit Kal so that we can have an idea about what we are looking at? Thank you.
Vision of Amrit Kal, introduced by our Honorable Prime Minister, marks the beginning of a golden era for India. The nation is focusing towards excellence, building a better India in upcoming 25 years. The persistent supply of natural resources will ensure further growth, in which the mining industries provide a significant boost to our economy. Sustainable development requires adoption of the green energy technology, for which demand of energy critical minerals, namely REE, lithium, nickel, cobalt, graphite, etc., will exceed the current production in the next 25 years. Large part of India is covered by alluvium, younger volcanics, and cover sediments over the fertile Precambrian basement. These terrains are being targeted with deep geophysical techniques and advanced integration geoscience. Mineral search space is being expanded onshore and offshore by airborne and multi-beam surveys. Researching on mapping and targeting the covered terrains with advanced methodology is in execution with reputed geoscience agencies. The development of National Geoscience Data Repository is state-of-the-art initiative by Government of India. The comprehensive and integrated approach will boost the mineral and mining sector, which lead towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Towards Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was just a glimpse of the video on Amrit Kal, and that gave us an inkling as to what we are looking at in terms of development in the next 25 years from now, and how Ministry of Mines is going to play a pivotal role in that. Well, moving forward, we now have the pleasure of lending our ears to someone at the helm of affairs who not only guards the country's mineral resources, but is also considered to be the main pointsman for all mining-related issues in India. He is diligently handling very critical, crucial, sensitive responsibilities and translating the vision of governance into reality through mature and professional administration. Coming out of the predicaments of pandemic, which did usurp the initial confidence to revive from trying circumstances, your decisive and result-oriented approach in almost all matters requiring your attention has given a commendable direction to the plans and endeavors of Ministry of Mines. Reconciliation of IGC matters and realizing the International Geological Congress 2020 in abridged format against odds, ushering transparency in the allocation of mineral resources in terms of prospecting license and mining lease through liberalization of MMDR Act of 2021, your indefatigable approach to contribute to the national economy, facilitating grant of reconnaissance survey of G4 potential blocks for bulk and non-bulk minerals, besides gamut of activities were all focused to bring about a change that needed a strong and adaptable vision at the hem. You represent the 1986 batch of Indian Administrative Service, and your professional career graph has always seen a progressive trend stepping into various domains of work with ease and with a resounding success. Your impeccable track record of envisioning, strategizing, and implementing plans for operational and financial turnarounds based on experience on a day-to-day basis has been the mantra of success in your portfolio as Secretary, Ministry of Mines to the Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request Shri Alok Tandon, Secretary Mines, for his kind address, please.
Honorable Minister of Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable Ministers from various state governments, my colleagues from the central government and state governments, CMDs of various PSUs, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and my warm greetings and welcome to everyone present here. We have all gathered here today to be a part of this event, which is a joint venture of Ministry of Mines and Ministry of Coal. Importance of the mining sector is paramount, and it contributes significantly to the employment generation in the mineral-rich areas. As we are entering the Amrit Kal, new strategies need to be formulated, and the effectiveness of policy reforms brought out by the Government of India need to be discussed with all the stakeholders to encourage mineral exploration in the country. Considering that in the next 25 years, the global demand for minerals will far exceed the current production. As all the state governments are an important stakeholders, we are here today to discuss the various initiatives taken by Government of India and also your feedback on the policy reforms so that we can improve the strategies and take them forward. As minerals and mines are important pillars of India, complete self-reliance is only possible by the strengthening of this sector. Ministry of Mines has been making efforts to provide an enabling environment for the growth of this sector, and various policy decisions have been taken since 2015 to provide impetus. Through MMDR Act 2015, the provision for grant of mineral concessions through e-auction was introduced to bring in greater transparency and remove discretion at all levels in the grant of mineral concessions. The method of auction ensured that the state governments get their fair share of revenue accruing from the auction process. Revenue of states have increased many folds in the auction regime as a result of premium received on auction. This was also discussed during the last conclave which we held at Delhi, and found that the two states which have done exceedingly well in the last 6 years, namely Odisha and Karnataka, have seen manifold growth in the revenues, and others would also gain as soon as the mining leases granted are operationalized. Through the amendment in the MMDR Act in 2015, district mineral foundations have been set in districts affected by mining-related operations as a non-profit body with the objective to work for the interest and benefit of the persons and areas affected by mining-related operations. Pradhan Mantri Khanij Kshetra Kalyan Yojana is being implemented through the funds collected under the DMF. Till July 2022, more than rupees 65,000 crores was collected, rupees 58,000 crore stands allocated for various projects, and rupees 34,000 crores have been spent. Under PMKKY, 2,42,000 projects have been sanctioned, out of which 1,24,000 projects have been completed. These numbers are impressive by any standards. National Mineral Exploration Trust has been established as a non-profit autonomous body for the purposes of regional and detailed exploration in the country through the amendment in the MMDR Act 2015, and various meetings of NMET have been held by the Honorable Minister to give impetus to the exploration programs, especially which are taken by the state governments. As you all know, amendments in the MMDR Act 2021 mandated auction of mineral blocks without any end-use restriction. Further, existing captive mines were allowed to sell up to 50% of the minerals produced after meeting the requirements of the linked plants to ensure optimal mining of mineral resources. And for this, they were required to pay an extra fee to the state exchequer. This has also contributed to the increased mineral supply in the country. Ministry of Mines has also introduced various measures to encourage the state governments, like recently the 6th Mining Conclave, financial incentives were given to 15 state governments which have successfully auctioned blocks and those who have identified potential mining blocks during the year 21-22. The ministry has introduced a national award called Rashtriya Khanij Puraskar in July 21 to encourage states to auction and operationalize mineral blocks. This award is given in 3 different categories and consists of cash prize of rupees 3 crores, 2 crores, and 1 crore for the first, second, and third prize winners respectively. Recently, the 6th Mining Conclave, various states have received the award, and they are present here today, and a special session is being organized for those state governments so that they can give feedback, the best practices, and also inform the others about the various initiatives taken by them for the encouragement of the mineral sector. It is a great platform to put forward the constraints faced by the state governments in the mineral sector, and there will be a fruitful discussion on the efforts made by the various stakeholders and effective utilization of NMET funds. Today, we will also be launching a virtual platform, which is a digital initiative of Ministry of Mines to connect with all the stakeholders. It provides extensive information about the works done in recent times by the ministry and its organizations. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this event, and I hope the National Mining Ministers Conclave will turn out to be a great success for all the participants here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir. You've been the guiding and encouraging force towards providing the boost to geoscientific activities in the country. And your words of encouragement would further address the core issues instrumental in garnering support from one and all in the overall benefit of the nation. Well, I would also like to mention here that the legacy at some point in time that you would be leaving would prove to be a very strong foundation to capitalize upon. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we now would like to request for the kind address of Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, who's also with us today, a graduate in mathematics and law and a postgraduate in international trade. He represents the 1987 batch of Indian Administrative Service from Madhya Pradesh cadre. Before assuming the present post, he was holding the post of Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, and Department of Pension and Pensioners' Welfare. His additional stint as Secretary, Ministry of Development of Northeastern Region saw him work diligently on socio-economic development of 8 northeastern states. He earlier served as Special Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, and as Additional Secretary under the same ministry and Ministry of Panchayati Raj. He also served as Principal Secretary, Rural Development Department. In his present capacity, he has been looking into the coordination and growth of iron and steel industry across public and private sectors. He has been instrumental in formulation of policies for enhanced production, pricing, distribution, and import and export of iron and steel. He has had special contribution to development of input industries in requirement by the steel industry, and also has been working relentlessly towards domestic manufacturing and production-linked incentive schemes. This will all lead to capacity addition and employment generation, strengthening the path to Atmanirbhar Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have the pleasure of lending our ears to Sri Sanjay Kumar Singh, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India. You're welcome, sir.
माननीय खनिज मंत्री और एवं संसदीय कार्य मंत्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी, खनिज मंत्रालय के सचिव आदरणीय आलोक टंडन जी, नागराजू जी, फरीदा जी, उपस्थित सभी राज्यों से आए माननीय मंत्री जी, हमारे विभिन्न संस्थानों के CMDs, भारत सरकार के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी एवं उपस्थित मानव, इस सम्मेलन का प्रमुख उद्देश्य है विजन के बारे में, विजन 2047। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें निर्देश दिए हैं कि अगले 25 साल में हम क्या उस क्षेत्र में परिदृश्य देख रहे हैं, उसके बारे में हम आकलन करें और विभिन्न जो हमारी आवश्यकताएं होंगी, किस प्रकार से वो सेक्टर आगे बढ़ेगा, उसकी पहचान करके उसका चिंतन करें और एक खाका तैयार करें। मैं स्टील सेक्टर को देखता हूं तो स्टील सेक्टर के बारे में कुछ बातें रखना चाहूँगा। 2047 में जो हमारा मानना है, स्टील की आवश्यकता जो होगी देश में लगभग 400 मिलियन टन, हम उत्पादन का हमारा लक्ष्य होगा 500 मिलियन टन। 1 मिलियन टन स्टील बनाने में लगभग 1.6 मिलियन टन आयरन ओर की आवश्यकता होती है। तो सीधा अगर हम आयरन ओर पर डिपेंडेंट स्टील की बात कर रहे हैं तो 800 मिलियन टन एक वर्ष में स्टील की आवश्यकता होगी। हमारे पास वर्तमान में जो रिसोर्स उपलब्ध है, जिसे हम कहते हैं, दो तरह का रिसोर्स है, एक तो रिजर्व है, दूसरा रिसोर्स है। जो रिजर्व है वो 5.5 बिलियन टन था, अब लगभग 3 बिलियन टन के आसपास है, 5.5 बिलियन टन था। और जो रिसोर्स है वो है लगभग 33 बिलियन टन, मगर वो कैसे कैसे क्षेत्रों में है। जैसे वेस्टर्न घाट में 11 बिलियन टन का लगभग रिसोर्स है, कि जो पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से जिसे खनन करना बहुत ही पेचीदा कार्य है और उस तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे पास में उपलब्ध नहीं है, वर्तमान में उपलब्ध नहीं है। कुछ और इसी प्रकार के जो बहुत सेंसिटिव और फ्रेजाइल इकोसिस्टम्स हैं, उनमें यह आयरन ओर है। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे पास में रिसोर्स उपलब्ध है, वो कैसे हम उसका सही रूप से इस्तेमाल कर सकें, वो हमारा एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है। दूसरा, जब हम विजन की बात कर रहे हैं, हम अभी फोर्स ही नहीं कर सकते हैं कि किस प्रकार से चीज़ें आगे बढ़ेंगी। जो हम देख रहे हैं एक्सपोनेंशियल ग्रोथ हो रही है हर सेक्टर में, जो कि टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन है। टेक्नोलॉजी क्या रूप ले रही है, हम अगले 5 साल का दृष्टि भी अभी नहीं देख सकते हैं। जैसे हम देखें आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो हर चीज़ को आगे बढ़ा रही है, हर मशीन में, मशीनरी में है, ऑटोमेशन में है, रोबोटिक्स में आ रही है, वो किस रूप में लेगी। और ये लगभग 5 वर्ष पुराना ही केवल एक टेक्नोलॉजी है जो आज कहाँ तक पहुँच चुकी है। तो इस प्रकार से हम कहाँ जाने वाले हैं। एक्सपोनेंशियल ग्रोथ का मतलब क्या है कि हर 2 वर्षों में जो टेक्नोलॉजी उपलब्ध है वो उसका क्षमता दुगनी हो रही है, तो प्रोसेसिंग पावर कंप्यूटर की दुगनी हो रही है। तो इस प्रकार से हम कहाँ जाने वाले हैं। तो अभी हम केवल, मगर जो हमारा फ्रेमवर्क है इसके आकलन का, हम वर्तमान में जो उपलब्ध फ्रेमवर्क है उसके आधार पर हम ये पूरा हमने विजन जो तैयार कर रहे हैं उसके अनुसार 500 मिलियन टन की हम बात कह रहे हैं कि जो हमें आवश्यकता होगी, और किस तरह के मेटल्स की आवश्यकता होगी उसके बारे में भी हम सोच सकते हैं। क्योंकि जो स्टील के संबंध में हम बात करें, वजन के हिसाब से स्टील का उत्पादन होता है, मगर अब जो आवश्यकता हो रही है वो कितना लाइट स्टील होगा, कितना लाइट मेटल होगा और कितना स्ट्रॉन्ग मेटल होगा। लाइट भी होगा, स्ट्रॉन्ग भी होगा। तो अब बढ़ के हम कहें कि लंबाई की तरफ हम ज़्यादा हमें देखने की ज़रूरत है, वज़न की तरफ उतनी देखने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। तो मैं कुछ एक इसी परिदृश्य में आपके सम्मुख कुछ विचारणीय बिंदु रखना चाहूँगा जैसे मैंने कहा कि हमारे पास में जो संसाधन उपलब्ध है, जो रॉ मटेरियल उपलब्ध है, बहुत सीमित है। अगर 3 बिलियन टन की बात करते हैं तो अगर हम 300 मिलियन टन भी वर्ष भर में इस्तेमाल करें तो 10 वर्ष के लिए। तो इसलिए हमें एक तो एक्सप्लोरेशन को बढ़ाकर ताकि कैसे उसे हम बढ़ाया जा सके वो किया जाए। फिर दूसरा हमारा एक जो विजन में सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि हमें सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी में घुस जाना है। तो सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का मतलब ये हुआ कि कैसे हम जो हमारे पास में स्टील उपलब्ध है स्क्रैप में परिवर्तित होगी उससे स्टील बने। वो तभी बनेगी जब हमारा कंजम्पशन बढ़ेगा। कंजम्पशन अभी हमारा देश में बहुत कम है। हम लगभग 80 किलो प्रति कैपिटा प्रति व्यक्ति कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं और जो विश्व का जो एवरेज है वो 250 किलो प्रति व्यक्ति है। तो हमें चौगुना अपना कंजम्पशन बढ़ाने के लिए चौगुना उत्पादन करना होगा। आज की तारीख में हमारा उत्पादन 120 मिलियन टन है, जो हमारे पिछले वर्ष का वो ऑल टाइम रिकॉर्ड है और हम विश्व के नंबर 2 स्टील उत्पादक हैं। तो इसलिए हमें सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी में लाने के लिए पहले प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है, उसके लिए रॉ मटेरियल चाहिए। और जब एक बार हम उस स्तर पर आ जाएंगे कि इतना रॉ मटेरियल से स्टील बन जाएगी तो स्क्रैप में परिवर्तित हो सकेगी, तब हम स्क्रैप पर स्टील बनाएंगे। मगर कंजम्पशन का भी एक पैटर्न है स्टील में। हम देखें 55 से 60% जो कंजम्पशन है वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेक्टर, कंस्ट्रक्शन सेक्टर में होता है, जो कि लंबे समय के लिए वो स्टील लग जाती है, फिर उसमें स्क्रैप में परिवर्तित जल्दी नहीं होने वाली है। तो बाकी जो 40% बचती है स्टील, वही है जो कि हमारे पास में स्क्रैप में एक शॉर्ट और मीडियम टर्म में तब्दील जो हो सकती है। तो इस कारण से इस प्रकार के जो चैलेंजेस हैं कि भविष्य स्क्रैप की ओर हमें स्क्रैप से स्टील बनाना पड़ेगा, मगर जब तक स्क्रैप हमारे पास में पर्याप्त मात्रा में उपलब्ध नहीं होगा तब तक ओर पर हमें निर्भर रहना पड़ेगा। तो और सीमित है, तो किस प्रकार से हम उसका बहुत ही जुडिशियस तरीके से उपयोग कर सकें, ये हमारा सबसे बड़ा एक चैलेंज है। दूसरा, माइनिंग में एक और चीज़ देख रहे हैं कि धीमे धीमे जो लो क्वालिटी ओर की मात्रा बढ़ रही है। जैसे मैं स्टील के बारे में, क्योंकि मैं स्टील सेक्टर को डील करता हूँ, हम देख रहे हैं कि हम गणना ऐसे करते हैं 58% से कम जिसमें आयरन है या 58% से अधिक जिसमें आयरन है। जो 58% से अधिक वाला, जो कम वाला जो आयरन है, वो पिछले एक वर्ष में जो हम एक फिगर देखते हैं 17% से बढ़कर 21% हो गया है। तो मतलब मोटे तौर पर हम 1/4 या 1/5 गुना भाग, लगभग इतना हमारा लो क्वालिटी ओर आ रहा है। तो हमें किस प्रकार से इस प्रकार के आयरन ओर को हम इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, ये हमारा सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है। तो ये किस प्रकार से हम करेंगे भविष्य में, क्योंकि ये इसके करने की आवश्यकता है। अगर जब तक हम इस प्रकार का आयरन ओर का इस्तेमाल नहीं करेंगे, अधिक उत्पादन नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी में नहीं जा पाएंगे, तो ओर पर डिपेंडेंस हमारा कम से कम रहेगा। तो ये कुछ एक बातें हैं स्टील सेक्टर के बारे में विजन के परिदृश्य में कि जिसे हम आगे लेकर जा रहे हैं। और एक सबसे बड़ा और जो पहलू है विजन में जो स्टील सेक्टर में, वो ये है कि ग्रीन स्टील बनाना कैसे, क्योंकि स्टील जो सबसे अधिक पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से अधिक कार्बन एमिशन जो करते हैं उनमें से एक सेक्टर है। हमारे देश में 12% जो कार्बन एमिशन है वो स्टील सेक्टर करता है। और इससे जो दो अन्य हैं वो पावर सेक्टर है और सीमेंट सेक्टर है। तो 12% एमिशन है, तो उसे कैसे रिड्यूस करके, और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया गया है कि 2070 तक हम देश में कार्बन न्यूट्रल हो जाएंगे। तो इतनी यूनिट्स हैं, उन्हें हम कैसे करेंगे, तो उसके लिए ग्रीन स्टील एक तरीका है और बाकी बहुत से तरीके हैं जिन्हें हम अप्लाई करने वाले हैं कि जिससे कि कार्बन एमिशन स्टील सेक्टर में कम से कम हो सके। तो ये कुछ एक चैलेंजेस थे। मैंने ये विचारणीय बिंदु इसलिए मेरा कहना था कि इसके ऊपर हमें विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। तो उसी के अनुरूप जो हमारे जितने भी एक्ट और लेजिस्लेशन हैं, जैसे अभी सेक्रेटरी माइंस ने जब चर्चा की हमारे नए MMDR एक्ट के बारे में, तो उसी डायरेक्शन में हम इन सब चीज़ों को फ्लो करा रहे हैं। तो यही कुछ एक बातें थी जो आपके सम्मुख में रखना चाहता था। मैं आप सबका आभारी हूँ, आदरणीय मंत्री जी का आभारी हूँ, सचिव जी का आभारी हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे इस सम्मेलन में हिस्सा लेने के लिए यहाँ पर बुलाया। धन्यवाद।
Well, thank you very much, sir, for guiding us on the occasion and also sharing some of the important facets of optimum utilization of resources, the vision in place, and also the future that we look towards in terms of a prosperous country in the times to come. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as rightly referred by Secretary Ministry of Mines to the Government of India during his deliberation about the indulgence of this particular occasion on the release of a virtual platform, I would like to mention here that the Ministry of Mines has taken a definite leap in introducing a digital forum called the Mining Arena, which will reflect upon its roles and responsibility besides highlighting its achievements, and will also give an overview of the functioning of some of its attached offices, CPSCs, and autonomous bodies. Well, it's being seen as a turning point venture of Ministry of Mines in its endeavor to achieve a goal and a digital connect with the people from all walks of life. An interactive augmented reality, it is powered and conceptualized to develop a simple interface between the Ministry of Mines and the outside world. We will request our chief guest on the occasion, Honorable Union Minister for Mines, Coals and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Prahlad Joshi, to kindly press the button and inaugurate the virtual platform. And ladies and gentlemen, can we accompany this wonderful occasion with a huge round of applause coming from the audience, please?
Welcome to the Mining Arena, the virtual platform of the Ministry of Mines. This digital platform will give you insights into the working of Ministry of Mines and its attached offices, CPSCs, and autonomous bodies. This is an excellent initiative by the Ministry of Mines to showcase the work done in recent times and interact and connect with people from all walks of life in these changing times with the buzzing theme of Digital India. Let us now give you a virtual tour of various pavilions present in this mining arena. Here, we've made it easy for you to find your way around. Click on the button that is blinking on your screen and it will take you to any hall of your choice. For instance, if you click on Ministry of Mines, it will take you inside the pavilion and will give you an overview of what ministry is all about. Similarly, you can navigate through any other halls of your choice. We hope you get enlightened and enjoy your visit here. Thank you.
में महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण संबंधित प्रतिनिधिमंडल के सदस्य भी थे और आपके सार्थक विचारों के लिए आपकी सराहना की गई। खान मंत्रालय की आकांक्षाओं को प्रगति के मार्ग पर अग्रसर करने हेतु आपका मार्गदर्शन और नेतृत्व पहले से ही समृद्ध लाभांश प्राप्त कर रहा है और राष्ट्र को अभूतपूर्व गौरव की ऊंचाइयों पर निरंतर केंद्रित कर रहा है। हाल ही में 14 राज्यों की राज्य सरकारों को समग्र लाइसेंस के रूप में 100 G4 खनिज ब्लॉकों को सौंपना आपके दूरदर्शिता का ज्वलंत उदाहरण था एवं खनिज क्षेत्र में भागीदारी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए इस तरह के कई प्रगतिशील प्रायोजन एवं लक्ष्य प्राप्ति करने हेतु रोड मैप तैयार करना एवं स्पष्ट दृष्टिकोण के साथ अपने विषयों के लिए उन्हें निरंतर बढ़ावा देना आपके व्यक्तित्व की पहचान है। उल्लेखनीय है कि हाल ही में आपके कुशल मार्गदर्शन एवं दूरदर्शिता के फलस्वरूप जून 2022 के दौरान खनन और उत्खनन क्षेत्र के खनिज उत्पादन का सूचकांक जून 2021 के स्तर की तुलना में 7.5% अधिक था। अप्रैल जून 2022-23 की अवधि के लिए संचयी वृद्धि पिछले वर्ष की इसी अवधि की तुलना में 9% बढ़ी है। हाल ही में आयोजित खान और खनिज पर छठे राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन के अंतर्गत खान मंत्रालय ने 59 नए खनिज ब्लॉकों को राज्य सरकार को सौंपा। साथ ही डीएमएफ फंड को सुनियोजित कर 7 सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन वाले राज्यों को चिन्हित कर आपने उनका मनोबल बढ़ाया। भारतीय खनिज और धातु उद्योग सम्मेलन 2030 की ओर अग्रसर और विजन 2047 में सम्मिलित होकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के भविष्य निधि कार्यक्रमों को आपने गति दी। आप ही के नेतृत्व में आपके ऑस्ट्रेलिया देश की यात्रा के दौरान महत्वपूर्ण और सामरिक खनिज पर दोनों देशों के भारत को महत्वपूर्ण खनिजों की विश्वसनीय आपूर्ति सुनिश्चित करने के लिए समझौता ज्ञापन पर हस्ताक्षर किया गया। महोदय, समय संभवतः आपके हर एक योगदान को गहराई से व्यक्त करने का अवसर नहीं देता और हम नहीं चाहेंगे कि अनजाने में भी हम आपके उपलब्धियों से अनभिज्ञ रहें। हम आपको ये अवश्य कहना चाहेंगे कि हम सभी आपके गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से कृतार्थ हुए। देवियों सज्जनों, कृपया करतल ध्वनि से श्री प्रहलाद जोशी, माननीय केंद्र मंत्री कोयला खान और संसदीय कार्य भारत सरकार का उनके उपस्थिति एवं संबोधन हेतु स्वागत करें।
श्री आलोक टंडन, सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस, श्री संजय सिंह, सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्टील, श्री नागराजू जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कोल, संजय लोहिया, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस, फरीदा नायक, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी, ministers from the various states and officers, मैं आपका तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं कि आप लोग बहुत व्यस्तता के बावजूद भी हमारे निमंत्रण पर आज इधर पहुंचे हुए हैं और कल तक भी आप पूरा इसमें रह के पार्टिसिपेट करके हम जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस है वो भी एक्सचेंज करेंगे। विशेषतः मिनरल सेक्टर के बारे में जो कुछ भी पॉलिसी में बदलाव लाना चाहिए उसके बारे में आपका फीडबैक हमको बहुत ज़रूरी है। इट इज़ मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट दैट यूर फीडबैक, बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली वी आर द पीपल who decide the policy and you are the people who implement it and execute it. तो जो एग्जीक्यूट करता है उनको ज़्यादा अनुभव रहता है। तो आप जो पेपर भेजते हैं और हमारे जो अधिकारी वगैरह अध्ययन करते हैं उसके अनुसार हमको ब्रीफ करते हैं, उस आधार पर हम पॉलिसी बनाते हैं। लेकिन आप फील्ड में स्टेट के अधिकारी और स्टेट के मिनिस्टर्स को जो फीडबैक आता है दैट इज़ वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट। सो कीपिंग दैट इन माइंड हमने आप लोगों को निमंत्रण किया, आपने आया है। तो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी दैट ऑलमोस्ट more than 20 states have represented here and around 12-13 ministers they have personally come here. So once again I welcome you. I am delighted to be in the city of pearls. इसको सिटी ऑफ पर्ल्स बोलते हैं, हैदराबाद को आप सब जानते होंगे। फॉर 2 days नेशनल माइनिंग मिनिस्टर्स कॉन्क्लेव एज द नेशन एंटर्स द अमृत काल। Everything we plan and implement during this Kalkand will have a very significant impact on India of our dreams. When the nation will celebrate 100 years of independence, Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji has given us a vision for Amrit Kal And one of the vision is India must be a developed nation in coming 25 years. As we enter the Amrit Kal, we must resolve to fulfill the dreams of India's freedom fighters. It is with the same vision that we are building New India. By 2047, we have fully realized our dreams of freedom fighters. When we think of development nation, इसमें हमारा जो आज के दिन में हमारा विभाग जो है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग ओनली इन द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस ऑफ ऑल द स्टेट्स, मे इट बी माइनर मिनरल्स और मे इट बी द मेजर मिनरल्स, इससे जो कंट्रीब्यूशन आज के दिन में होता है ये तो दुनिया के कंपैरिजन में ये बहुत कम है। तो इसीलिए हम इस सिटी ऑफ पर्ल्स में, जहाँ से बहुत लोग इधर भी स्वामी रामानंद तीर्थ, बरगुला रामकृष्ण, ऐसे बहुत बहुत बड़े फ्रीडम फाइटर्स जिस राज्य से आते हैं, और जो जय हिंद का स्लोगन भी इट वाज कॉइन्ड बाय अबीद हंसन सफरानी फ्रॉम हैदराबाद, ऐसे सिटी में आज हम बैठे हुए हैं। ये हिस्टोरिक सिटी है। तो सारे भारत को स्वतंत्र मिलने के बाद इधर के लोग और थोड़ा लड़ना पड़ा, क्योंकि हैदराबाद के निज़ाम हमको स्वतंत्रता देने के लिए तंग कर रहे थे, लेकिन इधर के लोग और भी ज़्यादा लड़के बाद में हैदराबाद निजाम वल्लभ भाई पटेल जी के नेतृत्व में इधर स्वतंत्रता भी ली और उसके लिए लड़ाई भी की। और जैसे मैंने कहा, जय हिंद स्लोगन वाज कॉइन्ड फ्रॉम हैदराबाद। वो नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र जी के साथी थे, उन्होंने ये कॉइन किया। ऐसे सिटी में हम बैठे हुए हैं, हमको आज सोचना चाहिए व्हाट शुड बी आवर ड्रीम। प्रधानमंत्री ने जो कहा है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज सेड दैट इंडिया शुड बी डेवलप्ड कंट्री बाय 2047। तो हम बहुत बड़ा देश है जी। तो कभी कभी हमको भी हमारा देश कितना बड़ा है अंदाज़ा नहीं लगता है। तो जब हम recently I had been to Australia and our additional secretary was also there with me. तो जब उधर एक इंटरेक्शन चल रहा था, तो ऐसे ही मुझे लोग सेपरेट भी मिले थे, तब उधर का कोविड का स्थिति के बारे में हमने चर्चा की। तो एक ऑस्ट्रेलिया के व्यक्ति सीईओ ने मुझे पूछा, मुझे सेपरेटली मिला था सिडनी में, 2-3 लोग आए हुए थे, उधर का एक बहुत बड़ा कंपनी का सीईओ मुझे मिले थे। व्हेन ही आस्क्ड मी कोविड का स्थिति कैसा है देश में, भारत के, मैंने बोला अभी तो लगभग नॉर्मल होने लग रहा है, फिर भी कोविड समाप्त हो गई, मैं क्लेम नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बट लोग अपने अपने कार्य में लगे हुए हैं, एक्टिविटी चल रहे हैं। तो संजय भी जानते थे, कुछ उधर के एक स्टेट से एक स्टेट आने के लिए 2 वर्ष तक पूरा पाबंदी लगा हुए थे। जब हम गए थे तब भी पूरा रिस्ट्रिक्शन हटाया नहीं गया था। आपने इतने बड़े देश में कैसे कर रहे हो, ऐसे उन्होंने पूछा। तो मैंने बोला हमने तब तक हमारा लगभग 200 करोड़ वैक्सीनेशन कंप्लीट हुआ था। मैंने बोला हमने 200 करोड़ वैक्सीनेशन कंप्लीट हुआ है। ही वॉज नॉट एबल टू इमेजिन दोज फिगर्स, क्योंकि उधर का पॉपुलेशन 3 करोड़ है, ये पूरा वैक्सीनेशन नहीं हुआ था। द एंटायर कंट्री वॉज नॉट वैक्सीनेटेड, जस्ट द कंट्रीज पॉपुलेशन इज 3 करोड़ एंड हमारा देश का आबादी है 130 करोड़। And since it is a double dose, we have to give the administrator the double dose, हमने by that time we had completed 200 crores. उन्होंने एक बार फिर से पूछा 200 crores means do you mean to say 2 billion? I said yeah 2 billion. He was not able to imagine that. Means our country is so huge and so big. तो इसमें हमको हर क्षेत्र से जहाँ जहाँ हमको अपॉर्चुनिटी है उसमें हम सब मिलके इन दी ट्रू स्पिरिट ऑफ कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म जब तक हम काम नहीं करते हैं वी विल नॉट बी एबल टू अचीव आवर टारगेट्स. जैसे हमने रिसेंटली हम सब मिलके किया हूँ. मैं इस डैश से इस फोरम से मैं पॉलिटिक्स का कुछ बात करूँगा, मैं करना भी नहीं चाहता हूँ. जैसे मैंने 200 कोर्स का वैक्सीनेशन का जिक्र किया. अभी पोस्ट कोविड दुनिया में अभी भी बहुत दिक्कतें हैं. ऐसे स्थिति में we have surpassed the England and become the 5th largest economy of the world. 200 years जिन लोगों ने हमारे ऊपर राज किए थे, ऐसा देश को the England we have surpassed the England and we are the 5th largest economy because we all put together. हमने एक एफर्ट किया है देश में. हमने सब मिलके कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म के स्पिरिट से हमने बात किया है. तो कभी कभी हमको हमारा स्ट्रेंथ के बारे में वी विल नॉट बी एबल टू रियलाइज. रिसेंटली ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर वाज एड्रेसिंग ऑल ऑफ अस. आई थिंक आलोक एंड संजय वर देयर इन दैट. ही रेफर्ड टू ऑल दीज थिंग्स. हर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा इतना बड़ी मात्रा में देश में लोगों को लगा ये हमारा देश है. विद दिस स्पिरिट when people start working, INS विक्रांत का भी जिक्र हुआ. तो ऐसे देश में जब हम सब मिलके काम करते हैं तब हमारा अचीवमेंट दुनिया के कंपैरिजन में क्या होता है. 200 crores of vaccine, it is highly unimaginable, but we did it. How we did it? Under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, leadership of the Prime Minister, all states, they took initiative. अपने अपने राज्य में हमारे लोग सुरक्षित रहना चाहिए. एक कोऑपरेटिव स्पिरिट फेडरलिज्म के स्पिरिट के आधार पर काम शुरू कर दिया. हो गया. अभी ऐसे ही हम सब क्षेत्र में काम करते हैं तो इंडिया विल बिकम डेवलप्ड कंट्री बाय 2047. इसमें हमको कोई शक नहीं रहना चाहिए. वी शुड नॉट हैव एनी डाउट इन आवर माइंड. तो इसीलिए हमने इस क्षेत्र में जीडीपी के लिए हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन आज के दिन में लेस देन 1% है. अदर देन पेट्रोलियम एंड कोयला का हम निकाल दिया तो अगर वो दोनों मिला के हमारा होता है अराउंड little less than 2%, nearly about 2%. Minus coal and petroleum products, हमारा contribution to the GDP is nearly about 1%, not even 1%. The Prime Minister has given us a goal, and Ministry of Mine has also decided, under his guidance, that our contribution should become 2.5% in coming few years. उसके लिए तो इसके लिए सिर्फ भारत सरकार को कुछ होने वाला नहीं है. भारत सरकार को कुछ एक पैसा भी नहीं मिलता है. तो पैसा मिलता है स्टेट रेवेन्यू को. रिसेंटली वी ऑक्शन दी कोयला एंटायरली ऑक्शनिंग वगैरह हम ही करते हैं भारत सरकार के तरफ से नेशनलाइजेशन होने के बाद. जो कोयला हम ऑक्शन कर रहे हैं, जो कुछ भी पैसा मिल रहा है, जो कुछ भी रेवेन्यू मिल रहा है, वो ऑक्शन हम करते हैं. अगर कई बीच में किसी कारण कोर्ट में जाते हैं तो लड़ाई कोर्ट में हम करते हैं. और हमारा नॉमिनेटेड अथॉरिटी नागराज जी जो है बैठे हुए हैं. सब राज्यों से बुला के लैंड एक्विजिशन के बारे में बात करना पड़ता है. एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्ट्री से हमको बहुत इंटरेक्शन करना पड़ता है, कभी कभी लड़ना भी पड़ता है. ये सब करने के बाद अभी मध्य प्रदेश में भी कुछ ऑक्शन हुआ है, मध्य प्रदेश के मंत्री बैठे हुए हैं उधर, कोल का भी ऑक्शन हमने किया है। जो कुछ भी रेवेन्यू मिलता है प्रदेश को मिलता है, जब प्रदेश को रेवेन्यू मिलता है उधर के जो गरीब लोगों का सर्विस हम कर सकते हैं। सो कीपिंग दैट इन माइंड, आफ्टर द एग्रीकल्चरल, दिस इज द सेक्टर व्हिच कैन गिव द good number of employment opportunity in the country and also add to the economy of the country and the state. Keeping that in mind, we have decided that आप सब लोगों से बातचीत करके, what is the intention of this conclave? This intention of this conclave is we should use it as an effective platform to forward the constraint faced by the state governments in the mineral sector. हम सब बैठ के मिल के बातचीत करके 2 दिन के लिए हमको और सुधार इसमें क्या लाना चाहिए, how investor friendly with a sustainable model. हमको पर्यावरण भी, क्योंकि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में we are leading in the world as far as environment, global warming and so many other things are concerned. So with a sustainable model, how we can increase our production. देखिए, with all our constraints, हम कोयला में बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में हमारा अचीवमेंट हुआ है. Especially Coal India, ACCL, they have done a good job, and along with that, captive also they have done wonderfully well. Our production in 2014, it was around 572 million ton. This year, it is almost around 800 odd million ton we have completed. And next year, we will almost achieve 900 million tons of the domestic coal production. This is a very huge thing. In 8 years, this has been done. And this is done not by central government alone, because of your cooperation, because of your active participation. तो इसीलिए हमने आप सबसे बातचीत करके बदलाव तो लाया है, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम दी ऑक्शन रिजिम, क्योंकि जब भी हम नॉमिनेशन बेसिस पे, अलोकेशन रूट पे स्पेशली प्राइवेट लोगों को देते थे, बहुत ज़्यादा झगड़ा कोर्ट में सब होता था. इसलिए हमने इसमें बदलाव लाके we have brought in a transparent auction regime. और 10A2B का एक 2015 में एक 10A2B का प्रोविजन रखा था, उससे मोर देन 500 ब्लॉक्स, तो वो कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा था. इस तरफ भी नहीं हो रहा था, उस तरफ भी नहीं हो रहा था. इसलिए हमने उसको भी we have almost liberated by amending 10A2B. So we have given you around 300-400 blocks for the auction. And अभी कभी-कभी हमारा, जानते हो, हमारा कुछ कंस्ट्रेंट्स है, और वो कंस्ट्रेंट्स आगे कैसे हम ठीक करें, ये भी हम सोच के बैठ के बात करना है. अभी हमारा एक्सप्लोरेशन कम है, और जैसा एक ही इंस्टीट्यूट है जो इसका ब्लॉक वगैरह और इसका एक्सप्लोरेशन वगैरह करते हैं. इसीलिए कभी कभी कितना हमारा एक्सपेक्टेशन है, क्योंकि आज के दिन में हमारा एक्सप्लोरेशन हुआ है 10%. ऑब्वियस जियोलॉजिकल के अराउंड 30% हुआ है. वो 30% में हमारा 10% एक्सप्लोरेशन हुआ है. जैसे मैं पहले भी उल्लेख किया, myself and our additional secretary, we all went to, even JSI का राजू जी सब थे. Australia almost 100% they have completed their exploration, and as far as geographical area is concerned, they are double than India. और उनके पास सब डाटा भी है. हम ये स्थिति कब पहुंचे, ये हम सब मिलके सोचना चाहिए. For this, we need the best cooperation, and not only the cooperation, proactive involvement of the state. जब हम सब लोग ये मिल के करते हैं, ये देश को कभी कभी लोग गरीब देश बोलते हैं, ये सब अंडर डेवलपिंग कंट्री बोलते हैं, सब अगर हम इस क्षेत्र में भी ऐसे काम करते हो, एंड इवन व्हेन आवर रॉ मटेरियल, जब हमारा मिनरल्स, रिच मिनरल्स हम भूगर्भ से बाहर निकालते हैं, ये तो रत्न गर्भा वसुंधरा है, बहुत मिनरल्स है हमारे पास, एंड इफ यू स्टार्ट प्रोसेसिंग इन इंडिया इटसेल्फ, हाउ मच एम्प्लॉयमेंट यू कैन जनरेट, ये सब हमको बहुत बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी है, दैट इज ए बिग अपॉर्चुनिटी इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस। तो इसीलिए वी हैव अलाउड द इंडिविजुअल स्टेक होल्डर्स and the institution carve out the auctionable blocks and submit the proposal. अगर ये एरिया में कुछ है, मैं एक्सप्लोर करता हूँ, अगर आप लिख के देते हैं तो हम आपको एक्सप्लोरेशन करने के लिए देने के लिए तैयार है। And they allowed the private exploration agencies for the exploration of the minerals resources after the getting the accredited. और इसमें बहुत क्रिमिनल प्रोसीडिंग्स था, कुछ भी छोटा छोटा चीज के लिए क्रिमिनल। हमने मंत्रालय में 49 रूल्स आर डीक्रिमिनलाइज्ड इन द मिनरल कंसेशन रूल्स एंड 24 रूल्स इन द मिनरल कंजर्वेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट रूल्स, ये डीक्रिमिनलाइज हमने कर दिया है। तो कुछ तो एक्शन नहीं होता था, डरा के पैसे करप्शन वगैरह ये होता था जूनियर लेवल अधिकारियों पर, ये सब हमने डीक्रिमिनलाइज कर दिया है। इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग मॉडल, ये भी हमने किया, ये तो बहुत बड़ा अवसर है हमको ऑक्शन फास्ट ट्रैक में लाने के लिए। कैप्टिव और नॉन कैप्टिव मर्चेंट माइंस, ये सब बहुत कंफ्यूजन रहता था, वो हमने निकाल दिया है। रिमूवल ऑफ डिस्टिंक्शन बिटवीन कैप्टिव एंड द मर्चेंट माइंस। एंड यूज रिस्ट्रिक्शन हमने पूरा हटा दिया है, कोल में, माइंस में, सब में। allowing the transfer of vesting orders, rights and all clearances. कभी कभी क्या होता था, जब माइन का लीज कंप्लीट होता था तो फिर से ऑक्शन करना, फिर से ऑक्शन करके फिर से पूरा फॉर 21 क्लियरेंसेस घूमना, ये सब बहुत प्रॉब्लम था। हमने सब जो क्लियरेंसेस, राइट्स, ये सब था, लाइसेंसेस, ये सब एज इट इज इट विल बी ट्रांसफर्ड। कभी कभी नॉमिनेशन बेस पे हो और ऑक्शन बेस पे हो, इंक्लूडिंग पीएसयूज, हम माइंस लेके बैठते थे लेकिन उसमें काम कुछ नहीं होते थे। तो इसलिए हमने सिर्फ पेनल्टी क्लॉज नहीं रखा, हमने ये भी किया कि अगर अर्ली प्रोडक्शन करते हैं तो आपका 50% रिबेट इन रेवेन्यू शेयर फॉर द अर्ली प्रोडक्शन। वी आर ट्राइंग टू एनकरेज, रादर पेनलाइजिंग, वी आर ट्राइंग टू एनकरेज। Prescribe the timeline for the auction of the mines to operationalize so that there is no delay. और लेटर ऑफ इंटेंट इशू करते थे और कुछ कारण से उनका देहांत हो गया, कुछ बिजनेस नहीं कर पाए, उनका लीगल हर को ट्रांसफर नहीं होता था, फिर से अप्लाई करना पड़ता था। एक तरफ ब्रिटिश रूल जो था वही कंटिन्यू हुआ था एक तरफ। दैट ऑल वी हैव चेंज्ड इट, नाउ इट विल बी ट्रांसफर्ड टू द लीगल हेयर। सिक्योरिटी बिड रिड्यूस किया है सो दैट मोर पीपल कैन पार्टिसिपेट। To bring out the further increase in the mineral production, we are coordinated with the Ministry of Forest and Environment to provide the relaxation in the grant of environment clearance. The most important thing is now environment clearance for the expansion of mineral production up to 50% capacity of the granted without fresh public consultation. तो ये सब जो हुआ है, इसके कारण हम हमारा रेवेन्यू, स्टेट का रेवेन्यू, मेरा स्टेट का रेवेन्यू हम बहुत अच्छे से बढ़ा सकते हैं। जैसे अभी अभी हमारा उड़ीसा के मंत्री जी भी आए हुए हैं, बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में उन्होंने अपना रेवेन्यू इंक्रीज कर दिया है। आई थिंक मोर देन 19,000 crores they have added to their revenue. When we changed these rules and laws, we have to make use of all these opportunities. तो हम सब मिलके अगर डिसाइड करते हैं तो जो हमारा लक्ष्य है 2030 तक, to add 2.5% to the GDP by the mineral sector other than coal and petroleum product, that we can achieve. तो इसलिए और एक बदलाव हमने लाया है, ऑक्शन ऑफ लीज ऑफ द लाइमस्टोन, आयरन ओर एंड बॉक्साइट, जो सरफेशियल मिनरल्स बोलते हैं, उसके लिए G3 लेवल पर ऑक्शन करने के लिए हमने परमिशन दे दिया है। पहले G2 में था, G2 बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं होता था, इसलिए हमने G3 लेवल पर कर दिया है। फर्दर ऑक्शन ऑफ कंपोजिट लाइसेंस फॉर ऑल मिनरल्स allowed at G4 level of the exploration instead of earlier mandated G3 level. And defined the average sale price of newly explored minerals of potash and other platinum groups. As a result of these mineral blocks were auctioned for the first time in the country. पहली बार इसका ऑक्शन हुआ है। तो नेशनल मिनरल एक्सप्लोरेशन ट्रस्ट NMET से जो पैसा कलेक्ट होता है, हमारा सेक्रेटरी और एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मिला के अभी सबको बुला बुला के आपको पैसे दे रहे हैं। तो भारत सरकार के माइन मंत्रालय में कभी भी नहीं होता था। मैं तो इतना तो बोल सकता हूँ, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बोला आपके पास ये NMET फंड है, क्या कर रहे हो? मैंने बोला वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस में चले जाता है सब, और बाद में ऐसे ही पड़ा रहता है। प्रधानमंत्री जी बोला ये स्टेट को दे दो और इसका शुरू कर दो काम। तो अभी हमने सबको आपको बुला बुला के पैसे दे रहे हैं। पैसा ले लो, एक्सप्लोरेशन कर लो, पैसा ले लो, ऑक्शन कर दो। ऑक्शन करने के लिए हम आपको पैसा दे रहे हैं अभी। So now this is the best opportunity according to me that we can do wonders. तो इसीलिए मैं आपको इसमें NMET has collected around 4,015 crores, and this year how much we have spent, Sanjay ji? We have already now in this 3 months almost more than 100 crores we have dispersed to the state government for the exploration and for the various things. आप प्राइवेट एक्सप्लोरेशन को एम्पैनल करो, क्योंकि सिर्फ GSI बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं कर पाएंगे, उनका भी कंस्ट्रेंट्स है। आई एम नॉट क्रिटिसाइजिंग GSI. नाउ दिस टाइम दे हैव डन रियली वेल। राजू जी मेरे तरफ देख रहे, तो हम इतना कर दिया, आपने किया है, लेकिन देश के जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, if you compare to the requirement, still many things and in many folds we have to do the things. So keeping that in mind, try to empanel more and more people. Now 9 private exploration agencies have been notified, and जैसे मैंने कहा, Odisha is leading with the 23 mines in operation and production. This has helped the state to earn 19,258 crores premium. In Madhya Pradesh, revenue generation from mining is almost doubled in last six years, from 4,284 in 2017-18 to 8,200 crores. तो मुझे विश्वास है आप और भी कर सकते हैं। और this 105 NITs have been issued by the state of Madhya Pradesh, and 30 blocks are auctioned this year itself. I congratulate मध्य प्रदेश का जो मंत्री बैठे हुए, मैं उनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूँ। Karnataka 34 blocks have been auctioned, but still you have got good scope. And happy to note that state had the first in total limestone resources auction, 42%, and the second total is iron ore, 11%. Karnataka collected around 6,300 crores revenue in financial year 21-22, 145% above the target. अभी भी आप कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि आपका जो कुछ भी पाबंदी था तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट से लगाए, वो सब हमने भी एफिडेविट दे के आप भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अपना पक्ष रखे, हमको परमिशन भी मिल गया है अभी। Apart from 10 blocks are already put up for the auction in 22-23, Maharashtra 90 potential blocks are to be auctioned in various phases. The state has expected to earn around 21,000 crores if it is properly, auctioned, and it has got good scope. So मैं इससे ज़्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ. I can only say, after agricultural, if we all put together, we in a spirit of cooperative federalism, in own interest of our own state, if you decide both major and minor minerals, this is the best sector to earn our revenue. I think it can become first also. कि हमारे पास बहुत है जी. तो इसीलिए मैं आग्रह करता हूँ आपसे, हम दोनों दिन हम पूरा इधर रहेंगे, बैठ के बात करेंगे, आपका सुझाव हम लेंगे, क्योंकि यू कम फ्रॉम द फील्ड. शायद एक आध प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद बाकी सब हम आपसे सुनना ज़्यादा चाहते हैं. वी वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड, वी वांट टू लर्न फ्रॉम यू, and we want to bring the change together with your support and your guidance, and together भारत देश में 2047 तक जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमको एक सपना दिखाया है, वो पूरा करने के लिए ये माइनिंग सेक्टर बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं. एंड दिस इज नॉट ओनली स्टेट को रेवेन्यू, वही रेवेन्यू से हम हमारे जो गरीब लोग हैं वो गरीब लोगों का सेवा कर सकते हैं. ये मेरा मानना है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में. इसलिए मैं आपको आह्वान करता हूँ, अभी आप जो आए हुए ऑफिसर्स भी हैं, मंत्री जी भी हैं, हम सब मिलके कल तक एक अच्छे, हम जब मंथन होता है मुझे विश्वास है अमृत ही निकलता है, अंत में तो अमृत ही निकलता है. तो ये अच्छे अमृत इस कॉन्क्लेव से निकले, ऐसे आशा करते हुए फिर से एक बार आपको स्वागत करते हुए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. नमस्कार.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, yes, rightly pointed out by Honorable Chief Guests on this occasion that together we can do wonders. That's the liberal yet futuristic and committed approach as far as the policy matters of the Ministry of Mines, Government of India is concerned. महोदय, इस अवसर पर उपस्थित होने, अपने मूल्यवान विचारों को साझा करने और हमारा मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए आपका हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं और आपकी गौरवमयी उपस्थिति को नमन भी करते हैं और साथ ही आपको हमारे भविष्य कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित होने हेतु प्रार्थना करते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, that almost brings us to the end of the inaugural event as far as today's ceremony is concerned. Today we just now take a break for tea, and we invite you for tea also, but there will be a parallel interactive session with the media and press also, and so we request our Union Minister, sir, to finally make it convenient to interact with the media. And immediately after the tea break, we reassemble at the same place for the next session. So we invite you to tea. Thank you very much for your participation as far as the inaugural program is concerned. Thank you. first session, that is session 1 at 11:30 hours. May we request you to kindly take your seats, and immediately thereafter we can begin with the proceedings for session 1. स्थान ग्रहण करें। बहुत शीघ्र ही हम अगले सेशन की शुरुआत करेंगे और इस सेशन के अंदर नेशनल मिनरल एक्सप्लोरेशन ट्रस्ट NMET पे एक विस्तृत प्रस्तुति होगी और इसके उपरांत जितनी भी हमारे नोटिफाइड प्राइवेट एक्सप्लोरेशन एजेंसीज हैं और उनके जितने भी प्रतिनिधित्व हमारे बीच हैं वो हमारे बीच आएंगे और अपनी अपनी बात रखेंगे. So we have got 2 sessions as far as session 1 is concerned, 2 agenda programs as far as session 1 is concerned. First, we have an exclusive presentation on NMET, that is National Mineral Exploration Trust, and that will be followed up with an interaction with the notified private exploration agencies, the various representatives who are with us today on this occasion, and we'll request them one by one to kindly come forward on the dais and to let us know about what they have to share as far as this occasion is concerned. May I request the members of the organizing committee to kindly inform people who are outside still to kindly take their positions in the hall, please. Well, just for the information of the audience, we are going to have the following constitution of dignitaries who will grace the dais as far as steering the proceedings of this session is concerned. We are going to have with us Shri Prahlad Joshi, Chief Guest and Honorable Union Minister for Coal Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, and he'll be there on the dais. Shri Alok Tandon, Secretary, Ministry of Mines to the Government of India. Shri Sanjay Loya, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines to the Government of India. Shri S. Raju, Director General, Geological Survey of India. He'll also be with us on the dais. Shri Janardhan Prasad, Chairman TCC, NMET, and Additional Director General and HOD, Southern Region Geological Survey of India. And we'll have Shri Vivek Kumar Sharma, Director, Ministry of Mines, as well on the dais to steer this session. While in the post-tea session, which is also the first session as far as the programs which is being followed today is concerned, we welcome all our participants and guests who have made themselves available, who have come from different parts of the country to be a part of this today's program. We'd like to revisit the agenda items to be followed as far as session 1 is concerned. We are going to have an exclusive presentation on NMET, which is National Mineral Exploration Trust. And thereafter, we are going to have interaction with the notified private exploration agencies, and we've got 10 representations today, and we'll separately call each one of them to put forward their deliberations. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-tea session. And we are in for the next presentation, which is going to be an exclusive presentation on the National Mineral Exploration Trust. And that will be followed up with interaction with notified private exploration agencies. And now that I can see that almost all people have reassumed their positions in the hall after the small tea break, may I request the following constitution of dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. We request Shri Alok Tandon Sahab, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, to kindly accompany Shri Prahlad Joshi Sahab, Chief Guest and Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, to the dais. I also request Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines, also to grace the dais, please. May we request Shri S. Raju, Director General, Geological Survey of India, to kindly grace the dais. किसको नहीं बुलाया? Okay. We request Shri Janardhan Prasad, Chairman, TCC, NMET, and ADG and HODs SR, to kindly grace the dais, sir. Well, good morning and welcome back to the post-tea session, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, to follow up next is an exclusive presentation on NMET, which is also abbreviated as National Mineral Exploration Trust. Well, it was established in 2015, and it is a non-profit autonomous body and has been the mainstay to boost the mineral exploration activities in the country. Well, NMET has streamlined the process of sanction and release of funds for fast implementation of exploration projects. NMET provides financial assistance for strengthening of exploration infrastructure of central government organizations and state DGMs and DMGs. Well, if we go by statistics, it has approved close to 238 projects, having seen the completion of 132 projects, aggregating nearly 56% with an expenditure of close to 500 crores. 10 blocks in 7 states funded through NMET have been auctioned and will yield a revenue stream generation of 1.68 lakh crores, while 17 blocks in 8 states are under process for auction. NGPM and National Aerogeophysical Mapping Program, 2 flagship programs of Geological Survey of India, are also being funded by NMET. And to take the agenda further, may I request Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines, to kindly steer this session and make his presentation. You're welcome, sir.
Respected Minister of Mines, Shri Prahlad Joshi, Secretary Mines, Shri Alok Tandon, DG GSI, ADG Shri Janardhan Prasad, Honorable Ministers from the state governments, my colleagues from the central government and the state governments, and respected CMDs and directors of PSUs. I'll make a presentation on NMET, how we can take advantage of NMET and take the mineral sector forward. So NMET was established through an amendment in the MMDR Act in 2015, and rules were notified in 2018, and each mining leaseholder is asked to pay 2% of the royalty amount separately to the NMET fund. NMET activities involve funding of basic geoscience and mineral exploration projects, and now we have also introduced scheme of partial reimbursement to the composite license holders. Also, we also propose to release financial assistance to various state governments to strengthen their infrastructure. And from the NMET fund, we are also currently giving incentives to the state governments for auction of mineral blocks. And we have come out with a scheme how to engage private exploration agencies. So from time to time, we are coming up with new initiatives. जो NMET का गवर्निंग बॉडी है, ये इनके चेयरपर्सन ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर हैं और भारत सरकार के कुछ मंत्रालयों के मंत्री, रिलेटेड मिनिस्ट्रीज के मिनिस्टर्स उसमें मेंबर्स हैं, और 6 स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर्स इसमें मेंबर होते हैं. पिछली बार कुछ दूसरे स्टेट थे, इस बार रिसेंटली NMET का गवर्निंग बॉडी का मेंबरशिप में स्टेट्स के कुछ चेंजेस किए गए हैं, और इनके कन्वीनर जो हैं सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस हैं. तो जो गवर्निंग बॉडी है, ये इसको साल में मिनिमम एक बार मिलना है. तो अभी हमारा 2 मीटिंग इस बार हम लोग कर चुके हैं गवर्निंग बॉडी का, और पॉलिसी मेकिंग गवर्निंग बॉडी के थ्रू होता है. इसमें एक एग्जीक्यूटिव कमेटी है विच इज़ हेडेड बाय सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस, और कंसर्न डिपार्टमेंट्स के रिलेटेड डिपार्टमेंट्स के ऑफिसर्स उसमें मेंबर्स हैं. DG GSI मेंबर है, कंट्रोलर जनरल IBM मेंबर है, और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स के 4 स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के सेक्रेटरीज, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरीज इसमें मेंबर है, और एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी ऑब्लिक जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी इज द मेंबर सेक्रेटरी. तो ये एग्जीक्यूटिव कमेटी प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन करना और डे टू डे पॉलिसी बनाने का काम करती है. एंड इसका मीटिंग अभी रेगुलरली हम लोग हर 3 महीने में करते हैं. तो प्रोजेक्ट्स का इसमें 2 तरीके हैं जिसमें हम प्रोजेक्ट्स यहाँ पे लेते हैं. एक तो जो हमारा नॉर्मल प्रोसीजर है वो है कि जो नोटिफाइड एजेंसीज, व्हाट वी कॉल एज नोटिफाइड एक्सप्लोरेशन एजेंसीज, दैट कैन बी स्टेट DMGs, स्टेट डायरेक्टर माइनिंग एंड जियोलॉजी, स्टेट DMG हो सकते हैं, स्टेट मिनरल कॉरपोरेशन, सेंट्रल मिनरल कॉरपोरेशन, वो डायरेक्टली NMET को प्रोजेक्ट देते हैं. और दूसरा, हमने प्राइवेट एक्सप्लोरेशन एजेंसीज़ के लिए एक सुविधा की है कि प्राइवेट एक्सप्लोरेशन एजेंसी जिनको नोटिफाई किया है भारत सरकार ने, वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के थ्रू प्रोजेक्ट इसमें दे सकते हैं. तो आज मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद में आप लोगों को जो 9 प्राइवेट एजेंसीज नोटिफाई हैं प्लस एक हमारा PSU है, 10 नई एजेंसीज़ का आपको इंट्रोडक्शन भी कराएंगे. और जो प्रोजेक्ट आते हैं उसको पहले टेक्निकल एंड कॉस्ट कमेटी में पेश किया जाता है, और इसका हमारा मंथली मीटिंग होती है. इसमें एवरी मंथ इसकी मीटिंग होती है. जो भी 15 तारीख तक प्रोजेक्ट आ जाता है वो मंथ के एंड में उसको टेक्निकल कॉस्ट कमेटी में हम लोग पुटअप कर देते हैं. और जो टेक्निकल एंड कॉस्ट कमेटी का ऑब्जर्वेशंस है, वो ऑब्जर्वेशंस को मीट करने के बाद अगर ज़रूरत पड़ती है तो सेकेंड टाइम उसको लाके उसमें पास करते हैं. और टेक्निकल एंड कॉस्ट कमेटी में जो प्रोजेक्ट जिस एजेंसी ने सबमिट किया है, सपोज देयर इवन GSI और MECL और CMPDI या स्टेट PSUs लाइक OMC एट्सेट्रा, वो अपना प्रोजेक्ट को वो डिफेंड करते हैं, डिस्कस करते हैं, उसके बेसिस पे अप्रूव कर देते हैं. और उसके बाद में हर 3 महीने में हमारा EC होता है, और EC का उसमें प्रोजेक्ट को अप्रूवल करने के बाद वी इशू सैंक्शन ऑर्डर एंड रिलीज द फंड. तो जो हमारा फंड रिलीज़ का अभी हमने करीब 6 महीने पहले उसको थोड़ा चेंज किया है। पहले हम लोग फंड रिलीज़ करते थे ऑन रीइंबर्समेंट बेसिस कि आप खर्चा कर लीजिए, हमें बिल सबमिट करिए, उसके बेसिस पे हम फंड रिलीज़ करते थे। लेकिन फिर एक पिछली गवर्निंग बॉडी में स्टेट के माननीय मंत्री जी ने कहा कि आप साथ में फंड दे दें तो ज़्यादा अच्छा है, क्योंकि हमारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का रिम्बर्स करने में थोड़ा समय लगता है या तकलीफ होती है। तो फिर ये डिसीजन लिया गया कि अलॉन्ग विद द सैंक्शन ऑर्डर फर्स्ट इंस्टॉलमेंट ऑफ 40% फंड हम रिलीज़ कर देते हैं, और उसका यूटिलाइजेशन करने के बाद और प्रोग्रेस रिपोर्ट देने के बाद वी रिलीज सेकेंड इंस्टॉलमेंट ऑफ 40%, और जब प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट हो जाता है तो उसके बाद में फाइनल 20% या जो भी टोटल कॉस्ट है उसको हम रिलीज़ कर देते हैं। तो ये अभी हम इंस्टेड ऑफ रिइंबर्समेंट कि आप बिल दीजिए और फिर करिए, उसके बजाय ये हम लोग डायरेक्टली उसको एडवांस के हिसाब से पैसा रिलीज़ करना चालू किया है। ये हमारा चार्ट है, दिस इज़ द कलेक्शन एंड कॉस्ट ऑफ अप्रूव्ड प्रोजेक्ट्स का चार्ट है। तो एज यू कैन सी कि शुरू के करीब 4-5 साल में ज़्यादा एक्टिविटी नहीं हुई है, कुछ प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन हुए थे, लेकिन लास्ट ईयर से नंबर ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन एंड एक्सपेंडिचर भी बढ़ रहा है। इनफैक्ट लास्ट ईयर भी कलेक्टेड 885 करोड़ रुपीज़, 751 करोड़ का हमने सैंक्शन किया है। इस साल अभी अप टू अगस्त 396 कलेक्ट हुआ है और 132 करोड़ अभी तक सैंक्शन हुए हैं। और ये आज की मीटिंग में हमारा सभी राज्य सरकारों से और PSU से रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्लीज़ कम फॉरवर्ड विद द एक्सप्लोरेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स। इसमें हमारा एक नियम है कि जो आई विल गो टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड देन आई विल एक्सप्लेन द, और एक्सपेंडिचर जो मैं आपको दिखाना चाहते हैं कि पिछले साल हमने 125 करोड़ अप्रॉक्सीमेटली खर्च किया। अभी तक हमारा अगस्त तक 69-70 करोड़ अभी रिलीज़ हो चुका है और भी हम अभी रिलीज़ कर रहे हैं। तो बट जैसा आप देख सकते हैं कि करीब 4000 करोड़ रुपए हमारे फंड में जमा है और हम खर्चा अभी 513 करोड़ रुपए कर पाए हैं। तो बहुत स्कोप है कि इसमें हम सभी प्रोजेक्ट्स नए ला के और इसमें अपना एक्सप्लोरेशन बढ़ाएं और खर्च करें। तो जो अप्रूव्ड प्रोजेक्ट का कैटेगरी हम 3 हिसाब से हम रखते हैं। एक तो बेसलाइन सर्वेज जो हमारे GSI करता है, उनको 21 प्रोजेक्ट्स दिए हैं 1100 करोड़ रुपीज़ के सैंक्शन, और मिनरल एक्सप्लोरेशन प्रोजेक्ट जिसमें सब एजेंसीज हैं 213 प्रोजेक्ट 665 करोड़ का, और फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस फॉर प्रोक्योरमेंट ऑफ मशीनरी एटसेट्रा या जो इंसेंटिव वगैरह दिया है टोटल 37 करोड़ रुपीज़ का अभी तक हमने सैंक्शन किया है। तो GSI ने जो प्रोजेक्ट्स लिए हैं उसमें देर आर दिस एरोजियोफिजिकल सर्वे, देन हेलीबॉन्ड सर्वे, डीप सिस्मिक रिफ्लेक्शन सर्वे, NGPM नेशनल जियोफिजिकल मैपिंग, NGDR अभी बन रहा है एंड आई थिंक वी आर होपफुल। NGDR ये बाइजैक ये अहमदाबाद है इंस्टीट्यूशन, उनके साथ बैठ के बना रहे हैं। तो जो बाइजैक के साथ बना रहे हैं होपफुली कुछ महीनों में हो जाएगा। दिस विल बी एन इम्प्रूवमेंट ओवर द एग्जिस्टिंग भूकोश विच GSI हैज़। और उसके अलावा MT सर्वे का भी अभी हमारा अप्रूवल किया गया है। कमोडिटी वाइज इसमें हम देखते हैं तो मैक्सिमम नंबर ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट्स इसमें कोल एंड निगलाइट का है, और उसके बाद इसमें बेस मेटल का है, गोल्ड, साथ में गोल्ड बेस मेटल का 93 करोड़ का सेंक्शन हुआ है, और उसके बाद आयरन ओर है, लाइमस्टोन, फर्टिलाइजर मिनरल्स 51 करोड़, मैंगनीज, इस तरह से अलग अलग कैटेगरी का यहाँ दिखाने का हमने प्रयास किया है। तो हियर आई शुड से दैट वी नीड टू इंक्रीज आवर exploration activity in base metal, gold and diamond, that kind of minerals, PG minerals, ताकि जिसकी देश में कमी है और हमें इंपोर्ट करना पड़ता है। State wise number of projects and amount sanctioned if we see, but this includes projects which have been submitted by MECL. So it is not that the state government has submitted the project, but we are trying to, mostly these are MECL. There are some projects which have been sanctioned to the state governments also. So Rajasthan, we have 22. Odisha, there are 40 projects, although amount are slightly different. Like we have Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand. So I will request all the state governments to take this opportunity to get the project sanctioned from NMET. Now, if we see agency-wise, so we have categorized in two categories. One is central agencies. Abhi central agencies का हम chart दिखा रहे हैं. And in the central agencies, MECL has maximum number of projects, 123 projects. Then GSI, these are big geoscience projects. Then CMPDI, जो कोल मिनिस्ट्री के अंडर में है, उनको प्रोजेक्ट दिया है. और KIOCL 7 projects, NMDC has also got 6 projects, and Indian Bureau of Mines is basically purchase of equipment for beneficiation studies. Now, this is the projects, list of projects submitted by various state governments. Telangana State Mineral Development Corporation, 20 projects we had approved. 10 they have completed. I think rest they have requested for cancellation of the sanction. Odisha Mining Corporation 2 and OMECL जो नया एजेंसी बनाया है उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट ने, उसका 10 प्रोजेक्ट है. DGM Chhattisgarh has 8 projects. Andhra Pradesh Merit has 7. Assam DGM has taken 2 projects. DGM Maharashtra, Nagaland DGM we had given 2 projects. Odisha DGM. But many states are missing in this list. And number of projects of state agencies is, I would say, mostly in single digit. ना वो मैं बता रहा आ रहा था इसमें. अभी इसका एनमेट जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स ऑक्शन कर रहे हैं वो खुद अपने लेवल पे एक्सप्लोरेशन कुछ करते हैं, मोस्टली जीएसआई या एमईसीएल करके देते हैं. लेकिन एनमेट के फंडिंग से जो एक्सप्लोरेशन हुआ है उसका जो हमने हिसाब लगाया है, करीब 213 प्रोजेक्ट हमारा टोटल था. उसमें से जो सक्सेसफुल ऑक्शन हुआ उसमें से 10 एनमेट का है. और इसमें अगर आप एक हिसाब लगाएं तो ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ लीज ऑफ द पीरियड ऑफ लीज 50 साल में कितना रेवेन्यू आएगा, तो 1,68,000 करोड़ रुपीस स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को मिलेगी. नाउ हियर वी कैन सी कि किस तरह से आप 50, 100, 200 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करके हजारों लाखों करोड़ में राज्यों को, देश को फायदा हो सकता है. तो इसमें मतलब एक्सप्लोरेशन वर्सेस रेवेन्यू, expected revenue, it is not in 10 times or 100 times, it is in thousands times, maybe lakhs times the success का. और मैं जब आपको 250-300 करोड़ रुपए जो एनमेट ने खर्च किया ऑन डिटेल्ड एक्सप्लोरेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स, दैट इंक्लूड्स अनसक्सेसफुल प्रोजेक्ट्स ऑल्सो. आई एम नॉट ओनली काउंटिंग ऑफ सक्सेसफुल वंस और उसका हिसाब लगा रहे हैं इंडिविजुअल प्रोजेक्ट का. आउट ऑफ दैट डे आई गॉट द लिस्ट मेड, हाउ मेनी आर सक्सेसफुल, हाउ मेनी आर नॉट सक्सेसफुल. So in around 50% odd is detailed is successful, but that in base metals or deep seated the success rate is less, maybe 10, 15, 20%. तो ये है एक्सप्लोरेशन पे सभी को हमको जोर देना है. एक्सप्लोरेशन करेंगे तो उसका फ्यूचर में रिटर्न्स इज मल्टीपल टाइम्स. नाउ this is the presently the auction of blocks which are in the process of auction. This is not we have finalized. These are under auction. So various states have few projects which are there, and UP, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Rajasthan, Odisha, Karnataka. So here also we have 17 blocks presently under auction. Another 10 have been successfully auctioned. Now, before I come to this scheme of partial reimbursement for to CL holders, I want to make one thing clear. NMET does not give fund if for an area already mining lease has been signed. एक एजेंट कंपनी को या इंडिविजुअल पर्सन को एक बार माइनिंग लीज दे दिया गया है, तो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है कि वो उसमें अपना इन्वेस्ट करके उसमें खर्च करे. तो मैनी टाइम्स आवर PSUs, state level and central level, they expect NMET will give the money. And sometimes private people also come forward. So that we are saying that this will, we cannot allow that, because that is a direct benefit going to one particular company or this thing. However, if any PSU wants to take up exploration which an area which has not been reserved for them till now, and the state government is willing to ask that PSU that you please explore this area, we have no problem. Later on, reservation can happen, but not if it has been reserved for you. Same is for private companies. If they have composite license or mining lease, we do not allow. However, we have come up with a scheme only for a certain category of what we call as critical minerals or strategic minerals or deep-seated minerals. Usme we will give partial reimbursement of exploration expenses for composite license holders. So this scheme we have formulated around in the month of April or May, और इसमें हमने ये कहा कि we'll give 50% of will reimburse up to the extent of 50%, and we are saying that geological mapping में आपको हम 50% देंगे up to ceiling of 50 lakh rupees. Geophysical investigation 50% with a ceiling of 1 crore rupees, and drilling का 50% up to a ceiling of 2.5 crore rupees. और बाकी कोई एक्टिविटी का हमने इसमें नहीं रखा है. और इसमें we are saying कि अगर आपका एक्सप्लोरेशन करने के बाद में सक्सेसफुल होता है and you are able to produce mineral, तो you reimburse the amount. But if you are not successful, you don't get the mineral, you don't get the mining lease, then you need not reimburse the amount. But it is specific to this list of minerals. These are basically, I would say, critical minerals and deep-seated minerals like copper. And also, we have included fertilizer minerals here, apart from gold, silver, diamond, etc. इसमें तो ये I just want to relate it to what auctions are taking place now. Last year, in 2021, we had relaxed exploration norms, and we are encouraging auction of composite licenses. Now, I request all the state governments, because till now I think 50 odd composite licenses have already been auctioned, out of which जो इन मिनरल का कैटेगरी में आता है, I will request all state DMGs and state principal secretaries, additional chief secretaries, you please call these composite license holders, make them aware of this opportunity where they can get some reimbursement of their cost. And we are not asking them to give a revenue share, we are not even asking them to give an interest on whatever you have spent. If you are successful, start mining, then this amount you please return back. Otherwise, you will lose some 50%, we also lose that 50%. So that is just to encourage in these minerals. So abhi tak we have not received any proposal. I request all the state governments, all the DMGs, at least you call the composite license holders of these minerals and bring it to their notice. And in fact, 1 or 2 persons had come to discuss this with me, who have got some gold block for composite license. वो बोला ये तो बहुत पैसा कम है. हम बोला आप पहले आप अप्लाई कीजिए, आप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से बात करिए एंड आप चालू कीजिए. अगर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स रिकमेंड कि यू हैव टू इम्प्रूव द नॉर्म्स, we would be or increase the amount reimbursable, will be willing to look into it. We have no hard and fast कि इसका amount हम नहीं बढ़ाएंगे, लेकिन डीप सीटेड मिनरल बेस्ड मेटल्स वगैरह का जो एनकरेज करने के लिए दिस स्कीम हैज बीन मेड. नाउ इन फैक्ट we have noticed and we are all aware that the mining departments in most states they are, I would say, not very strong in the manpower wise, equipment wise, and scientific capability wise. So, usme first thing we started was, this was also hampering, I would say, the auction of blocks also. क्योंकि एक बार चालू करना उसका जो technical, what we call as this advisor, transaction advisor, उसका payment करना या all those activities they were having hampering, and blocks को ready करने में भी I think some delays do take place. So Honorable Minister directed that you start giving some incentive to the state government. Then we had come up with a scheme for incentive, which you already all know. I'll come in the next part of the slide. And this incentive is not that for only doing the recurring expenditure. The amount can be used also for the purpose of purchase of equipment or software or this kind of activities. Now, one more thing we have done earlier from the NMET, even the central agencies were not getting the money. It was only meant for detailed and exploration and this kind of activity. So now the guidelines have been modified, and we are saying that central agencies like IBM, GSI can get money to purchase equipments, etc. And state DMGs will get 10% of total approved exploration projects of their state. Suppose one state gets 10 crore rupees of project sanction, then you can also claim 10% of 1 crore rupees for infrastructure improvement. And as a one time, we have requested state governments, you submit proposals for purchase of equipment, etc. But we have excluded 3 things because then it becomes very ambitious. One is construction of buildings, office buildings or the laboratory buildings, etc. And cars and laptops and computers. But the scheme will include if you want to buy any software or any specialized hardware or machinery for exploration purposes, that we will include. But I would say only 1 or 2 states have tried to give these proposals. What the state governments are doing is, they simply give a list and the amount उसका. लेकिन वो ऐसा proposal बनाने से तो फिर हमारे लिए मुश्किल होगा in the technical committee and the AEC उसको pass कराने के लिए. मैं in fact इसमें I should admit here, हमारा IBM के officers को भी नहीं मालूम है कि हमें कैसे proposal बनाना है. तो then I had 2-3 interactions with the IBM officers. आप proposal बनाता है तो आप पहले existing क्या scenario है वो लिखिए. Existing scenario of mineral in the state. आपका department का existing scenario लिखिए about manpower, about existing equipment and infrastructure. Then what you propose to do, what equipment you want. First is equipment which you would like to replace, जो पुराना equipment हो गया है, और नया आप कौन सा खरीदना चाहते हैं for maybe better activity. So make a proposal which becomes easy to this thing. In fact, our officers in NMET are saying, sir, एक उनको format बना के दे देते हैं. तो I said, ठीक है, let us sit and decide format. But we are all senior officers in the state governments, and DMGs also know that you just spend maybe 1 or 2 or 3 days, 4 days. You make a proposal. What is the existing scenario in the department? What are the equipment you have? What you don't have? And which equipment you want to replace? And also in what phases? And do you have the sufficient manpower to handle that part? Because manpower, unfortunately, we cannot say from here that you will pay for the manpower. So I'll request all the state DMGs, and we have not put any, I would say 5 crore will give or 10 crore or 20 crore will give, because we are thinking कि state government का किस तरह का scheme आता है, let us see. But अभी तक हमारे पास नहीं आया. ये करीब 2-3 महीने से हमने दिया हुआ है, और टेक्निकल कमेटी के चेयरमैन भी हैं मिस्टर प्रसाद. You can interact with him. So we are very expecting that after today's this conference, maybe in another 15 days, 1 month or so, from each state will receive some proposals, and Actually, if we specify certain things, we will not give you this, we will give you this, that becomes tricky. But whatever is reasonable, you please prepare a proposal. This is what I will request you. This incentive which we had talked, 20 lakh for each state government. This was given one time last year. Which has a potential of mineral blocks. I think 20 odd states have got this fund. Then 20 lakhs for each successful auction we have been disbursing for last I think 1 year. And also 50% of the amount paid to the transaction advisor subject to maximum 5 lakhs for each block which was put on auction, but this auction was not successful. So this is some states have claimed money in this one, but most states have not claimed. तो आपका जो ब्लॉक का अनसक्सेसफुल ऑक्शन हुआ है, सक्सेसफुल तो also people are not claiming. We only collect the data and just give the money. I'll admit this much. मतलब we are not asking for successful auctions that okay आप हमें you give me a writing proposal. Not that. वो our people we collect periodically, maybe once in 15 days or 10 days or 1 month from each state क्या क्या successful auction हुआ, वो list का we verify that list, and then on that basis after 6 months or so we make the payment. But for unsuccessful ones, because it is I'll request all the state governments to claim in this part also. Now this is the list of incentive. Total 20 states we have given one time in 20 lakh rupees, and then 70 blocks का अभी हम लोगों ने incentive release किया है. And I think Maharashtra and Karnataka, they have taken money for this thing, that 5 lakh rupees, 50% of 5 lakh rupees. So I'll request all the state governments that you can take this money, pay it to the transaction advisor if because you already paid, or you use it for some infrastructure activity. That is your choice. Now I'll come to this engagement of notified private exploration agencies. This I would just want to highlight that in the amendment which was passed in the parliament in March 2021, when notified on 28th March 21, we have come up with a provision of notifying private exploration agencies. जो हमारा कानून है उसमें दो लोग एक्सप्लोरेशन कर सकता है या प्रोस्पेक्टिंग कर सकता है. नंबर 1, या तो जिसको लाइसेंस मिला हो, आरपी या पीएल या माइनिंग लीज मिला है, तो आप अपना इलाका में आप एक्सप्लोरेशन कर सकते हैं, या फिर नोटिफाइड एजेंसीज कर सकती हैं विदाउट प्रोस्पेक्टिंग लाइसेंस. दे हैव अ राइट टू एक्सप्लोर बट डोंट हैव अ राइट टू स्टार्ट माइनिंग. इन द नोटिफाइड एजेंसीज अर्लियर ओनली गवर्नमेंट कंपनीज एंड state departments etc. were notified and they were allowed to prospect. But it was felt that we should also encourage private companies in this area, because many of times our departments do not have the enough manpower strength or technical expertise. तो वो private agencies को इसमें notify करने का व्यवस्था किया गया. It's like जैसे PWD में कॉन्ट्रैक्टर होता है, आपका इरिगेशन डिपार्टमेंट में कॉन्ट्रैक्टर होता है, सभी डिपार्टमेंट का आजकल कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का सिस्टम है. तो दे आर लाइक नोटिफाइड एजेंसीज फॉर द पर्पज ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल एक्सप्लोरेशन. दे डोंट हैव अ राइट ओवर द mineral once it is explored. If somebody wants to have a right once the mineral is explored, you come and request the state government, which in the later session we'll have a discussion. You come and request the state government that you please auction this particular area. So these agencies we have notified for the purpose of contractual exploration, and इसका जो provision है इसमें what we have done is that there is one QCI NABET, Quality Council of India का एक NABET है. वो NABET के through हम उसका पहले accreditation कराते हैं. They have to submit the proposal there. There is some fees they have to give. और उसके बाद में उसको जब नेबेट एक्रेडिट कर देता है तो हमारा मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से हम उसको एक्सप्लोरेशन का एक नोटिफिकेशन जारी करते हैं। और नोटिफिकेशन का अभी 10 एजेंसीज को नोटिफाई हमने किया है और हमने 2 कैटेगरी बनाया। वी वांट टू एनकरेज even young people with startups if they want to get into this business, and also bigger companies, but we have kept the things simple. One category B A is जो all kinds of mineral का exploration कर सकता है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं है। लेकिन कैटेगरी B उसमें सिर्फ bedded stratiform या tabular deposits या placer minerals का exploration कर सकता है, which is easier। तो उसमें लाइमस्टोन या आपका जिंक, लाइमस्टोन, मैंगनीज, बॉक्साइट, इस तरह का कैटेगरी बी कर सकता है। तो अभी इसमें हमने ऐसा किया है कि ये देर आर बेसिकली 2 मोड। थर्ड मोड वी आर सिंपली सेइंग कि वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कैन डू सिमिलर थिंग ऑन देयर ओन। वी आर आस्किंग दैट अगर कोई प्राइवेट एक्सप्लोरेशन एजेंसी किसी स्टेट में खुद एक एक्सप्लोरेशन का प्रपोजल बनाता है और वो प्रपोजल बना के स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को सबमिट करता है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट उसको मान लेती है, एक्सेप्ट कर लेती है, तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट वो प्रपोजल हमको एनमेट में भेजेगा और एनमेट से हम उसको सैंक्शन कर देंगे। और उसमें वी आर सेइंग कि उस एजेंसी का अधिकार रहेगा टू एक्सप्लोर दैट, बिकॉज देन वी आर सेइंग कि इफ द एजेंसी इटसेल्फ हैज प्रिपेयर्ड द प्रपोजल, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हैज एक्सेप्टेड द प्रपोजल, डीपीआर उसने बनाया और उसके बाद में उसको एडमिट में सबमिट करेगा। जब एडमिट सैंक्शन दे देगा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के नाम से, तो वो उस एजेंसी का अधिकार रहेगा, वो उसमें एक्सप्लोर करे, आपको बाद में टेंडर करने का जरूरत नहीं है। बिकॉज वो एजेंसी ने जो मेहनत किया है डीपीआर बनाने में, उसको वी शुड गिव देम द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू ऑल्सो डू द एक्सप्लोरेशन पार्ट। अदरवाइज ये हम लोगों का एक फीडबैक है या हाँ अब ना डाटा मिलेगा तो इसमें एक बात है कि वो नया एरिया में भी वो प्रोजेक्ट बना के दे सकता है। लेकिन पिछला जो हमारा माइनिंग कॉन्क्लेव हुआ था उसमें भी हमने ये रेज किया था, और जो सीजीपीबी का मीटिंग में भी सर हम लोगों ने ये थोड़ा डिस्कशन स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स के साथ में किया। अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो प्राइवेट एक्सप्लोरेशन एजेंसीज का नोटिफिकेशन हो गया, बट थ्रू स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का अभी तक किसी से प्रपोजल हमें आया नहीं है। तो आज हमने आफ्टर आई कंप्लीट माई प्रेजेंटेशन वो आपको सबको हम एजेंसीज को 2-3 मिनट का समय देंगे, दे विल कम एंड इंट्रोड्यूस देमसेल्व्स हियर। पहले हम लोगों ने उनसे ये प्रेजेंटेशंस वगैरह बनवाए थे, लेकिन फिर सभी एजेंसीज को हम टाइम देना चाहते हैं यहाँ पे आके अपने को प्रेजेंट करने के लिए, इसीलिए प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं करा पाएंगे। लेकिन वो लोग अपने को इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे और किस मिनरल में वो काम करना चाहते हैं, किस स्टेट्स में उनका इंटरेस्ट है। और दिस इज़ एन अपॉर्चुनिटी वेयर I request the agencies and the state governments to at least familiarize with each other. Second mode is there, like what we are saying is, if the state DMG has made the DPR, then you put it on a limited tender amongst these agencies. अभी तक हमारा जो एक्सप्लोरेशन का जो तरीका है, जनरली हम लोग क्या करता है, ड्रिलिंग को ये कर देता है, टेंडर कर देता है, और बाकी काम जो है वी डू आउट इन हाउस इन डिपार्टमेंट्स। नाउ हियर वी आर रिक्वेस्टिंग द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स दैट यू इट इज़ लाइक एन ईपीसी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। आप पूरा डीपीआर आप बना लो, उसके बाद टेंडर कर दो, वो रिपोर्ट राइटिंग तक का काम वो करेगा। ऑब्वियसली योर ऑफिसर्स विल सुपरवाइज, दे विल गो थ्रू द डेटा एंड ऑल, बट दिस इज वन मोड वी आर सेइंग। एंड we are saying this kind of arrangement you can also make it, because it will strengthen your hands if you can use the Government of India circular. And after my presentation is over, we'll ask the agencies to come and introduce themselves here. So this is an opportunity that these agencies but here we have put a condition that these agencies will not be allowed to take part in the auction later on. ऐसा ना हो कि मैं एक्सप्लोर करूं एक इलाका का और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को रिपोर्ट दूं, जीआर के बेसिस पे ऑक्शन हो, एंड आई बिकम अ पार्टी, देन देयर इज a little bit of a tricky situation. Whether I have disclosed the full data or not. So that kind of restriction is there, but they'll get the full payment, and all our agencies know it very well. NMET का schedule of charges is very good. I think they should not face any problem there. ये agencies का नाम है. There are 10 agencies. We'll ask them to come. Thank you so much. Apart from these agencies, which will start introduction in another few minutes, if anybody has any observation or you would have any suggestion or any question, you can ask. Thank you so much. We have DG GSI also here. Secretary Saab is there, Minister Saab is there, our Chairman of Technical Committee is there, and other officers are there. So if you have any suggestion or observation, you can ask now or later on also. We are always open, but at least I have observed, our secretaries all observed, and our chairman TCC, I ask him every month, किस स्टेट से कितना proposal आया? बोला किसी का 1, 2, 3 बस वही आता है, ज़्यादा नहीं आता है. तो this is our main concern. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your kind presentation. That was indeed a very succinct yet comprehensive but holistic idea about the NMET and its pattern of funding. And as the graphs indicated, there is an upward trend in terms of sanctioning, in terms of exploration projects that are coming up, but it is still not up to the mark, and we need to boost up as far as requirements of NMET funding is concerned. So, as Additional Secretary Sir rightly pointed out, the present time allows us to move on the next agenda as far as this session is concerned. And that is to do with the representatives that we have from the 10 notified private exploration agencies. And okay, so floor is open for discussions. Any clarification question, as pointed out, if you can put up questions, and our representative will reach out to you with the microphone.
गवर्नमेंट में पैसा कलेक्ट होता था और पूरा साल में 30 करोड़ 20 करोड़ खर्चा होता था. तो इसीलिए हमने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में इसके एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव लाया है, और जितना पैसा कलेक्ट होता है उसी वर्ष हम उतना ही पैसा खर्च करके एक्सप्लोरेशन में हम माइन ब्लॉक्स को लाएंगे. ये निर्णय हमने लिया है. इसीलिए लास्ट टाइम विजेंद्र प्रताप जी कुछ सजेशन दिए थे और कुछ राज्यों में लिखित में दिए थे. हमने उसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया है. एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी अंडर द गाइडेंस ऑफ सेक्रेटरी ही इज लुकिंग आफ्टर दिस डिपार्टमेंट. मैं ये चाहता हूँ, हमारे पास पैसा तो अच्छा कलेक्ट होता है. कितना होता है वर्ष में? 850 करोड़ कलेक्ट होता है. हाँ, इस साल भी 800-900 करोड़ होने का संभावना है. तो दिस इज ए वेरी बिग अमाउंट एज फार एज सिर्फ एक्सप्लोरेशन इज कंसर्न. इट मे नॉट बी बिग अमाउंट फॉर द एंटायर माइनिंग, बट इफ यू spend this 800 all together, if you all put together, if you spend around 800 crores, then 10 times more revenue you can earn out of this exploration. इसीलिए मैं आपसे चाहता हूँ, आपसे जो लास्ट टाइम वगैरह जो आपके सजेशन आए थे उसके अनुसार हमने इसमें बदलाव लाए हैं. अभी भी इसमें कुछ चेंज करना, कुछ क्लैरिफिकेशन करना है. तो फ्लोर इज ओपन फॉर 10 minutes.
From Maheswari Mining. I have a question. Suppose I have bid or someone has bid for any composite license and for unexplored block or G4 exploration, and whether I'll be entitled for that 50% of NMET expenses or not. Coal is not included in that. My second question is, suppose someone or my company is interested in composite license in certain minerals and also in mining services or exploration services. So can we go both ways?
Yeah, there is no restriction, but in the block in which you do exploration as a notified agency, there you cannot bid later on.
Okay, sir.
But if you in another block, you can bid as for a composite license.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure. Thank you, sir.
I am सुखवीर सर, PS मध्य प्रदेश। सर, जो आपने बताया कि जो एजेंसीज हैं अगर वो DPR बनाएंगी तो नॉमिनेशन बेसिस पे हम लोग दे सकेंगे, लेकिन अगर लिमिटेड टेंडर करेंगे, लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश नो वन आई थिंक बिकॉज दे बिलोंग टू अदर स्टेट्स, तो अगर हम करेंगे तो फिर हमारा बिडिंग पैरामीटर क्या रहेगा लिमिटेड टेंडर का?
नहीं, क्या चीज?
जो अगर हम DPR बनाएंगे
ना, वो कॉस्ट का रहेगा ना आपका,
तो कॉस्ट का बिडिंग पैरामीटर रहेगा?
कॉस्ट का ही रहेगा, क्योंकि नोटिफाइड एजेंसीज में ही आप कर रहे हैं।
क्योंकि जब DPR वो बना रहे हैं तब तो हम NMET पे दे रहे हैं।
हाँ,
सो देयर विल बी ए कॉस्ट डिफरेंस देन।
कॉस्ट डिफरेंस का मतलब है कि अभी भी जो हम प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन करते हैं, तो जो जैसे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का DMG को प्रोजेक्ट,
दैट इज बेस्ड ऑन द NMET दैट
शेड्यूल है, लेकिन आपको आप फिर उसको बिड आउट करके आप खर्चा करते हैं, ड्रिलिंग पार्ट वगैरह जो मेन एक्सपेंडिचर का पार्ट है, तो कम हो जाता तो उसको कम पैसा मिलता है।
So then there is a schedule for that if DPR will be prepared by the agency, sir.
शेड्यूल, हाँ, शेड्यूल है।
And if we will call the that limited bidding, then they will quote the rates.
हाँ,
Okay.
ये
प्रोजेक्ट के हिसाब से ये वर्क कंपोनेंट जरूरी है या नहीं? सर, एक्चुअली जो भी आप प्रोजेक्ट प्राइवेट एजेंसी सबमिट करेगी और जो उनका वर्क कंपोनेंट होगा, उस प्रोजेक्ट के हिसाब से वो वर्क कंपोनेंट ठीक है या नहीं है, वो TCC डिसाइड करेगी।
If they have given 10 items or certain quantities of each item, the TCC will see whether that is, suppose they have given that we will do 1000 meters of boring. TCC will evaluate that and see whether 1000 meters is required or maybe 500 meters would do. So this analysis would again be done by TCC, a holistic analysis would be done. So as mentioned, there are two ways by which you can give a project. If you formulate a project, you can ask for limited tenders, and if a notified agency makes an effort and develops a note DPR, you can forward the DPR to NMET, and NMET will evaluate that and sanction. In both the cases, NMET will give funds.
सर, मेरा सवाल नहीं है सर, आभार और सर मेरा नाम रूपवंत सिंह है, कमिश्नर ऑफ जियोलॉजी एंड माइनिंग, गुजरात स्टेट। सर, प्रश्न नहीं है, आभार और अभिवादन है। ये जो ट्रस्ट है, इसको सच्चे अर्थ में आपने ट्रस्ट बनाया और इसकी पद्धति ट्रस्ट के तरीके चलनी शुरू हुई। हमारा पास्ट का एक्सपीरियंस था सर मोर शटलिंग एंड कन्फ्यूजन्स का। सर, इसको सच्चे अर्थ में चरितार्थ करने के लिए सर हम आपका आभार मानते हैं। सर, ट्रस्ट में ट्रस्ट आ पाएगा सर। दूसरी सर एक कमेंट है सर, हमारी जैसी स्टेट है जहाँ पे हमारे जो मेजर मिनरल्स की वेल्थ है, थोड़े सरफेशियल टाइप के मिनरल्स ही हैं सर। हमारी जो मेजर मिनरल्स की इनकम आती है, लिग्नाइट, लाइमस्टोन, सीमेंट के प्लांट्स हैं, सोडा ऐश के प्लांट्स हैं, वो सर इसमें से अ लार्ज पार्ट इज एक्सक्लूडेड। सर, दिस इज जस्ट अ पॉइंट फॉर पॉन्डरिंग। थैंक यू अगेन सर।
एक्सप्लोरेशन जो है, आप लाइमस्टोन का भी करिए और पोटाश का करिए या ये बॉक्साइट का करिए, वो आप प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट कीजिए, फंडिंग ले जाइए।
थैंक यू सर।
कंपोजिट लाइसेंस होल्डर के लिए मना है।
ठीक है सर।
ओनली कंपोजिट लाइसेंस होल्डर्स, सपोज समबडी इज टेकन अ
इवन आई वाज सरप्राइज सर, आपके कमेंट सुन के मैं थोड़ा, हमें आघात लग गया, हमारी सारी तैयारी साइड में रह गई। थैंक यू सर।
from Karnataka State, sir. Sir, recently we have actioned around 10 gold mines, sir. So based on the reports, I think we have got a very good response, and we have successful action blocks too, sir. So 8 we could not get a good responses, even though in some of them only 1 were there, and all the 8 were annulled, sir. So in this aspect, the state has taken a decision. I think we didn't get a good response in all these 8 blocks, mainly because of we need some more exploration needs to be done, sir. So in such a case, to have a very good competition further, so do we get a funding for taking up further exploration in these 8 gold blocks, sir?
My couple of suggestions. Number one, if you go with many blocks at the same time, you may not get competition. So if you make, if you advertise for auction for, let's say, 2 blocks or 3 blocks, you're likely to get more bids. Second is that we have recently issued a circular. We have highlighted the provisions in the auction rules. They very clearly say that if there are insufficient bids in the first round, state can have 2 options. First is annul them and put it to auction again with revised terms and conditions and revised reserve price. Alternatively, they can do the auctions again. In that case, they should open the bids received, and the highest bid received would serve as the reserve price for the next round. So this circular we have issued about a week back. It should be with you, and you can utilize both the options. So in case you have already annulled, then I would suggest that you do them not 8 blocks at the same time, but let's say 3 or 4 blocks, so that you get more competition, more bids. In case you haven't annulled them, you can utilize the circular, and in that case, the price bids received would act as reserve price for the next round. And then there is, in the second round, there is no binding of 3 bids. Then you can do that with less number of bids also. Please go through that circular and the relevant auction rules.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'll add to what sir has said. We have said that that rule 9-12, there is a proviso, उसमें clear है, उसमें clear है कि उसको अटेम्प्ट बोलते हैं. सेकेंड अटेम्प्ट में अगर आप बिडिंग, एक आपके पास 2 ऑप्शन है, एक तो फ्रेश ऑक्शन करिए या उसको सेकेंड अटेम्प्ट करिए. सेकेंड अटेम्प्ट इज, उसमें आपका फर्स्ट राउंड में अगर कोई बिड पड़ा है तो उसका जो प्राइस है, इवन देयर इज 1 बिड और 2 बिड्स, उसका जो प्राइस होगा, ऑब्वियसली इट हैज टू बी हायर देन योर रिजर्व प्राइस. दैट विल बिकम द रिजर्व प्राइस फॉर द सेकेंड अटेम्प्ट. अगर फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में एक भी बिड नहीं पड़ा है तो द सेम रिजर्व प्राइस विल कंटिन्यू जो आपने पहले दिया था. और आप सेकेंड अटेम्प्ट बिडिंग करिए, और उसमें सेम पार्टीज कैन अप्लाई, न्यू पार्टीज कैन अप्लाई, एंड इवन वन यू कैन डिसाइड. ऑब्वियसली इट बी हायर देन योर रिजर्व प्राइस. दिस वी हैव सेड. और एनमेट का फंडिंग के लिए लेट मी टेल यू, इन द सर्कुलर वी आर सेइंग दैट for deep seated minerals, or because we in our NMET some query was there that because our auction is unsuccessful, can we submit it for getting exploration done G2 G3 level. This so we had analyzed, discussed in our internally, and we see for deep seated mineral it is better, the level of quality of exploration etc will be much better if it is done by the company who is going to mine. तो what we have said is आप उसको 2 बार ऑक्शन करिए, और सेकेंड ऑक्शन में आप उसका सेकेंड अटेम्प्ट भी ट्राई करिए. अगर 3 बार फेल हो जाता है, यू कम फॉर फंडिंग, विल गिव यू द फंडिंग. बट फॉर व्हाट वी आर सेइंग इज कंपोजिट लाइसेंस विच ब्लॉक्स हैव बीन गिवन बाय GSI और MECL, you at least try 2 times, and second time you try the second attempt also. Thank you.
सर, मैं अनुराग दीवान सर, जॉइंट डायरेक्टर माइनिंग, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ छत्तीसगढ़. सर, ये लास्ट ऑप्शन को आप जो चर्चा कर रहे हैं, इसको छत्तीसगढ़ में एटलीस्ट 2 ब्लॉक बॉक्साइट के और 1 लाइमस्टोन ब्लॉक को इसी ऑप्शन के तहत में हमने सक्सेसफुली ऑप्शन किया है सर. एंड इट इज वी आर थैंकफुल टू द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया फॉर गिविंग दिस लेवरेज सर. एक सेम चीज़ें सर, 1 लाइमस्टोन का ब्लॉक था सर. फर्स्ट हमने उनको ऑप्शन किया तो उसमें कोई बिड नहीं आए, तो हमारे पास में कोई ऑप्शन नहीं बचा कि इवन जो ऑप्शन 2 को हम इस्तेमाल कर सकें. अगेन में हमने उसको NIT जारी किया, उसमें हमारे पास में 2 बिड आए, बट सिंस इट वाज लेस देन 3 अगेन, तो हमको बिना थर्ड अटेम्प्ट तक के आगे नहीं जा सकते थे. देन हमने उसको एनल किया एंड अडॉप्टेड द सेकंड ऑप्शन. उसमें टेकिंग द जो 2 बिड आए थे उसमें जो टेक्निकली क्वालिफाइड जो हाईएस्ट जो IPO आया था, दैट वाज केप्ट एज रिजर्व प्राइस फॉर द थर्ड ऑप्शन. और वो फिर सक्सेसफुली हमारे पास में 1 बिड आया सर, एंड वी सक्सेसफुली ऑक्शन द 2 बॉक्साइट एंड 1 लाइमस्टोन ब्लॉक सर. So this option is certainly, sir, it has given leverage to the state government, sir. एक छोटा सा सुझाव हमारा ये है, sir. We are thankful to the government of India for giving lots of leverage as far as reimbursement from the NMET fund is concerned, sir. Whether it's expenditure towards the exploration or logistic towards the activity or even the incentives also. इवन तो ये बताया कि फॉरेन टूर्स भी अपन जा सकते हैं, लेब में भी कर सकते हैं. एक ये चीज़ है सर, एक थोड़ा हर स्टेट के एक फाइनेंशियल डिसिप्लिन्स होते हैं सर. तो कई ये होता है कि ऐसा हमारे स्टेट में कि जो NMET से जो इंसेंटिव्स या पैसा जो आता है, इट गोज टू द स्टेट कंसोलिडेटेड फंड. यदि लाइक DMF ट्रस्ट के समान यदि एक एडवाइजरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से जारी हो जाए कि लेट अस मेक ए स्टेट लेवल NMET ट्रस्ट, सो दैट जो भी रियम्बर्समेंट मिले उस ट्रस्ट में चला जाए, सो दैट विल हैव लेवरेज.
इसमें जो आपका प्रश्न है, ये हमारा इशू था. जब मिनिस्टर साहब ने ऑर्डर किया है इंसेंटिव देने का, उस टाइम में हम लोगों ने और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स भी रोड कि आप अपना एक बैंक अकाउंट खोलिए, उसमें पैसा रखिए DMG में. लेकिन ये जरूर बात है कि वो DMG को बैंक अकाउंट खोलने का परमिशन आपको सेक्रेटेरिएट से, माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट और फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट से मिलकर लेना पड़ेगा. और तो अब ये तो आपके सेक्रेटरी साहब को थोड़ा करना पड़ेगा. हमारी तरफ से वी आर नॉट सेइंग कि आपका ट्रेजरी में पैसा जाए. अभी वो राज्य सरकार को आप पे विश्वास करना पड़ेगा. हमारा तरफ से
बट सर फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट नॉर्मली सर हमको एक अलग से आजकल फाइनेंशियल डिसिप्लिन के हिसाब से तो एक जस्ट एक एडवाइजरी
डिसिप्लिन का तो बात है, बट उसमें क्या स्टेट ट्रेजरी नहीं, वी कैन नॉट आस्क टू ओपन अ ट्रस्ट, तो कानून में डालना पड़ेगा.
अकाउंट खोलने के लिए कुछ सर
अगर कंसोलिडेटेड फंड में बेचते हैं तो हमारा भी ऐसा ही होता था जी, कंसोलिडेटेड फंड में जाता था, इसलिए तो हमारा 700-800 करोड़ कलेक्ट होता था और कभी कभी एक पैसा भी खर्चा नहीं होता था. आई अप्रिशिएट योर कंसर्न. हम इस बारे में आई और माई ऑफिसर विल नॉट बी एबल टू अश्योर यू, बट वी विल वेरी पॉजिटिवली कंसिडर दिस. बट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का कोऑपरेशन अगर मिलता है तो हम जरूर सोचेंगे इसके बारे में, नहीं तो वो पैसा जाके उधर पड़ेगा और बाकी कुछ होगा नहीं. We are open for the suggestion.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर.
Government gives us माइक नजदीक लीजिए.
In fact, sir, the advisory which has been given by the government of India is very clear. They have said that you open an account. So one time only, sir, we need a permission from the state government or our government to open an account. And I can say that in Odisha we have got that permission. So we have opened that account and money directly flows into that bank account with the director of mining and geology. So he uses that, sir. That is a very
प्रश्न का उत्तर मिल गया जी. हाँ जी.
Well, thank you very much, sir. At the instance of the chairman of the session, we have invited several queries and clarifications from the audience, and they've all been netted and properly answered by the panel of experts that we have on the stage. Well, moving forward, we now make way for the notified private exploration agencies. 10 of them we have with us, and we have got befitting representatives from them as well. So individually, I'd call each one of you to kindly come forward and make your deliberations. There will be no presentations, and maybe we invite a couple of questions or clarifications as the time permits. Okay, right, sir. So any clarifications are there, that will be responded through email also. So first and foremost, we'd like to call upon Sri Srinivas Rao, Chief Coal NRD, representing the Natural Resource Division Tata Steel Limited. May we have you on stage, sir? Okay. Next in that sequence is we have Joydeep Banerjee, Mr. Joydeep Banerjee, Director, from United Exploration India Private Limited. You are requested to remain in preparedness for the next presentation. Thanks.
First of all, thank you very much, sir, for giving us the opportunity to deliberate in this August gathering. We have been notified as a private exploration agency, and we have experience. We have experience in the areas of mainly we are focusing on the minerals related to steel. So far, though it is a 100-year-old company, mainly our focus is on steel. So we are always looking for the minerals which are required for steel, like iron ore, coal, coking coal, or manganese, chromite, all these things. We have sufficient expertise in these minerals, and also we have a fraternity who can also work in the areas of base metals and other vein deposit minerals. So we are now trying to develop our expertise in these areas, because so far we are not into that area because we don't require this thing. And one thing just we would like to point out that is that there is a clause in the NMET rules that the company which is exploring that area is debarred from the participating in that auction. So this is a conflict of interest in our case. So since if we have the blocks of interest like chromite, manganese, and iron and coal, we are not able to participate in that, because subsequently if that deposit turns out to be a good one, we are not able to participate in that one. So this is one drawback for us actually. It may be considered if it is yes, sir, sure.
Exploration. Are you willing? Then they can approach you, or you can approach them.
Yes, sir, we are ready to work in these areas provided there is no conflict of interest with us. In these still this thing. In other things where there is no conflict of interest, we are happy to work with the state governments also. We would like to submit proposals in the coming years. This is all my, thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, the committees are there, so they can have a checks and balances. One more, just one small request, sir. For making any proposal, you need to have a solid background of the geological understanding of that area. So as of now, there are information in bits and pieces. So GS is having its own repository, and also IBM is having its own repository. And of course, MECL is also having one repository, and DMG is also having their own repository. So if all these repositories are integrated to one platform, where already the mining blocks are there, where exploitation has been done, where auction has been taken place, if these all come to one platform, it is a digital era, you can put all these things in GS. If you put it in the open form for the people, and it will be very useful for the exploitation agencies to put up proposals based on their geological wisdom. This is one area we would like to request the Ministry of Mines to look into this area.
Sir, already we are making NGDR project, where the exploration project done by GSI as well as the all state government, that will be put it in the NGDR portal. It will be shortly, will be inaugurated by our minister within a couple of months.
Okay.
All the data, exploration data for all the agency. There are 52 organization data will be available in the NGDR portal. Already it has been developed. It will be shortly inaugurated.
Thank you, sir. So is it mines data also if it comes in?
All data, sir. All data.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. This is all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Shri P. Srinivasa Rao, for your submission and all that you had to present. May I request Mr. Joydeep Banerjee from United Exploration India to kindly come forward. And also, in the sequence next to follow, Indian Mine Planners and Consultant, Mr. M.B. Chanada, to kindly remain in preparedness for his presentation.
Thanks for putting in the dais. I represent United Explorers in India Private Limited from Kolkata. We are already accredited for the APA and MPPA and the NAVET scheme for the coal, as well as we are Category A Exploration Agency, already notified in the month of April. We have a strength of around 45 team members, including around 22 number of geologists, 5 mining engineers, and a PMC group is also within the team. We have a resource softwares exclusively required for the exploration program and the resource definition. And in a very recent development, when you saw that the government is taking too much of pain to explore the deep-seated minerals, and we have seen that we have, in some point of areas, there is a lack of knowledge. So straightway, we are going with a JV organization, with a Russian organization, which are having a 60 years plus of experience, and likely next week, we're entering into the JV. And of course, for the service of the national interest, we're deliberating. Putting forward in the NMET proposals, already a lot of deliberations has happened. We put across straightway 2-3 points, which we'd like to highlight, that may be put as a gray areas. Particularly, what is the status of the NPES? Let's say we put a proposal to the state government. In the very beginning, some point of time, we are seeing that the mineral zones and the identified for the G4 exploratory areas consisting considerable quantum of forest land, number one. So who will apply for the FC application? Because even for the putting the exploratory drill rigs and everything, we need a FC application. What will be, whether the SOC includes the FC application formats or the charges, who will be bearing that? Second point is the land comp. Though the SOC has already complied with the land compensation rates and points, but when you enter into the, we need access even to put the drill rigs, because in most of the cases we are not finding the roads or access roads are there. So people are asking, the local issues are there, people are asking more money. So my request, since crop and land compensations are not only for the borehole we are putting, but for the access also we are finding that local issues are there and people are demanding a lot of money for export.
We are providing money for crop compensation and road making also. We are providing fund for crop compensation and making of road also.
Yes, sir.
But the local problem you have to discuss with the concerned state government, and certainly they will help you.
Okay. So that's why I said who will bear the charges, because everything has a cost implication. So my sincere request to the technical committee to just look into this, because unless otherwise the settlement things and the monetary things are taken care of, it will delay the things for the, even for the movement of the drill rigs at site. So just sir, our sincere request, please do consider this type of cost, or of course with the due certification of the state governments. So these are the few problems we have just, we are preparing and we're interested to work mostly in the eastern sector of the India. And we are putting proposals to West Bengal government. Chhattisgarh already we are in a discussion. And we have already identified few of the areas in Jharkhand where we would like to very much start working. As far as capability is concerned, yes, we do. We are not representing a very big organization to take up many projects altogether, but yes, we do have a capability to handle 5 to 6 projects together in a parallel manner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your submission. And may we invite now Mr. N.V. Channada from Indian Mine Planners and Consultants. If we can have you here, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Ministry of Mines, Ministry of Coal, and other dignitaries in the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Dr. N.B. Chanda, representing Indian Minepreneurs Consultants. I am basically exploration geologist, about 38 to 40 years of experience in Coal India Limited. After that, I started this organization in 2010 with only 1 lakh of rupees as capital fund. Now it is 232 lakhs as on date. We have accredited agencies for environmental sector, coal mining exploration sector, coal mining plan preparation sector, and latest by the exploration of mineral sector also. We have around 20 geologists on roll, as well as 6 experts for these mineral experts, including 1 Deputy Director General of GSI as an advisory role. Yes, we have the capability to explore coal. Coal, we are doing at least 10 coal projects we have already explored for CMPDI and private exploration blocks. And recently we have also covered 1 iron ore blocks of Andhra Pradesh, that is Guttupulli iron ore projects. We have no drilling facilities with us, but we have some strategic MOU partners with the drilling agencies, premier drilling agencies like Mining Associates, SPS Geo Mining Solutions, and some accredited laboratories of very reputed organizations. We hope that explorations of the mineral sector, though it has been notified that no prospecting license will be required for NPEA, but still there are some constraints, as my predecessor, Mr. Joydeep Banerjee has told. We have faced such difficulties while doing the direct explorations. And we need also some logistic as well as some, because nowadays the technology has so advanced that so many things are required for preliminary explorations or G3 or G2 levels. In the topographic survey, we need, earlier we used to do with the just base level compass survey, now it is total stations, and then so many things have developed. Now drone survey has complied. So these things have to be strengthened, and I request this NMET to fund such advanced technologies, equipments, and other things, so that we can successfully do the exploration part also, because we are not that big organizations like GSI, Mineral Explorations, and CMPDI and all. So we will have to be, but we have the capability, we have the expertise, we have the manpower, but we need some logistic support and some equipment support from the organizations like NMET. And latest, we will be interacting with the state government. State government should be prepared to give us the adequate data and informations. We have already acquired many informations from GSI and mineral explorations. The state government should be in a position to give us the adequate data so that we can prepare the projects and which can be forwarded to NMET for sanction. Thank you, sir. Please, Mike.
If you don't have any logistic, you can outsource the work component, and you can claim the bill in the NMET.
That's right, sir.
Yes.
We are, whatever facilities we don't have, normally we outsource the things.
Yeah, that you can outsource it, and then you can submit the bill.
Thank you, sir. We will do
That we are doing.
That
Yes.
is, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. And also, we have now got 2 back-to-back presentations coming up from Gemco Kati Exploration Private Limited. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Jijo George, CEO and Director, and also that is to be followed up by Geotechnical Mining Solutions, Mr. G. Uma Maheshwaran, partner.
Honorable Minister on the dais, Honorable Secretary, Honorable Joint Secretary, DGGSI, Head of TCC, NMET, and the mineral administrators from across the states and the central PSUs. I am Jijo George, and I'm representing Gemco Kati Exploration Private Limited. So Gemco Kati Exploration is a private limited company. That's a joint venture of two companies, that's Gemco and Kati AB of Finland. So basically, we have been in existence since last 30 years, though this joint venture have been formed around 10 years ago. So we are basically an exploration company, mainly focused on core drilling. Our strength comes from having 70 odd rigs deployed across India. And at the same time, we also own a sister company that does the geology and geophysics, that's Tiger Geoscience. We have done some of the projects for NMET also, that was through the state. Like for Andhra government, we did 6 manganese blocks, out of which 3 were auctioned. And then we did 5 blocks for OMECL. For that, I think only one, Nunopamali, was put up for auction. So that was our experience with the state, working with the state governments for NMET projects. So if a presentation is starting, then I can. There's no presentation. Okay, fine with that. At the same time, I would like to say we have an arrangement with the Geological Survey of Finland for exploration base metals. I have been to Finland and northern European countries. At that time, I felt India's potential in base metals has not been explored. So at the time, we started a negotiation. I think in the year 2017, when the NMET was formed, and the first round of empanelment was carried out, at the time we had a standing arrangement with Geological Survey of Finland to take up exploration in gold and base metals. So we are again reviving that, and we will be actively seeking to participate in the states. We are right now focused in the states of Odisha and Chhattisgarh. In Odisha, we have submitted a couple of projects for gold, and in Chhattisgarh, we have been actively pursuing, like Anurag Diwan said, Chhattisgarh, state of Chhattisgarh is very aggressive in pursuing the NPEs, and we are hoping to work with Chhattisgarh government in near future. At the same time, though, as we are based in Maharashtra, Chandrapur, we will be focusing on taking up work in base metals in Maharashtra also. So these are our 3 core focus areas right at the moment. At the same time, we are also planning in the states of Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan. So that was from my side, and we are seriously looking to work with state governments and the NMETs in exploration, both in gold and base metals. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Jijo George, for updating us with your interests. And as we have paucity of time, we are not taking any presentations as such as far as PPT is concerned, but we'll definitely take your submissions. And to follow up next, we have Mr. G. Uma Maheshwaran, as a partner to Geotechnical Mining Solutions. Can we have you on stage, sir? And that is to be followed by representation from Geo Export Private Limited, Shri Eriswamy Patil, Director.
Good morning to all. Thank you so much for giving me this great opportunity to present myself in front of the honorable ministers and all. Myself, I am Uma Maheshwaran from Geotechnical Mining Solutions. I am a managing partner in these organizations. We got accreditations recently, just a few months back from NMET. So we are right now working on put up some proposal in Tamil Nadu government. So we are trying to finding some place to put our proposals. So as we organizations, we started in 2016. So myself and my partners have vast working experience in the field of mineral explorations, having more than 6 years experience in some abroad countries in the mineral, exploring mineral of base metals, coal, and even gold also. So having this vast experience in the field of explorations, so we have confidence to do such a good proposal in our state also. So we are looking forward to expand our knowledge in the field of explorations in futures. So thank you so much for giving me this great opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for that brief input as far as you were concerned. Now, may we invite Shri Yerusami Patil, Director from Geo Export Private Limited, and also to follow in that sequence is Dr. Sundar Singh from VM Salgaonkar and Brother Private Limited.
Respected Prahlad Joshi Saab and respected secretaries, respected ministers from various states and public sector units and NPA agencies. Namaste. I am representing from Geo Expo Private Limited, Bangalore. I have 3 submissions to make to the August body here. And recently we have submitted few proposals at Karnataka. And when we were discussing with the officials, then we came to know small issues. One, the letter says that it has to be addressed to the director, but the guideline says the project proposal has to be approved by the government. That means it goes to the secretaries and other departments. I don't know, it is just a request to sort out this small issue. Second is, I thank Karnataka government secretary and other officials. After this Delhi conclave, immediately they called a meeting and invited all the private exploration agencies and to undertake the exploration activities in 4 different areas. When we were having a discussion, sir, how we should go about it, because 7-8 people are there, then everybody start submitting the proposal. Then how do you evaluate? Then they said, no, we'll go for bidding process. Then they took a decision there and then. Then again, when we went back, then what is the status? Because they have paucity of time, then they have to appoint people to make the bidding process of the entire area. They have to visit. This is very complicated issue. I don't know, but since exploration agencies are very less, maybe first come first serve basis, or maybe based on the capabilities of the agencies, the government can take a decision in awarding the proposal to the private exploration, a competent private exploration agency. That's number 1. We have submitted the proposal in a full format. Then they asked us, no, it is not the way you should submit the proposal entire format. Then you give it only 1 2-page format and with geology area and with some references. Then that proposal will be routed through GSI, and GSI will say whether this area is a greenfield area or not. Then we will give a confirmation whether you are eligible to apply for that area or not. Then we have to make a proposal. Then it goes to the technical evaluation committee in the state government. And again, the committee, I am sure it will be represented from various government agencies, including IBM, maybe ISM, or some mining industries, of course, state government industries and public sector units. After evaluating this proposal, again it goes to the NMET. And again, it will be a repetitive process, we believe. If it is a mandatory, let it be there. Otherwise, maybe we can take a decision on this front also. These are the small things I just thought of sharing with you from Geo Expo point of view. I sincerely thank organizers and ministers of and the secretaries and other. Sir.
Proposal to GSI.
Sure.
Why the repetitions? Suppose GSI has already done work in G4 or G3. Again, you are submitting the same report. That's why you are sending to GSI. Nothing else.
Yes, sir. Now, what we did, sir, based on GSI work only, we submitted the proposal because they did G4 category areas. Then we did G3 proposal. We sent it.
That's good. But suppose they are doing already G3 and you are also submitting G3. ये अवॉइड करने के लिए हम लोग GSI के पास भेजते हैं.
Now, first, your first question, that I will clarify and will issue a written thing also. You submit it to DMG, DMG can straightway submit to NMET, need not take approval of the state government. So that clarification
Thank you very much, sir.
we'll
Thank
do
you.
that.
Thank you, sir.
Number two, see, the circular says, first you submit a brief kind of a concept to the DMG.
Yes, sir.
Only when the DMG is ready to allow you to prepare a DPR for that and he is willing to, DMG office is willing to further recommend it to NMET, then you should submit the DPR. You should not prepare a DPR and then, because otherwise you will say my effort has gone waste. You means not you as a person, but any of the agencies. Or there may be so many agencies submitting for the same area.
True,
To avoid that conflict, we are said first you submit 1 or 2 pages, some brief, and then when DMG agrees, you submit the DPR. And number 3 about sending it to GSI is, I don't remember, but we give some 10-15 days time to GSI to just give their views whether they are doing the work on the same area or not. It is given by email only. It is not, and then the TCC takes over after GSI. They take feedback.
GSA doesn't take much time. It is within a couple of days it will clear. Only to avoid a duplication of work, because there are some agency already GSA has been done work in G3, G2. Again they are applying for the lease. To avoid that one only.
Thank you, Raju Sahab. May I request, I heard that few minutes back you said it is going to be published in the website. My request is that is there any possibility to add, these are the greenfield areas, any private exploration can attempt these areas, that would help to many people.
Certainly, sir. Now what we are doing in the NGDR, we have requested all the state government to keep your report, all the report, exploratory report, that will be all digitized by the BISOC. And already GSA has given 3,000 reports to BISOC. Already all the reports are digitized, all the exploration report.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So now we will identify which one is the brown area, which is the green area, that will also available.
Okay, sir.
Not only GSA data, IBM data, AMD data, all the data. Data, sir, pura available, sir. Only Geological Survey of India.
No, then why again it should come to GSI? No, I'm not telling either this way or that way. Let me try to understand. No, but GSI के लिए आप एक timeline दे दो.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your submission, and hope your query stands resolved with the intervention of the experts on the dais. May I now request Dr. Sundar Singh, and to remain in preparedness is Whale Services Private Limited, Mr. Viplab Chatterjee, CEO and Director.
Thanks each and everyone here for the opportunity. We at VM Salgaonkar is a 70 plus years old company, not necessarily focused only into exploration. It's an integrated mining company which has been doing mining operations right from its own integrated internal expertise from exploration, prospecting, mineral discovery, mining, mine scheduling or mine planning and operations, and subsequently into mineral processing, multimodal transport systems, be it land-based, river-based and ocean-based transport systems, and also into end customer delivery and then changing the product mix based on the end customer's requirements. And we have been operating both in India and other countries, and not necessarily in specific minerals. We have been working in right from the entire value chain of mining, from the exploration to mineral processing, in multiple minerals in various jurisdictions across the world. And the team which is placed in Goa, we are headquartered in Goa and offices across the country. And we have already applied for 2 areas under the mode A, where the NPEA can apply for the areas. The first area is in Karnataka for manganese, and the second one is bauxite in Maharashtra. And we are expecting some positive response in that regard. and we are open to work in any part of the nation. There is no restriction for us in terms of geography or the minerals. That's my submission. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. May we have on stage now from GeoWhale Services Private Limited, Mr. Viplab Chatterjee, and to follow up, we have Brigadier Amar Singh Rathod from FCI Aravali Gypsum and Minerals Limited, Private Limited.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Viplab Chatterjee, and I represent GeoWhale Services. We are a young company, about 9 years old. However, we have enormous experience already. We have worked in over 40 countries for exploration, in more than 400 projects, in all sort of commodities you can imagine. Major minerals, what we define in India as major minerals, critical minerals for India, as well as international critical minerals. We have participated in many auction processes on all sides of the table, on behalf of the government, on the government side, with transaction advisors, and on the bidder's side, we have participated with them. We have also participated in certain NMET explorations, some of the first ones for the state of Odisha. We've also, in the past, we have helped GSI's NAGPM project, identified over 100 mineral potential blocks in 2 of the blocks which we have evaluated with our partner MECFA. And we are at this point of time having a few more blocks, NAGPM blocks, where we're working. Work for who's who of the country, many PSUs. For NMDC, we have worked for their gold exploration. We have entirely taken their gold exploration in Tanzania. For Coal India Limited, we have carried out their exploration for coal in Mozambique. That's what we did earlier. And this is just in 9 years, basically. So, and for many private companies, you just name it, for Tata, Kamchatka project, Tata Pass, Kamchatka project, which they acquired. We carried out the initial evaluation for that. We are, as I said, we work in all sort of commodities, but our interest as far as NMET is concerned is in the higher, upper part of the value chain. We don't have any drilling equipments. We don't have any capital equipments, to be frank with you. We have intellectual prowess. We are coming with intellectual ability. We would like to be at the early stage, at a very early conceptual stage, at a higher level, at the G4 level end of the mineral project. We have already identified many blocks. We've placed it with the state governments. We have placed blocks with Uttarakhand, 6 blocks with Uttarakhand on critical minerals. We haven't yet got any response from them yet. We are awaiting response from them. However, we are very well placed with, of course, the leader of the 2 states which are leader of the pack. I would say the state of Gujarat and the state of Chhattisgarh, who are doing brilliantly in this field already. We are very well engaged with them and working with them, both with NMET projects as well as other projects. Our strategy is to potentially reverse the GSI style of exploration. GSI has got an immense amount of manpower, 2,200, probably about 2,700 people working on the field. They've been doing that for the last 200 years, almost. So you have seen every inch of the country. And from that, from your observations, you pick up, you identify blocks which are probably obviously explorable, and you explore those. We also explore those which are where old workings are there, thousands of years of exploration. We would like to see what you have done in the entire country geologically and assess that in terms of geological potential, the mineral value potential. We are looking at that with our intellectual prowess and look at those areas where we can explore, where from the mineral potential, looking at the mineral systems analysis, we can explore. And here, Prasad Sahab, there is an issue. You might have explored G4 level work with certain strategy in some areas. We may come up with in the same area, if you have already left that area, with another strategy. And we would like you to see that, consider that with your wisdom, for sure. I mean, you have enormous wisdom available to you, I know. And in fact, I'm ex-GSI, and I have in my team some of the finest of the geologists from GSI as well. Now, some of the issues. some of the issues which I will point out, my colleagues have pointed out already many of the issues, but as we are bringing in many innovative styles of exploration, I think many of the things in SOC, some of the styles which we are going to cover up, they are not covered in SOC. So you may like to cover those as well if you bring in new strategies for exploration. Number one. Number two is that you don't expect us to give you a full throttle exploration program at the very beginning, because exploration is a very dynamic process. Expect us that every 6 months we will come to you with strategies to change the exploration strategy based on the results which we get from the first 6 months of work. Please be prepared for that. That will help us. Thank you very much.
Two things I'll just point out there, that GSI, in the NMET we have a system, the technical committee allows modifications in the exploration plan. So that agencies and the state government should not worry. It is not a fixed amount that you given 1 crore rupees and you will not change it. It can reduce also, it can increase also. And many times projects are sanctioned with saying, okay, we are sanctioning only this much amount, you produce the results, we'll go further than that. So that is number one. And for the items, for the new technology or techniques which are not part of the SOC, they will consider on whatever analysis you submit their rates. Okay.
Just an additional point. You said that you would like to analyze data differently. So you know that entire GSI data is put on Bhukosh. Certainly, you are an ex-GSI. So you know about Bhukosh. You can certainly have a look at the Bhukosh portal and give exploration proposals accordingly after analyzing them. So there is, in fact, we have also gone ahead and said that if an exploration agency or some other agency, if they want a particular block to be formed and given out an auction, that is also possible. So if after analyzing GSI data or some other data, you have reasonable expectation of finding mineralization or mineralized zone, you can carve out a block of your own, ask the concerned state government to auction it as a composite license, and they will do that after giving necessary clearances. So that's also possible. So you can utilize your intellectual prowess to analyze the data available, form your own blocks, and get them auctioned as composite licenses. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for that clarification given by the panel of experts on the stage to the presentation from Mr. Viplab Chatterjee, and it was definitely going places as far as GeoWhale Services Private Limited was concerned. We have just 2 more presentations remaining as far as summing up this session is concerned, and the first one in that sequence is from FCI Aravali Gypsum and Minerals Limited, India Limited. That is from Brigadier Amar Singh Rathore. He's Chairman and Managing Director. And to follow it up with from a presentation from Mr. Sanjeev Ganeriwala, Joint Managing Director from Maheshwari Mining Private Limited.
Honorable Minister of Mines, Honorable Ministers of Mines from states, respected Secretary, and all eminent personnel on the dais, friends and colleagues. I'll just give a brief introduction and keep it small and totally brief, because I know I am standing between you and the lunch break. I just want to introduce the company. FCI Aravali Gypsum and Minerals India Limited is an offshoot of the erstwhile Fertilizer Corporation of India, which was in fact the first PSU of Free India. So we are into mining of gypsum, mainly in the state of Rajasthan for last about more than 70 years. But this became a separate company in the year 2003. We have got experience of exploration earlier in gypsum and had carried out it in different parts of the state. And in fact, it is in those which is now fructifying. It has now become a minor mineral, so those exploration reports are being used, and it is now the mining is being done by various khaddars. As far as our venture into exploration, we are in the process of diversification, and we are seeking new mineral concessions from different states. In fact, with the change in MMDR and the way the processes have been streamlined, I would like to bring to the notice of Honorable Minister that we had given an application in the state of Madhya Pradesh, and in a short span of, I think, less than a month, we got a consent. That is how the things have got streamlined over the last few years, and we look forward now to get into other states, mainly into fertilizer minerals, because I stand on both sides. Though we have got ourselves accredited as a private agency, but we are a PSU under Department of Fertilizers. We have now given a application seeking to be notified as an exploration, seeking an amendment in that, and once it is received, we would be able to apply directly to NMET, and we can process the cases. At the same time, we would, since wherever we explore, we are not, we cannot get the mining leases. We are a company, we would like to get into mining also, especially the fertilizer minerals, that is to say rock phosphate and glauconite. We are into the process of making proposals, but if we can get anything from any of the states, we are more than willing. We have right now moved proposals in the state of Himachal Pradesh, as well as Bihar and J&K. And as far as exploration is concerned, we'll soon get into it and use our own expertise. About the points which had come, I have just a contrary view with regard to the that now we can get the G4 and G3 level. You can get auctions for composite license and mining leases from the earlier G3 and G2 level. Though it would give an immediate boost to the auction part of it, but I have a contrarian view that we need to get into better explored mines to get better auction revenues. So if you see the result of the previous auctions, it is the older mines which are functional, which have got the highest premium. So similarly, after this initial boost, once we have a adequate base, I would rather say that we need to get into higher quality, that is G2 level exploration for the mining leases. That's the only point which I have in this. And secondly, for the proposals which private exploration agencies forward to the states, we need to have a dashboard wherein these can be monitored at the central level, and so that earlier yes or no can be received. These are the two things I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your kind input. And finally, we have a presentation coming up from Maheshwari Mining Private Limited from Shri Sanjeev Ganariwala. You're welcome, sir.
Respected Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Minister, respected Secretary Sri Tandon Sahab, other dignitaries on the dais, state mine ministers, DGMs. We are one of the leading exploration and underground mining company. We do underground mining of metals, and we do underground mining of coal also, along with the equipping of the minings also, with the winders, etc., our in-house capability. In exploration, we give end-to-end solution, starting from surveys, drone survey, magnetic survey, gravity survey, DGPS survey, then core logging, core sampling, lab arrangements. Then we have the drilling rigs. We have the largest drilling rigs in India. We have around 160 numbers of drilling rigs, which is going to be double in another 2-3 years' time. We have a team of around 30 geologists and geophysicists, along with geophysical logging capability. So we give end-to-end solution to a lot of companies. We have even explored a lot of coal and a few iron ore mines and bauxite mines. So we are recently in touch with DGMs, we have impaneled ourselves with lot of DGMs. In fact, our main focus is on areas where DGM has less infrastructure, especially in northeastern regions also. And then we have expertise in geotechnical and hydrogeology. We have presence in foreign countries also, Cameroon, Oman, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka also. Recently we have got an offer for phosphate mining. And we are NABET approved. We do minerals, exploration in all kind of minerals. And in fact, now we are expanding our capability in CBM also. And we do almost 4 lakh meter of drilling, with the highest drilling in iron ore of 70 to 80,000 meter, mainly in Odisha. So Odisha DGM, we are already doing projects with graphite and iron ore. And then in DGM Chhattisgarh, we have been awarded one project for gold, which we are going to take up very soon. In Arunachal Pradesh, we are going in for few composite licenses, and in Meghalaya also, and a lot of prospecting also. So one of the question was, sir, we are getting inquiries from Australian company for lithium exploration and vanadium, and those companies are ready to spend a huge amount in mining composite license. And jointly we have found out certain projects of lithium and vanadium, and a huge foreign inflow is expected to come. They want some input from some investments from us also. So we are ready to invest on these projects also, sir.
If your company or your partner from Australia, they want to have mining rights, the best approach is you request the state government to auction that area for composite license. In fact, we have one, we issued one guidelines, I think, sir, around maybe almost a year now, that any private person or a company can approach the state DGM by giving whatever data they have, sufficient or insufficient, and you request the state government, the DGM, that you please put the block on auction. There is a 3-member committee headed by Principal Secretary of the State, DDG GSI as a member and DGM as the convener. The 3 of them will sit and decide whether this block can be put on auction, and it will be put on auction. If you, once the block is put on auction, because without auction we will not be able to give mining rights. And if you want to submit proposal as this NPEA, then you can submit a proposal through the state government, but then you don't get mining rights.
Yeah, that was the concern. We are already applying for a lot of composite licenses. We are going to invest.
As of now, you are aware that it is category separate.
Yes. So when can we expect, actually? Okay, sir. So ours is a 50 years old company, and we have a vision for next 50 years. So we are going to grow very fast. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. That was 10 back-to-back presentations from notified private exploration agencies, with the final one coming up from Maheshwari Mining Private Limited. Once again, I would like to thank all the representatives from notified private exploration agencies for coming forward and putting forward your views and suggestions for betterment of auction processes. I would like to also once again thank our panel of experts on the stage for taking their queries and also offering solutions and clarifications that has been put forward by them as far as their inputs were concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running slightly behind schedule as far as the itinerary that we had to follow, but we'll break here for lunch, and we will regroup and reassemble at the same venue at 2:15 hours. Will that be okay? Okay. Right, sir. Right, sir. So we are taking a comfortable break of 1 hour from here, and please enjoy your lunch. And after in the post-lunch session, we regroup at the same venue, please. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-lunch session, and our chief guest on the occasion has already arrived, and he is with us now. We would start with the post-lunch session, that is session 2, and what we may look forward to having as far as session 2 is concerned. There will be a presentation on the status of auction by state governments that will be followed up by a video on Rashtriya Khanij Vikas Puraskar. And finally, we'll have presentations that will be dedicated presentations coming up from 7 states: Karnataka, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, and Gujarat. So with these words, I would like to call upon the constitution of officers who are going to grace the dais as far as this session is concerned. First and foremost, may I like to invite Shri Alok Tandon, Secretary, Ministry of Mines to the Government of India, to kindly grace the dais, sir. We also request Shri Sanjay Lohia, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India, to kindly grace the dais. We have with us Srimati Veena Kumari D, Joint Secretary to the Ministry of Mines. You're requested to kindly grace the dais, ma'am. Shri S. Raju, Director General, Geological Survey of India. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just a prelude to the opening presentation that we are going to have as far as this session is concerned. It is about the status of auction by state governments. And we would like to inform this August gathering that the MMDR Amendment Act 2015 had ushered in transparency in the allocation of mineral concession in terms of prospecting license and mining lease. While liberalization in the MMDR Amendment Act 2021 renders an opportunity of allocating the geologically potential mineral blocks for discovery, development, and seamless upgradation to obtain the mining lease. Significantly larger areas with mineral potential reported during the reconnaissance survey have been suitably dimensioned for auctioning under the new policy regime. This is expected to have a ripple effect over the exploration ecosystem of our country. The auction regime has improved transparency and ensured increased revenue to state governments. Since the amendment to MMDR Act in 2015, 206 mineral blocks have been auctioned so far across 10 states. With these amendments, the number of blocks auctioned per year has increased 3 times, which has also resulted in a significant increase in the revenue earnings of the state governments. We will make an effort to understand the initiatives that are being taken by various state governments to facilitate auctioning under composite license, the response being received from the bidders, and constraints, if any, being faced by the state government and vice versa in going about the mineral auction process. And to take the agenda further, may I request Srimati Veena Kumari D, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Mines, to kindly come forward and make a presentation on the subject.
Honorable Minister of Mines, Ministers of Mines from different states, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Additional Secretary, senior officers from the state government and the Ministry of Mines and GSI. Good afternoon to all of you. As you are all aware, the Ministry of Mines is entrusted with the mandate of regulation of the mines and development of the minerals, including the exploration of all the minerals other than gas, petroleum, atomic minerals, coal and lignite. And we administer 2 acts, MMDR Act 1957 and also the Offshore Area Mineral Development and Regulation Act. So, since morning, there were much deliberations on the amendment done in the Act. As you all are aware, the reforms in the sector started with the 2015 amendment bringing auction as the methodology for grant of mineral concession in the country. And subsequently, the ministry has revisited the Act twice in 2020 and 2021. In 2020, we were having around 336 mineral blocks expiring, and there was a concern that it will affect the production of mineral in the country. So we have made an amendment to ensure that the block which are expiring will have their clearances vested to the new successful bidders. And subsequently in 2021, we have made a major amendment in the Act. The many important provisions which we have made is removing the end-use restriction in auction of blocks, then allowing transfer of mineral blocks without any transfer charges, then allowing transfer of all the valid rights, approval and clearances to the new lessee for the whole mine lease period. Then we also have tried to bring in responsibility in mining by the leaseholders by introducing timeline, not only for the private miners, but also for the government company miners. Then one legacy issue which was preventing the block auction was having large number of blocks held up under a particular provision of the MMDR Act, that is section 10A2B. We have brought those issues a closure, and many court cases are being filed in different parts of the country, and we tried to transfer all the cases into Supreme Court and get it heard together. But last week, the Supreme Court has given a direction to hear the matter in the concerned high courts. We are writing to all the state government in this issue. So the 2021 amendment, the major objective was to increase the mineral production in the country, increase revenue to the state government, and also to increase the employment in the sector. So we have, parallelly we have at the ministry level, we have taken many action, like our government exploration agencies like GSI and MECL have been asked to bring more blocks, provide fresh blocks to the state government. We have given hand-holding support to the state governments since 2015, but in the last 2 years, 1.5 years, we are having many very frequent meeting with the state government. So all these efforts have given result. 206 mineral blocks have been auctioned in the country as of now, and of which around 38 mineral blocks started production and have given considerable revenue to the state government. Let us have a look at the production scenario. In 2015, the value of the mineral production in the country was around 41,000 crores. Now, if you see the jump, it's almost like last year it is 1,28,532 crore is the value of the mineral produced in the country. And if you see 2019 to 21, it's almost on a plateau of around 70,000 crores. But the last year was phenomenal production. And this is mainly contributed by the minerals, iron ore, limestone, zinc, chromite. And also, yes, the LME value was high. We see the important mineral where there was considerable increase in production in terms of quantity. Iron ore has seen a production increase of around 50 million ton from, even if you take from 2017-18. There was a slump in production in 2020-21, but now we have picked up, it is 253 million ton last year. Limestone also has seen a similar, shown a similar trend. It was 359, 360 on a normal year, and the last year has produced 392 million tons. And even bauxite has shown an increase in production. Zinc also has shown in. Now coming to the auction conducted by the state governments, if we see 2015-16 is the year in which we have introduced auction as a methodology for grant of concession. So that year was just a start. The first movers were Karnataka, Chhattisgarh and Odisha. Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh and Odisha. Even though Jharkhand was started initially, but they are not doing much nowadays. It started with 6 auction in the year 2015-16. In 2020, 1920, we have seen 43 blocks getting auction. As I have told, it's mainly because March 2020, large number of blocks were expiring, and we have done an amendment to the Act to facilitate faster, earlier auction and also starting the production of the blocks. So 25 blocks were auctioned in Odisha in the year 1920, and 2021 we are not touching because it was the pandemic year. 21-22 has seen 46 blocks auctioned, and very happy to see that this year so far 52 blocks are already auctioned by the states. So the larger number of blocks were auctioned by Odisha, followed by Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh, and other states are also doing well. So if you see the mineral wise, we can see that largest number of iron ore blocks are auctioned in the country, and limestone also, almost similar number. And we also have a considerable number of manganese blocks auctioned. One issue and one area of concern which we want to bring the attention of the state government is, unless and until the mines start production, the much talked about revenue will not accrue to the state government. So far only 38 mining leases are in production, largest number being in Odisha. Hence, Odisha is getting the huge revenue also. Karnataka also has operationalized 11 blocks, and the only other 2 states where the mine started production is in Andhra Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. So our request to other states is to give attention towards operationalization of the blocks also. So if we see the 38 blocks, out of those 38, 23 blocks which have started production are the expired mines which are expired in March 2020, and where their all the clearances are vested with the new lessee. And 20 mines also started operationalization, so their production, some of them have started production, but there is a need to kind of prioritize and give a push to this production of these mines. We all know what are the type of mining like mineral concession which is granted in the country, a mining lease and the composite license. I am not going much into this. The state government auctioned the mineral concession, and also the revenue go to the state government. Now in the 2021 amendment, there is a power to the central government to auction, but we have not yet taken over auction of any of the blocks till now. And also we can give mineral concession through the reservation route to the government companies. So some of the legislative amendment means, like after the MMDR Act amendment, we have made amendments in the rules also since April 2021 till recently, the last week. Last week is a clarification, but till November, December, we have made many amendments in the rules. So one is like we have introduced the concept of incentive for early production. If any leaseholders start producing before the scheduled date, there is an incentive of 50% auction premium less will be paid by those holders till their scheduled date. And also in December 2021, we have made an amendment in which any person can request the state government to auction a particular block, And in such cases, the bid security, only 50% of the bid security is to be paid by such proposers for the auction. And we are told that in Chhattisgarh and Odisha, some proposals are received, but mostly in the for the superficial minerals. Earlier, the upfront payment was 10% to be paid. Only 10% had to be paid initially in the first installment, and it is 10, 10, and 80%. But in order to ensure that those successful bidders who bid very high are serious about their bidding process and taking the auction forward, we have changed the rule that they have to pay 20% of the bid security in the first installment. So the installments were increased to 20, 20, and 60%. Then there was no cap in the net worth requirement for participating in the auction. So the auction rule amendment, we have brought a cap of 200 crore for mining lease and 100 crore for the composite license for participating, net worth requirement for participating in the auction. So now, as being discussed in the previous section, the impetus is to be given for auction of composite license, and where the VER cannot be, because in composite license we are allowing the composite license to be granted at the G4 level of exploration. So there was a concern raised by the state government that at G4 level, how are we going to assert the value of estimated resource. So we have made a provision that in such cases, the bid security can be 50 lakh and the performance security can be fixed at 1.5 crore, and the participation, the net worth requirement is at 25 crores. Then we have also kind of introduced a timeline for the, the first, I don't know whether the state governments are taking the advantage of this provision which is given in the first bullet. If the preferred bidder fails to submit the first installment of upfront payment, then the state government can offer the second highest bidder to match to the highest bid received in the auction, and can take the auction, can issue the lease to the second bidder, provided he match the bid to the highest bidder. Then we also have fixed timeline for both mining leases as well as for the composite licenses for performance security, for payment of different installments, and not only for the bidder but also for the state government within how many days they should give the letter of intent, and also for the execution of lease deed. In case of composite license, the PL deed is to be executed within 1 year. So when we were doing the meeting with the state government, one issue which was raised by many of the state government is like, even though the GSI give the blocks, they take much time for completing the DGPS survey. So we have made a change in the rule that now the DGPS survey is not required for composite license, because the composite license, the area included is very large. So GPS survey is sufficient. Then how to calculate the VER we have explained in the rule itself, and also in case of the G4 level where the auction can be done for the deep-seated, all the minerals we can do the auction at G4 level. If the G4 level, the VER cannot be assessed, then they have given, there is a provision that they can assess the VER by assessing the mineral resources in the nearby area. So as I have told, in order to ensure that the state government's issue in putting the blocks for auction, we are regularly conducting review meeting with the state governments, and so far since December 2021, we have conducted around 24 review meetings with different state governments. So the outcome of such review meeting is in 21-22, 182 blocks were put up for auction, of which 117 were for the mining lease and 65 were for the composite license, of which 182 blocks, 46 blocks were successfully auctioned, 41 mining leases and 5 composite license. And in 22-23, some of these were carried forward, and some new blocks were put up for auction in 22-23. So total, I have mentioned that 52 blocks were auctioned. So since the amendment to the Act in March 2021, the state governments have put 98 blocks for auction. And 50 NITs are currently in different stages of completion. And we have also certain commitment from other states bringing more number of blocks into auction. This is a kind of analysis which we have done, the number of annulled blocks. In 21-22, 24 blocks were annulled, of which 13 were for mining leases and 11 for composite license. And this year, so far 71 blocks are annulled, and of which 33 are mining leases and 38 are composite license. So what the state government reported is that block area has sub-blocks, then there is insufficient geological report, large block area, and then block. These are some of the reasons, but out of these 71 blocks, 66 blocks were annulled because there were less than 3 bids in the auction process. So last week we have, this provision is already there in the rule 9 of the mineral auction rule very clearly says that if there is less than 3 bids in the first attempt, then the state government can go for the second attempt. This is elaborately discussed in the first session, that in the first option is state government can commence auction process de novo with change in the bid parameters, including the reserve price. Then it will be considered as a fresh auction, and it will go again, they require 3 bids. But other option is like they can go, if there are any bids received, they can open the bid, and if technically qualified bid is there, they can open the bid, and then the highest initial price offer will become the base price for the reserve price for the second attempt, and then the auction, even if there is less than 3, even if it is 2 bids or even a single bid, they can take a final decision on this. If we see this, like from 2015 to 2021, the number of blocks handed over by GSI is 6 years, they have handed over 143 blocks, and then now since 2021 April till July, they have handed over 291 blocks, of which a large number of G4 blocks are there, which can be put up for auction for composite license. I'll just take a few seconds more. So the reform, these are the impact of the reforms without this thing. So we have already 50 NITs under progress. Yeah, 2015, 6 years we have auctioned 108 blocks, and in the last 2 years we have auctioned 98 blocks, and this is the whole credit goes to all the state governments who were very taken keen interest in auction of the blocks which are handed over by the GSI, and with prescribed or committed timeline the blocks were put up for auction, and now we have 206 blocks. The revenue impact of this auction. In Odisha, this is the information which we have collected. There may be a slight variation. 140 working mines are there in Odisha, of which the auction blocks are only 23 blocks. And the total royalty collected from all these 140 blocks, royalty revenue is 20,600 crore rupees, whereas the premium revenue from the 23 block is 19,200 odd crore rupees. So this is the impact of auction. And then in Karnataka, if we see, out of the 131 blocks yielded a royalty revenue of 649 crore rupees, the 11 auction blocks gave a premium revenue of 1,800 crores. This is the revenue figures for last year. Similar is the story in Andhra Pradesh. 134 blocks gave a revenue of 11 crore rupees, and then 2 blocks gave 6 crore rupees revenue. This year so far, how much they have earned. This year so far, the 23 blocks in Odisha has credited 6,300 crores to the exchequer, whereas their royalty revenue is only 5,400 crores. And the 11 blocks in Karnataka has given 393 crores, whereas their royalty revenue is only 423 crores, means almost same. And Andhra also, 2 blocks, they have got around 0.8 crore rupees. So in order to encourage the state governments, ministry has introduced this Rashtriya Khanij Puraskar. The first 2 years, 1920 and 2020 clubbed, we have evaluated the state governments. All the state governments have given presentation, and the evaluation is on 3 group of minerals like ironstone, limestone and bauxite was the first category of minerals, then all other minerals. And we have also considered the minor minerals, and the first prize in each category was 3 crore, and then 2 crore and 1 crore. Then 6 states, Odisha, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh were given award during the mining conclave in July 2022. I again congratulate all the states, and I hope that we'll have more number of more participation and more competition in the next year, and also hope to see more blocks on auction as well as in production. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Madam, for providing that deep insight on the status of auction by the state governments. You touched upon some salient aspects of the presentation, like your recent amendment in mineral auction rules, the operationalization of mines and review meetings, the effectiveness of that with the state governments, and that have all augured well in the interest of the nation. Well, Madam also touched upon the efficacy of the Rashtriya Khanij Vikas Puraskar, so I'll not go into much of details, but shortly we are going to have a very small presentation coming up, rather a video on the Rashtriya Khanij Vikas Puraskar, and before we call upon the winners of these awards for these presentations. But there were 3 different categories in which these awards were given. And just to highlight a little bit more about these awards, this is a national award to promote mining across the country. It has been set up to incentivize and encourage states that take initiative in exploration, auction, and Operationalization of my mineral blocks. Well, the Rashtriya Khanij Puraskar is awarded in 3 categories. Category 1 includes iron ore, limestone, bauxite. Category 2, other minerals apart from minor minerals. And finally, Category 3, which is mica, granite, marble, etc., other than sand, stone, and gravel. For the Rashtriya Khanij Puraskar for 1920 and 2021 were conferred during the 6th National Conclave on Mines and Minerals, which was recently held in July 2022. Well, the category 1 includes iron ore, limestone, and bauxite. And in the first category, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, and Karnataka grabbed the first, second, and third prize respectively. Under category 2, that is other minerals apart from minor minerals, it was the second category, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, and Maharashtra grabbed the first, second, and third prize respectively. And finally, in category 3, Gujarat and Rajasthan grabbed the first and second position respectively. So with this slight background to these awards, can we have the video on Rashtriya Khanij Vikas Puraskar, please?
राष्ट्रीय खनिज विकास पुरस्कार केंद्र सरकार द्वारा नीलामी की गई खदानों की नीलामी और संचालन के लिए राज्यों को प्रोत्साहित करने हेतु खान मंत्रालय ने जुलाई 2021 में राष्ट्रीय खनिज पुरस्कारों की स्थापना की थी. These, ladies and gentlemen, are the national level awards recognizing the best mining states. और जैसा कि माननीय मंत्री जी श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी ने हमें सुबह बताया कि इन पुरस्कारों का सुझाव हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिया था और हमारे मंत्रालय ने इसे कार्यान्वित किया. प्रत्येक श्रेणी में 3 पुरस्कार दिए जाएंगे. प्रथम पुरस्कार में 3 करोड़ रुपए का नगद पुरस्कार, दूसरे पुरस्कार में 2 करोड़ और तीसरे पुरस्कार के लिए 1 करोड़ रुपए का नगद पुरस्कार शामिल है. इसके साथ साथ एक ट्रॉफी और प्लाक से भी सम्मानित किया जाएगा. जैसा कि आपको बताया गया, ये पुरस्कार पहली बार दिए जा रहे हैं वर्ष 2019-20 और 20-21 के लिए संयुक्त रूप से. तो अब मैं माननीय श्री अमित शाह जी से निवेदन करती हूं कि देश में खदानों की खोज, नीलामी और संचालन में पहल करने वाले 3 सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन करने वाले राज्यों को सम्मानित करने के लिए. तो सबसे पहली कैटेगरी है आयरन ओर, लाइमस्टोन एंड बॉक्साइट और तीसरे स्थान पर दिव्य सज्जनों सम्मानित किया जाता है कर्नाटका को. मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं कर्नाटका के माननीय मंत्री जी हमारे साथ हैं यहाँ पर, श्री अचर हलप्पा बसप्पा. दूसरे स्थान पर मध्य प्रदेश, उनको शुभकामनाएं देते हुए माननीय श्री अमित शाह जी और उनका. और देवीय सज्जनों, सबसे पहले स्थान पर है उड़ीसा. तालियों के साथ शुभकामनाएं देते हुए मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं श्री प्रफुल्ल कुमार मलिक जी को. दूसरी कैटेगरी है अदर मिनरल्स अदर देन माइनर मिनरल्स और तीसरे स्थान पर है महाराष्ट्र. हमारे साथ एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी श्री बलदेव सिंह जी हैं मंच पर आते हुए इस पुरस्कार को. और दूसरे स्थान पर ओडिशा, एक बार फिर श्री प्रफुल्ल कुमार मलिक जी ओडिशा, जो कि दूसरे स्थान पर कैटेगरी अदर मिनरल्स अदर देन माइनर मिनरल्स में. मैं श्री ब्रजेंद्र प्रताप सिंह जी को मंच पर एक बार फिर से आमंत्रित करती हूँ क्योंकि पहले स्थान पर है मध्य प्रदेश. और हमारी अगली कैटेगरी है माइनर मिनरल्स लाइक माइका, ग्रेनाइट, मार्बल अदर देन सैंड, स्टोन एंड ग्रेवल. और इस श्रेणी में केवल 2 पुरस्कार हैं. दूसरे स्थान पर है राजस्थान. मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं माननीय मंत्री जी को, श्री प्रमोद जैन भाया जी को. माइनर मिनरल्स लाइक माइका, ग्रेनाइट, मार्बल अदर देन सैंड, स्टोन एंड ग्रेवल कैटेगरी में. और देवी सज्जनों, आप सभी की जोरदार तालियों के साथ मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं श्री जगदीश विश्वकर्मा जी को, उनको शुभकामनाएं देते हुए क्योंकि गुजरात राज्य पहले स्थान पर कैटेगरी 3 में. प्रथम स्थान पर गुजरात.
सज्जनों, ये थी छोटी सी झलकी राष्ट्रीय विकास खनिज पुरस्कार से संबंधित सभी विभिन्न राज्यों ने जिनको ये पुरस्कार से नवाजा गया. अब हम आगे बढ़ते हुए इन सभी राज्यों के प्रतिनिधि को बुलाना चाहेंगे दाइस पर. और इस क्रम में सबसे पहले We would like to invite the state from Andhra Pradesh. It is one of the top 3 states in operationalization of auction mines. To share his views more on the subject, please allow me to welcome Shri Gopal Krishnan, IAS and Principal Secretary to the Government Panchayati Raj and Rural Development and Mines Department. He has held important administrative positions in the Government of India, Government of Uttarakhand and Andhra Pradesh. Recently won as Chief Electoral Officer in AP, where he successfully conducted the 2019 simultaneous elections in state. He has been bestowed with several national and state level awards. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon to everybody. Andhra Pradesh has started taking the benefit from whatever thrust Government of India is giving as far as exploration and auctions are concerned. Yeah. So actually in our presentation we would like to mainly show that part, and then what is our future planning, how we are going to proceed, and then some issues also we would like to raise, particularly with Government of India. This is our state details, brief details. Particularly if we see the mineral production in barites, dolomite, silica sand, we are number 1 in the country. In quartz, granite and limestone, also we are top ranker as far as the production is concerned. Now, if we see 92% of barite resources of country are available in Andhra Pradesh. 30% of mineral beach sand is available in Andhra Pradesh. 12% limestone, 20% granite resources. So like that, basically these are the main mineral resources which we are having as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. Now, if exploration we see, in 21-22 we have got a good boost. 33 mineral areas we have explored, and if we see 19-20 our almost nil, then 20-21. Now 22-23 till now itself 7 we have already done, and we are going to do at least 10 to 15 more, so that at least we will be touching our previous year figure. Basically, if we see different agencies, in fact private agencies already, 1 or 2 private agencies also told that they are working in Andhra Pradesh. So we have already deploying private agencies also for exploration work. Now we, along with GSI, perhaps we will be now more putting thrust on private agencies, so that our exploration is, anyway, it's done very fast, so that we can go for the auctions also quickly. So this is basically year-wise, just I have given just a brief, so that we can understand that all the facilitation which Government of India has given, we have now started taking the benefit. This is same figure we have projected mineral-wise. So mainly if we see the mineral available, limestone, manganese, iron ore, gold, and in 1 or 2 areas diamond and base metal. So these are the main minerals which we are exploration activity which we have taken place till now. We have conducted. Accordingly, the after exploration auctions also we are going ahead with these mines. Now this is auction status. If we see again 21-22, we have a big boost. Now 21 we went for auction. We invited NIT. However, 10 gold mines are still in process. So 11 we have been able to complete, but 10 we are going to complete soon, because some issues we have to again re-invite the tenders, and we have to extend the dates also for certain reasons. So that we are going to complete soon. Now in 22-23, if we see already 11 we have issued the NITs. So auctions also we are going to take up in big way. Now the minerals, as I have already told, limestone, gold, manganese, iron ore, these are the main minerals for which we are going ahead with the auction. So basically major minerals, our thrust is exploration, and then anyway auction subsequently followed by that. Now, as far as minor minerals, I mean, Andhra Pradesh has very rich and good deposits of minor minerals. Our main minerals are quartz, silica sand, granite. Now we have identified about 2,000 areas which we are going to put for auction this year. Actually, already we have started also for about more than 200, we have already issued the NITs, and 35 we have already successfully auctioned also. So minor mineral areas, I mean, we are going to give a big thrust because as we know, Andhra Pradesh, major minerals, we are having not as many mines, as many deposits as some other states, big states are having. So we are also mainly focusing on minor minerals. Our target is about 2,000 areas. We will complete the auction by this financial year end. Now, these are some of the initiatives which we have taken for ease of doing business. Just for maintaining the transparencies and also curbing illegal practices in mining, this thing. So automated e-permit system, single desk portal, vehicle tracking and monitoring system, and mineral dealer license system, end-to-end IT-based regulatory mechanism. So all this we have introduced just to facilitate the bidders and also the successful bidders so that they don't have any inconvenience. They are facilitated also, and on the other hand, the illegal practices are also checked properly. Now, as a result, as far as the mineral revenue is there, if we see in 2021 we had 2,790 crores, 21-22 3,765. This year our target is 5,000 crores. Of that, about 1,100 will be major mineral revenue and 3,800 will be minor mineral revenue. And this, if we see the compounded annual growth rate, it's 17% from 16-17. And for last 3 years, if we see it, it's more than 35%. That itself shows how we are, in last 3 years, along with the Government of India facilitation, we have worked. Now, a few issues just I would like to bring to the notice of Honorable Minister, sir, and Secretary and other officers of the Government of India. Sir, heavy mineral sand, which this issue we are raising, in fact, recently there was a meeting in Government of India with Committee of Secretaries in which JS Mines was also there. This issue was raised. There is a limit of 1,000 hectares as far as this mineral is concerned for this thing. So we want relaxation for that, basically because we have gone little detail that viability of the plant for byproducts recovery will not be there unless the area is, that limit is reduced. We have, in fact, we have titanium dioxide is the main, titanium dioxide pigment is the main outcome of this thing. And we understand that from our studies about 1 lakh ton per annum capacity should be there for making the plant viable, for which about 4,000 hectares at least is required. So therefore we are requesting for the relaxation of this thing. So now second is particularly for limestone, revision of royalty for major minerals, because this was long fixed. So this also we are requesting. We have already sent our request also. So major minerals, but mainly we are concerned with limestone. So revision of royalty, sir. Then vermiculite is still a major mineral. However, it is mainly associated with quartz, feldspar, mica, etc. So our request is that if it can be declared as minor mineral, it will facilitate the mining of, this along with the associated minerals. Then again, particularly for composite licenses at G4 stage, we have to take previous approval from central government. It's not taking much time, but still we request that if it can be waived also, that also will be a little more facilitating. This I think already Government of India has moved this proposal, particularly for exploration exemption from forest clearance. So if it can be given, because usually, I mean, that also takes time. So if MOEC, I mean, if Ministry of Mines can communicate with MOEC and no, sir, but we have what we have understand. I think Ministry of Mines has raised this issue with MOE. No, we'll write back, sir. I mean, if he, sir, our honorable minister is there, we'll write from our chief minister. We'll write, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
That will help us to help you.
Definitely. No, definitely, sir. Then centralized monitoring unit for faster. Actually, sir, this because we have some issues with other, and particularly after the mines are auctioned, to make it operationalize quickly, a centralized monitoring unit may be established at Government of India level, and similar facilitation, I mean, we can do at state level also. Perhaps that will help a lot as far as the operationalization of mines are concerned, sir. Then similarly, interministerial bodies are particularly for EC clearances, because EC clearances usually take a long time. So if interministerial body can be constituted, it seems Ministry of Coal is already having such an institutional mechanism. So if Ministry of Mine also can have that, that will be better. Then okay. Then, sir, this mineral atlas in public domain. I mean, this already, I think, earlier also, it has already been taken up also. So this will also facilitate not only various government agencies, but private agencies also to plan and execute various activities, mining activities. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for that presentation of yours. And we now take up the state of Chhattisgarh. Well, it is credited with the first ever allotment of mining lease of non-coal mineral blocks through e-auction. And may we have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Anurag Devan, Joint Director, Mineral Resource Department, Government of Chhattisgarh. Well, with a continuous experience of more than 3 decades in mines and mineral, he was instrumental in allotment of mining leases of non-coal mine mineral block, including gold, through the e-auction mode. He has also been conferred with the Mineral Auction Award by Ministry of Mines for excellence in implementing e-auction regime. You're welcome, sir.
Honorable Minister of Mines from the central government and other states, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, namaskar and very good afternoon to all of you. Happy to share that my state is going to have another two more districts today, and that is why the Honorable Chief Minister Sahab, who is having the charge of mining also, and could not come here, sir, although secretary, but we have here with us our Joint Secretary, Mr. J.P. Maurya Sahab, sir, and on his behalf, sir, I am presenting this short PPT, sir. My theme is particularly, sir, entire country is celebrating Amrit Mahotsav. हम अपनी आज़ादी का 75वां साल बना रहे हैं. हमने जो क्या स्टार्ट किया था, क्या पाया, क्या खोया, और आगे की हमारी यात्रा अगले 25 साल पे जब शताब्दी वर्ष बनाएंगे तो हम कौन सी जगह पे होंगे और मेरा स्टेट छत्तीसगढ़ वहाँ कैसे कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है, उस थीम पर मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन है. As we know, it is commemorated the 75 years of India's independence. It is dedicated to the glorious history of its people, culture, and achievement. And the more important is that it's dedicated to the people of India who hold within them the power and potential to enable vision of activating India 2.0. India का advanced version अपने को आना है. And that would certainly be fueled by the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Atmanirbhar Bharat is certainly, it aims at making the country and its citizens independent and self-reliant in all senses. It has got the 5 pillars, no doubt: the economy, the infrastructure, the system, and the vibrant demography. And the most important, which is really, we all are related to that, the demand. That is demand, whereby the strength of our demand and supply chain should be utilized of full capacity. that is should be the main motto of our entire fraternity, sir, mining. Just to achieve that one, for the next 25 years, wherever you see, you take up any central government, all the initiatives, whether it is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, it is Smart City Mission, the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Sagarmala Project, Bharatmala Project, Deen Dayal, Amrit, regional connectivity, Digital India, national, whatever you take it, sir, but it is not simply the infrastructure. We have to have the smart infrastructure. And if we talk about the smartness, then it has to be not a simple phone, it has to be a smartphone. तो खाली एक सड़क ही नहीं जाएगी सर, वो कंप्लीट एक स्मार्ट सड़क रहेगी. और उसके लिए हमको खाली मिनरल्स, खाली ऐसा ये एग्रीगेट्स नहीं चाहिए, हमको कुछ और स्मार्ट मिनरल्स चाहिए. दैट वुड बी आवर मेजर रिक्वायरमेंट. से फॉर एग्जांपल द सेक्टर वाइज अपन चले, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इट इज नॉट सिंपली विद द आयरन, एल्यूमिनियम, मैंगनीज. वी नीड वेनेडियम, क्रोमियम, निकल, कॉपर, लेड, जिंक, लाइमस्टोन, एक्सेट्रा. इन द सेम वे एनर्जी. Energy, we cannot go ahead with the carbon and other things. We need to have the uranium and thorium. Similarly, the power supply for the transmission, it is the copper, aluminum. We can go ahead with that, but the most important is the energy storage devices. That would be the most sought after thing, and energy storage devices will not be possible without rare earth and lithium. That is, I think, the most sought after mineral. Apart from the rare earth, niobium, tantalum, graphite, lithium, nickel, and cobalt. Electric cars, we cannot go ahead with the petrol diesel now. We need to have the REPGs. Sir, sir, sorry sir. बस मैं ये बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि ये सारे लाल में जो लिखे जितने मिनरल्स हैं, ये मिनरल्स में हम इम्पोर्ट डिपेंडेंट हैं, एंड वी हैव टू फोकस ऑन दैट इंपॉर्टेंट. और मेरा स्टेट में वो कहाँ पर है वो मैं बताना चाह रहा हूँ सर. सर मेरा स्टेट सर वेरी यंग स्टेट सर, 2000 नवंबर पे ये हुआ, एंड विद द पार्टीशन के पीछे में दैट्स आवर ओनली कॉन्फिडेंस फॉर इट्स रिच मिनरल रिसोर्सेज, एंड वी जस्ट प्रूव्ड इट सर. Just 4% of the area, we contribute more than 16% of the value of mineral produced in the country. The mineral revenue has just gone up from 400 crore to 12,000 crores last year. We done it, sir. And we contribute to the state GDP, the mineral sector, more than 11%. Similarly, we have got the major share of coal, limestone, dolomite production in the country. We are the only producer of tin in the country. And at the end of the contribution to the country's installed capacity, we contribute 18% of sponge, 15% of aluminum, 5% of cement, 10% of our 8% of steel. So all this has become because of its unique geological setup and coupled with the efficient management of its mineral resources. We have got the very unique geological setup, sir. This is very important because there are notified private exploration agencies also that we want to showcase them. So because of anyone having the geological setup, background, they will very easily know if any state, if it is covered by 53,000 square kilometer proterozoic formation, it is world across, it is known that 90% of the economic deposits are associated with this proterozoic formation. So this is very important area. Secondly, the Mesozoic formation. World across, it is known for the coal deposit. We have got the great 90,000 kilometers. Similarly, the Cenozoic formation, it is for the lava, Deccan flow, and bauxite is there. And in between those two areas, there are the inconformity zones are there. That is very important to look after, sir. So, and accordingly, we have got the reported this one, sir. These are the mineral maps, sir. It is completely flooded with the core minerals, but it is not the only core minerals. We have got the other important minerals, जो मैंने लाल से सब दिखा था, जो चीज़ अपने को हाई वैल्यू डीप शीटेड मिनरल्स बात करते हैं, वो सारे मिनरल्स मेरे स्टेट में हैं. इसके होने के बावजूद में भी ये सब डायमंड के हमारे डिटेल्स हैं सर. इट इज़ एवरीवेयर दैट इन द पोर्टल एक्सेट्रा. सब जगह में डायमंड इट हैज़ बीन रिपोर्टेड एंड इट्स देयर प्रेजेंस सर, वेदर इट्स बेस मेटल, द टीन, द कोरंडम, लेपोडोलाइट, रेयर अर्थ, फॉस्फोराइट, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फर्टिलाइजर मिनरल सर. इसके बिना काम ही नहीं चल सकता. ग्लोकोनाइट, इट इज एवरीथिंग इज देयर. यू नेम एनी मिनरल, इट इज देयर इन छत्तीसगढ़. बट प्रॉब्लम इज दैट ये सब ये सब सारा चीज करने के बाद में हमारा आज के डेट में क्या है, एज ऑन 2075 आप आज भी हम वो बल्क मिनरल का प्रोडक्शन कर पा रहे हैं. सारा कंट्रीब्यूशन हमारे बल्क मिनरल से ही आ रहा है. वेयर हैज गॉन टू ऑल दोस दैट हाई वैल्यू. Yeah, sir. Sir, this one we have done, sir. Just 2 minutes, sir. Sir. So this what we have, sir, after 2015, sir. हमने ये सब सारा चीज़ more than 70 मिनरल्स हमने सब चीज़ किया गया. It has been efficiently appreciated also, sir. We are very much thankful to the government of India for leveraging all these things, sir. Furthermore, we are really expected, sir. आपने जो आने वाले जो amendments हैं वो भी हमारे लिए important हैं. ये हमारे अपने एफर्ट्स जो एक्सप्लोरेशन को जम करने वाले हैं. अपार्ट फ्रॉम द अपने और रिसोर्सेज 42 ब्लॉक्स हम एक्सप्लोरेशन के लेने वाले हैं. वी हैव डन अगेन आउटसोर्सिंग फॉर ए लिमिटेड वर्क.
तो हमने ऐसे हमने 6 लोगों को हमने इम्पेनल किया हुआ है और उसमें से 5 आयरन को और 1 हमने गोल्ड इसको दिया। NMET का हम के थ्रू ले रहे हैं सर, नोटिफाइड एक्सप्लोरेशन जो एजेंसीज उससे भी ले रहे हैं, नोटिफाइड प्राइवेट एक्सप्लोरेशन उनको भी हमने मौका दे रहे हैं, एंड थ्रू रिजर्वेशन आल्सो द NMDC एंड CMDC आल्सो डूइंग द जॉब देयर फॉर सर। हमारा ये बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है सर, ये सब इंपॉर्टेंट हमारे ये हैं। रेल स्ट्रक्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे हमारा बहुत जरूरी चीज़ है कि अपन ऑक्शन कर सकते हैं, बट अनलेस अदरवाइज देयर इज ए इवैक्यूएशन स्ट्रक्चर इट हैज ऑफ नो यूज। सो हमने रेल के स्ट्रक्चर के बारे में हमने चर्चा किया है। ये नया हमारा रेल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारा डेवलप हो रहा है। द खनिज लाइन प्रोजेक्ट, दिस इज द सिंगल वेब पोर्टल सर वेयर बाय एवरीवन प्लेस देयर सर, and this has been very important particularly during the corona time. All they have to get registered with the required credentials sir and keep it updated. They need not to go for entire 50 years to any bank or any office. They can operate from there sir. The entire corona time में भी हमारे को कोई mining operation कहीं नहीं रुका, and that actually credit goes to this important portal sir. It is the national award winning project sir. The second DMF sir, हम कितना भी काम कर ले, कितना भी license ले ले, unless otherwise we have the social license we cannot do. And that is the DMF what we have done sir. DMF में हमने सारा चीज डेनेक्स से लेकर के पपीता हो, जसपुर की चाय हो, सारा का चीज ये सब हमने किया हुआ है। ये सर जस्ट मिनट सर, आई विल टेक नॉट मच टाइम सर। हमारा सॉरी सर, सर एक चीज बताना चाह रहा था, स्टैम्प ड्यूटी, वी आर द स्टेट, हमें सारा लेवरेज देना चाहिए। स्टैम्प फर्स्ट स्टेट तो हमने स्टैम्प ड्यूटी को डाइल्यूट किया, ओनली इट डिपेंड्स अपॉन द ओनली द रॉयल्टी, प्रीमियम हैज नो वैल्यू। लैंड बैंक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस के लिए, जो हमने लैंड बैंक का हमने प्रिपोजिशन ये कर रहे हैं। देयर इज ए स्टीयरिंग कमेटी अगेन, अंदर चेयरमैन चीफ सेक्रेटरी, वो हमारे रेगुलेट करते हैं। MDF फंड इज देयर सर। उसके बाद सैंड पॉलिसी, स्टेट वी हैव गॉट इंपॉर्टेंट सैंड पॉलिसी सर। यहाँ पर जो हमने एक्स माइन प्राइस को फिक्स कर देते हैं और जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर आर सेलेक्टेड टू रिवर्स बिडिंग, तो द डिफरेंस गोज टू द पंचायत। So this is again sir, consumer get this thing maximum rate are controlled, at the same time there is a benefit to the panchayat also. We have other minor minerals also are allocated to re-auction, and we are taking advantage and advisory capacity of another top consultancy firm. So only 2 slides sir, give me just 2 minutes sir. Sir I will give you sir. Sir ये सारा चीज हमारी समस्या सर। सर पार्डन सर, पार्डन सर जी, श्योर सर। हमने आपके निर्देशन अनुसार स्टेक होल्डर कॉन्फ्रेंस हमने किया सर, उसके बहुत सारा सब चीज़ें आया हुआ सर, हमने ये करके किया सर। कुछ एक इश्यूज पर कहीं चर्चा हो जाए सर, तो हम लोग 2 मिनट एक में सर। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू फॉर प्रेजेंटिंग। सर ये मेरा बस इतना ही कहना है सर। आपने हमें वी आर हैप्पी सर कि हमने यहाँ पे फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस को डिस्पेंस करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट अभी मूव कर रही है। मेरा इतना ही सबमिशन है कि फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस हो तो एक विदाउट एनी ये एक कंडीशंस के साथ हो। दान देते समय में कोई वहाँ पर द्वेष न रखें, कि ऐसा ना हो कि वहाँ पर फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस है उसको NOC कर दे, उसके बाद में नंबर ऑफ बोर होल्स का वहाँ पर रिस्ट्रिक्शन रखें या और किसी चीज़ का। नॉर्मल कोर्स में होता क्या है सर, फॉरेस्ट एंटर के पहले में वो सामने वाले प्रोजेक्ट प्रोपोनेंट से वो चाहते हैं कि वो अपने स्कीम सबमिट करे। मतलब स्कीम विदाउट एंट्री, हाउ यू कैन सबमिट द स्कीम विदाउट टोपोग्राफिकल सर्वे, विदाउट जियोलॉजिकल मैपिंग, हाउ इट कैन बी सबमिटेड? सो देयर नॉट बी शुड, यदि कहीं वो क्लियरेंस दे दें और सारे कंडीशन लगा देंगे, इवन देन दैट एक्सप्लोरेशन दैट क्लियरेंस विल नॉट होल्ड गुड। दूसरा सर GSI के बारे में हम कितना भी लेवरेज ले लें सर, पर हमारा स्टेक होल्डर कॉन्फ्रेंस में हमारे पास में जो फीडबैक आ रहे हैं, द एरिया इट रिक्वायर्स टू हैव दिस थिंग सर, थोड़ा इन्हेंसमेंट की जरूरत पड़ेगी सर, इसमें हमारा ये चीज़ चाहिए। तीसरा हमारा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट AMD के बारे में है, जो भी GSI या जितने भी जैसे लिथियम और RE, ये स्टिल इन द लिस्ट ऑफ द एटॉमिक मिनरल, और ये अल्टीमेटली ये जो चीज़ वहाँ पर हो तो वो इसको ले जाए। चौथा सर हम चाह रहे हैं कि जो प्राइवेट NEPs है, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एक्रेडिशन, देयर एक्टिविटीज दे आर कंसर्न टू द ईच स्टेट हैज टू बी प्रॉपरली मॉनिटर्ड एट द सेंट्रल लेवल, सो दैट दिस इंपॉर्टेंट एक्रेडिशन कुड हैव द यूजफुल रिजल्ट सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, एंड सॉरी टू टेक मच टाइम सर।
Well, thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Anurag Diwan for you from the state of Chhattisgarh. Well, moving forward, we now move to the state of Gujarat, which is also one of the recipients of the Rashtriya Khanij Vikas Puraskar for contribution in mining sector. Please allow me to welcome, as a representative from the state, Shri Roopwant Singh, 2003 batch IAS officer and Commissioner of Geology and Mining, Government of Gujarat. He is also serving as MD, Gujarat Mineral Development Corporation with additional charge of Secretary, Gujarat Electricity Regulatory Commission. He has varied experience in Finance Department, Gujarat Informatics Limited in Government of Gujarat. May we welcome you, sir.
नमस्कार सर. नमस्कार सर. सर ब्रीफली दो थीम्स पे मैं बात करूंगा. स्लाइड्स 15-20 हैं. सर पहले तो हम खान मंत्रालय का आभार मानते हैं कि हमारे एफर्ट्स को उन्होंने नवाजा और हमारे को पहला इनाम दिया मिनरल ऑक्शंस के लिए. तो मिनरल ऑक्शंस की जो हमारी जर्नी है मेजर मिनरल्स की और माइनर मिनरल्स की, वो सर हम आपको बताना चाहेंगे कि हम कैसे कैसे उसमें आगे बढ़े, क्या क्या हमने एफर्ट्स लिए. और उसी के साथ साथ हम इंट्रोड्यूस कराना चाहेंगे कि गुजरात वेस्टर्न साइड पे है ऑफ द कंट्री. द मिनरल बास्केट इज़ वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम व्हाट वी सी ऑन द ईस्टर्न साइड एंड द सेंट्रल पार्ट. बट इवन विद दोज लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज हम कहाँ तक पहुँच पाए हैं, क्या हमारी स्ट्रेंथ्स हैं, क्या नहीं है. हमारी माइनिंग सेक्टर में हमारी जो बैकबोन है वो माइनर मिनरल्स हैं, और हमारे स्टेट का जो रॉबस्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और कंस्ट्रक्शन सेक्टर है वो इसको फ्यूल करता है. सर अंदाजन 8,000 परवानेदार हैं, लीजेस हैं, एग्रीमेंट्स विच आर इन एग्जिस्टेंस इन द नंबर ऑफ स्टेट इन द स्टेट ऑफ गुजरात. ये नंबर तुलनात्मक तरीके से देखा जाए तो बाकी स्टेट से नंबर बहुत ज़्यादा है. दैट मीन्स द नंबर ऑफ प्लेयर्स आर लार्ज एंड द नंबर ऑफ स्मॉलर प्लेयर्स इज ऑल्सो वेरी लार्ज, विच इज़ वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम मैनी ऑफ यू हु contribute more. Sir, these numbers look small compared to many of the stalwart states that are there, but our target is to cross 2,000 this year and then take it further. Where does this money come from, sir? Sir, 3/4 माइनर मिनरल से आता है और 1/4 मेजर से आता है. उसके अंदर भी जो सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा है वो लाइमस्टोन का है. बड़े बड़े काफ़ी सारे प्रोमिनेंट ब्रांड्स हैं जो सीमेंट के और सोडा ऐश के, वो हमारी दरियाई पट्टी के ऊपर उपलब्ध हैं. सर बॉक्साइट हमारा जो उड़ीसा का बॉक्साइट है उससे भिन्न प्रकार का है, फॉर्मेशन जियोलॉजिकली अलग है. उसकी कितनी वैल्यू कैप्चर करनी चाहिए या कितनी होनी चाहिए थी, वो सर एक डिबेट का विषय है. और उस बेल्ट में सर कोल नहीं है, बट लिग्नाइट का दूसरा बड़ा जो भंडार है डेवलप्ड देश में तमिलनाडु के बाद वो गुजरात में है. सर नीचे आप देखेंगे सर जो माइनर मिनरल्स में भी आप देखेंगे वो मिनरल्स हैं जो हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और रियल एस्टेट के साथ एसोसिएटेड है, और वो हमारा सेक्टर बहुत बहुत रॉबस्ट है. सर मेजर मिनरल ब्रॉडली 3, लाइमस्टोन, लिग्नाइट एंड बॉक्साइट. ये जो हमारी दरियाई पट्टी है और कच्छ जिला है, जो कि जियोलॉजिस्ट मित्र कुछ यहाँ बैठे होंगे, उनके लिए मतलब इट इज़ अ ड्रीम डेस्टिनेशन वहाँ देखने के लिए. यहाँ पे है जो साउथ गुजरात की पट्टी है, भरूच, सूरत, वहाँ सर एक लिग्नाइट बेल्ट है. सर माइनर मिनरल्स इवनली स्प्रेड आउट हैं. ये वो हैं जो कंस्ट्रक्शन मिनरल्स हैं, दे आर स्प्रेड आउट ऑल ओवर द स्टेट. माइनर मिनरल्स में दूसरे भी हैं जो कि सर्टेन डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में हैं, जो इंडस्ट्रियल क्लेज हैं जिनमें थोड़ी ग्रेटर वैल्यू है पर वॉल्यूम थोड़ा कम है. सर मेजर मिनरल्स की हमारी ऑक्शन की जर्नी, 12 ऑक्शन सफल हुए, 10 में LOI इशू हुआ. इस साल 7 आने वाले हैं, काफ़ी और पाइपलाइन में है. सर इस सारी जर्नी के अंदर जो पहले जो 4 हैं, ये कच्छ के अंदर 4 सीमेंट प्लांट सेटअप होने वाले हैं. देयर ऑपरेशनलाइजेशन इज ओनली डिलेड बिकॉज सिंस इट इज़ द वेस्टर्न एंड ऑफ द कंट्री, वहाँ लॉजिस्टिकल चैलेंजेस हैं, वो लॉजिस्टिकल अरेंजमेंट डेवलप हो रहा है। और जब ये आएगा, दिस विल बी सडनली, दिस विल बी एन ह्यूज सीमेंट सप्लाई विच विल कम इन द सर्विस ऑफ द नेशन सर। बाकी छोटे प्लेयर्स हैं सर, काफ़ी बड़े प्लेयर्स हैं, उन्होंने छोटी लीजेस ली हुई हैं, उनके बारे में मैं सर कहना नहीं चाहूँगा सर। सर ये चीज़ हमें बार बार पब्लिक के सामने कहनी चाहिए। अगर हम इनका आवंटन करते, हमें 1 रुपया मिलता, हमें 1 रुपया 2 रुपया से ज़्यादा मिल रहा है, 1 रुपया एक्स्ट्रा मिल रहा है। लाइमस्टोन में वैल्यू बहुत कैप्चर हो रही है। लाइमस्टोन वॉल्यूम वाला मिनरल है, आप किसी को ऑफर करने जाओ, आदमी 100 नखरे करता है, मैं कैसे बनाऊंगा, कैसे लेके जाऊंगा, क्या होगा, और ये सच्चाई है सर। सर ये आने वाले ब्लॉक्स का आयोजन है, ये हमने भेजा हुआ है सर, लोहिया सर को हम अप्रूव कराते रहते हैं सर। सर माइनर मिनरल के ऑक्शन, सर 2500 ब्लॉक लॉन्च किए गए। आज की तारीख में 1300 ब्लॉक हैं जिन्होंने अपफ्रंट पेमेंट पहले भर दी है, LOI इशू कर दिए हैं सर। दीज आर ह्यूज नंबर्स, दे आर स्प्रेड आउट ऑल ओवर द स्टेट, एंड आप इसमें देखेंगे इसमें लार्ज नंबर है जो हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन सेक्टर को सपोर्ट करता है सर। सर ये 2 रंग, अलग अलग रंग की पट्टियां हैं, एक है कि कितने लॉन्च किए, कितने सक्सेसफुल किए। सर इनमें गैप है। एक स्लाइड जो मैं यहाँ नहीं दिखा रहा हूँ वो ये है कि जब ये लॉन्च किए गया था 17 में नए नियम, सर हमारे नियम जो हैं, भारत सरकार की जो ऑक्शन रिजीम और पद्धति है उसकी कार्बन कॉपी है विथ सम रिलैक्सेशन। सर हम उतना ही रिगर, उतनी ही मेहनत से उस प्रोसेस को आगे ले जाते हैं। अनुमति होगी तो एंड में मैं आपको हमारा जो ओपन पोर्टल है वो भी 1 मिनट खोल के दिखाऊंगा। 18 में जो सक्सेस रेशियो 50 से 60% का था वो आज 90% क्रॉस कर गया है। हम लॉट वाइज रिलीज करते हैं सर। ₹3 एक्स्ट्रा सर, 1 रुपया के ऊपर 3 रुपया एक्स्ट्रा माइनर मिनरल्स में। ग्रेटर पार्टिसिपेशन, सर ये जब सिस्टम लॉन्च हुआ तो माइनर मिनरल्स को लेके सर मेजर मिनरल में तो लोग समझ गए, बड़े प्लेयर्स होते हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज्ड प्लेयर होते हैं, छोटा आदमी समझता नहीं है और वो बड़ा इमोशनली अटैच होता है रिसोर्स के साथ। सर उनको मनाने में, उनको ऑनबोर्ड करने के लिए रेडियो की जिंगल से लेके टीवी की एड से लेके उनको जाके मिलना और उनको कन्विंस करना की प्रक्रिया की गई थी। सर ये वेबसाइट है जो हमारा ऑक्शन पोर्टल है, हमारा डेडिकेटेड ऑक्शन पोर्टल है जो सेम STQC नॉर्म्स फॉलो करता है जो भारत सरकार MSTC के थ्रू कराती है। ये पोर्टल में जो व्यू मोड है ये ओपन है, इट इज़ लाइव टू पब्लिक। अंत में मैं आपको खोल के दिखाऊंगा। सर आउटरीच एक्टिविटीज़ का ब्यौरा दे रहा हूँ। सर ये कुछ चैलेंजेस हैं हमें आते हैं जो कि बाकी लोगों को भी है। एनवायरमेंटल नॉर्म्स थोड़ी स्ट्रिक्ट और कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो गई हैं, हमने ओनस अपने ऊपर लिया। छोटे लोग हैं, नंबर ऑफ प्लेयर्स हैं, इकट्ठे ना हो पाएँ, तो गुजरात सरकार ने कहा कि ठीक है भाई, हम ही पैसा खर्चते हैं, हम ही इसको आगे लेके जाते हैं, आपकी क्लियरेंसेस होंगी तो आपका भी भला है और सरकार के रेवेन्यूज बढ़ेंगे। सर ये आपने हमें डिफरेंट समय पे इज्जत से नवाजा है। सर एक मैं वेबसाइट खोल के दिखाना चाहूँगा। कैन वी डू समथिंग? नहीं खोल पाएंगे ना? चलिए ठीक है जी। तो सर ये ऑक्शन पोर्टल, अगर आप अभी भी अपने फ़ोन पे कोई लॉन्च करेंगे, अगर आप ऑक्शन मिनरल्स गुजरात करेंगे, आपको फर्स्ट या सेकंड लिंक ही आएगा, उसमें आप जाइएगा व्यू लाइव ऑक्शन, सारी कंक्लूडेड ऑक्शंस दिखेंगी, सारी आने वाली दिखेंगी, लाइव होती हुई दिखेगी, और उसके उपरांत हर ब्लॉक का देयर इज़ अ फ्री वर्जन। एक मिनरल ब्लॉक समरी आपको फ्री में मिलती है, डिटेल जियोलॉजिकल रिपोर्ट जो इतनी बड़ी होती है वो आपको खरीदनी पड़ती है। Everything is in public domain and easily accessible, sir. Sir, thank you, sir.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय आपकी सुंदर प्रस्तुति हेतु। देवी सज्जनों, अब हम कर्नाटक राज्य की तरफ बढ़ेंगे और जैसा कि हम जानते हैं, this is one of the top 3 states in operationalization of auction mines and revenue accrual. And to represent the state, we have with us Shri D.S. Ramesh, IAS Director, Karnataka. He has 30 years of diversified experience in administration, development and project management in various bilateral and multilateral projects, such as World Bank and Netherlands Fund and rural development projects in Karnataka. May I have you in this, may we have you on the stage, sir?
Good afternoon, respected Honorable Minister of Mines and Minister of all States and dignitaries. I think I will take very little time because most of the things have been discussed since morning, and I want to give you an overview of our state, especially on mineral resources or the state potential as far as the mineral resources are concerned. Comparatively with other states as a whole, as a nation, and some of the initiatives which we have taken after the reforms in 2015 by the government and related to the exploration activities. Please. As far as the mineral profile and resources are concerned, our state has got a huge potential. We have got around limestone 54,000 million metric ton resources are there, and as a major mineral iron ore is concerned, around 10,269 million metric ton resources are there. So, and also the state of Karnataka, when compared to the whole country, we have got a good resource of iron ore and a largest resources as far as magnetite iron ore is concerned, and probably a 4th largest in the hematite ore is concerned. And also the limestone, I think the state of Karnataka has got a largest resources, and even tungsten, and also a gold, it stands around a 3rd place as far as the resources in the entire country is concerned. So I think either two we have a focus on a bulk minerals like iron ore and limestone. Much focus was given for the non-bulk minerals, strategic or maybe critical minerals like tungsten and manganese and other things. We need to focus more on this area in the coming days to come. As far as the production of a mineral is concerned, I think we stand in the 3rd place in the entire country. The first is Odisha, 47%. In the 21 and 22 financial year, I think we have produced around 14% of the total production in the country. So these are the things which we have already discussed in the morning in the Government of India presentation. Also, after the reforms from 2015 to till now, what all developments happened in facilitating the entire movement to enable the transparent action process. So after 2015, I think state has taken a lot of initiatives to put in place the law practically in the state. We have done around 50 actions, out of which we have got around 34 successful actions. In the entire country, around 600 actions were done. So far, we have got a 206 successful action blocks. I think we stay 2nd in place. After Odisha, they have got around 40 successful blocks. We have 34 successful blocks. And when we see the scenario of the premium which we have got when compared to the entire country, I think all India, the iron ore premium stands around 113 and limestone is 56, whereas Karnataka average premium you have got around 93, even though Odisha is around 17% ahead of us, 110%. So when we go with the resources, if you see at the resources, around 9,400 million metric ton resources have been actioned so far. So our shares is around half of it, around 42%, around 4,000 million metric ton is from Karnataka only. And iron ore, we part around 11%, I think 1/10 of our resources from Karnataka. And just because of this action premium, the entire country, out of 206 action blocks, we have premium amount of around 14.46 lakh crores, where the Karnataka share is around 11%. It works out to be around 1.46 lakh crores. It is manifold increase when compared to the royalty which we were collecting hitherto before action regime. I think it has gone up to 8 to 9-fold increase. That is what I wanted to mention. And just to give a brief scenario, over a period of time from 2015 when these reforms were put in place to till now. So in the first year itself, 2015 and 16, Karnataka state has actioned around 14 blocks. And it has been increased, but it has gained a momentum in 2021 and 22. We have actioned in 21-22 27 blocks, and we have got a successful action blocks 12. This year also, we have actioned 10, I think. Still more to achieve. We have got probably around 22 blocks in pipeline this year. We are going to action it. So the action blocks, we have got around iron ore. We have a resources of around 406 million metric ton, the 24 blocks which we have successfully actioned during this period. And limestone around 4,000 million metric ton. In the earlier slide I said, we part around 42% of the entire country's resources. And when you look at the action premium, it ranges as low as 26 to 130% in the iron ore. And in the limestone, it is from 23 to 107%, and in the gold, it is 13 to 15%. So these are the key achievements the state has done. So after the reforms in 2015, we have successfully actioned 34 mineral blocks, which I have said, out of which 24 are the iron ore blocks, and 8 are the limestone blocks, and 2 are the gold blocks. Here also limestone, we have got around 3 composite licenses, and 2 gold are also a composite licenses, and all others are mining leases. But here we have stuck, even though we have successfully actioned 24 iron ore blocks, only lease deed was executed in 15 blocks, and we have put 11 on operational, and that is 5C category. I think in our state it has been classified A, B, C, where encroachment. So out of that 5C category, we could not execute the lease deed from the past, I think, 3-4 years, where we have struck. I think by this time we should have been gone for a production. Just because of FC clearances, we are not in a position to execute the lease deeds. And state has also launched 27 blocks in the year 21-22 that I have already said in the earlier slide. And steps, lot of initiatives have been taken as far as the exploration is concerned. I think next slide we will go in detail. And also we have got a Rashtriya Khanij Vikas Puraskar in the year 1920 and 2021. So this is how the revenue has increased over a period of time from 2017-18 to till now. In the last year, 21-22, it has almost doubled, 144.8% has been increased. That has gone up to 6,308 crore. So this year target is 6,500 just because of action regime. So this revenue has been increased in a single year time. And we have got a geological memorandum given by government of Survey of India. We have got around 29 blocks. Geological memorandum has given, out of which already we have actioned most of them. Around 13 blocks have been actioned, and 4 we got a successful blocks. 1 is a gold and 3 is limestone, and all others are in the pipeline. So I think this year we will take it for action. And these are the 22 blocks which are in the pipeline. This year we are going for the action. So this green colored one are the entire iron ore mines, which are directly going for the mining lease, and one more limestone is also going for the mining lease. And these are the explored by the DFG, and others are given by the geological memorandum given by the GSI. And the exploration potential, that this issue has been discussed in the morning. So from GSI we have got a OGP area. I think wherever we are inviting NPES and also DMG, it is not very clear the unexplored area of the OGP area by the GSI. If it is clear, I think it becomes very easy for taking up further exploration. That is what I wanted to issue the flag. And these are the initiatives taken by the government as far as exploration activities are concerned. So we have got one technical consultant. That here we have to note the important thing. The state government has recruited 119 young geologists last year. I think huge number. I think we need to increase their knowledge and experience in this field to have a more and more exploration activity by the states. That's the reason why we have taken a technical consultant and also an advisor in this regard to have a more proposals needs to be submitted to get a more funding from the NMET. And so the future plans we have got for exploration is, I think already these issues, 10 annulled gold mines which has been discussed in the morning, and some of the blocks which have been identified by the DMG will be taken up for further actioning. And also department is examining some of the minor mineral blocks which have been recently transferred to the state government for taking a further exploration activities. And these are the initiatives which we have taken mainly for taking up the explored blocks for action. The state has got a state empowered committee headed by the chairman of the chief secretary. Regularly holds the meeting for having a good coordination with the department for taking up the blocks for action. And also the DMG has also incurred some of the activities taken up for the exploration by the state budget. And also DMG also selected a transaction advisory and other things. I think next slide we will go and see the important issues which we have flagged during this action process, exploring and action and operationalizing what issues we are facing. I think the first one, the lack of exploration and bulk, I think I have discussed. And here need to utilize NMET. I think we have given around 213 crores. We have sanctioned, we have got sanctioned around 40 crore projects either two. I think we will work on that to get a more and more proposals. And here I think OGP area already I have discussed. And these 20 iron ore exploration blocks are all due to pending FCs. So these are C category mines. I think the government of Karnataka has proposed to take up these for further exploration with amalgamation. So these are pending from the past 3-4 years in the forest department. If it is clear, we can take it up immediately for action. And this, I think this issue has been discussed, foral diameter restriction to maximum 4 inch, that has to be enhanced for the 6 inch and it should be given for regional. So, and as far as the action process is concerned, so this is the issue where we have stuck, we have got not 69, it is a 79 gold applications are pending. So I think there are various stages. I think we have got around 22 are at the stage of mining lease and around 50 are in the prospecting leases. So we want to go for an action. If you go for an action, the same thing is happened with the 10A 2B cases. Because earlier this has been given for the RPRPL. So once cause of action is shown to them, they may go to court. The same thing has happened in one of the iron ore mines. So I think this needs to be addressed immediately. If that is the case, I think we can go for around 30 gold blocks immediately action. And then the clarification concerning average sale price. So not that IBM pricing needs to be robust in, because why we want to flag this issue means either to the in the state we were actioning through e-action by the monitoring committee set up by the Supreme Court. So if you see over a period of time from the past so many years, around 10 years, the IBM price and the price by which the e-action was done by the monitoring committee, there is a price variation. So some 10 to 15% or maybe 15 to 20% increase the price. That means the higher price by the e-action done by the monitoring committee. So if that robust mechanism is adopted, I think the states are going to gain a revenue out of it. And then another thing is higher gestation period for CL blocks and lesser period for ML in limestone. Why this has been flogged? Recently we have actioned the limestone blocks, and we have got 3 successful action blocks in respect of the composite license. We have got in one of the block 106% for the composite license, and also 56 and 47% for the composite, and also we have actioned another 6 blocks for the limestone for ML, not for composite, where we have got a poor response, and also a poor premium also. It works out to be 52 and 47 and 35 like that. So I think we need to relook into that, why anta. So then we were analyzing that issue. I think some land issues were crop up because huge gestation period was taken, is there at the composite license, 11.5 years, whereas here it is 5 years. If that gestation period is there, then they could work on procuring the land. Most of the land is the private land, patta land we call it. So I think lot of, I think investment needs to be done by the private party. That is the reason why they have gone for a composite license. I think we have to relook again why this is happening. So another thing is, as far as the operationalization is concerned, I think all issues have been discussed, except the second one which I wanted to mention here, that is high minimum production requirement for expired leases with limited balanced reserves. See, when mining black is going to be expired, so for the next lease, we are fixing a minimum production requirement. This minimum production requirement is based on the previous 2 years maximum production requirement. So at the time of expiration, the one earlier lease holder used to produce more and more to maximize his production. That is being considered for fixing the new leaseholder minimum production. I think it is because he has to set up the plant and other things. That issue is there. I think this needs to be addressed. Another last point is Section 8B2. What has happened? We have got lot of C category mines, and it is not a potential, and we are going for further exploration, and we are amalgamating all those areas. While we are amalgamating, we are also retaining the old area. Old area is already got a FC and other clearances. Once it is cleared, I think we should allow him to work on the old area till he gets a FC for the new area. I think if this is taken care, so we can take lot of blocks for action. I think with these words, I want to thank you everyone. Is there any clarification or something? I think I'm ready to take it up. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Just a note of request coming from the organizing side that we are a little tightly placed as far as the time available to us. So we would request the future presenters to kindly limit the presentation within 5 minutes, please. Well, देवियों सज्जनों, अब हम एक खनिज संपदा से संपन्न राज्य की तरफ अपना रुख करना चाहेंगे और राज्य का प्रतिनिधित्व करने के लिए हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं श्री सुखबीर सिंह जी। भारतीय प्रशासनिक सेवा 1957 बैच के अधिकारी हैं और वे मध्य प्रदेश में विभिन्न महत्वपूर्ण पदों पर विशेषकर जिला सतना एवं सीधी में कलेक्टर एवं सहडोल आदि जिलों में पदस्थ रहे हैं। वर्तमान में वर्ष मई 2020 से मध्य प्रदेश शासन के खनिज साधन विभाग में प्रमुख सचिव एवं दी मध्य प्रदेश स्टेट माइनिंग कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड में प्रबंध संचालक के पद पर पदस्थ हैं। मैं उनको निमंत्रण देता हूं।
Good afternoon, everyone. So, किससे करना है भाई? So I will take 7 minutes. So my presentation is in 3 parts. First, I will give a brief overview, then about exploration and auction process. And in auction process, I will mostly focus on the progress and process and the learnings from auction process, then the issues.
This is the Madhya Pradesh. If you look at Madhya Pradesh from mineral resource point of view, then we have we are the largest producer of copper and manganese, and we are the leading producer of manganese. We are the only operational mine of diamond ore, sir. Then Singrauli is the energy capital. We have coal mines also. This is basically a number of mines and revenue. So we get revenue mainly from major minerals. 1/3 revenue comes from minor minerals and 2/3 from the major minerals. So this is to show that how we are, like Madhya Pradesh is getting benefits from the mining reforms, that our revenue was at that secular growth till 2021 of around 5 to 6% per annum. Now we are growing 20 to 25% after operationalizing these things. In this slide, sir, only I will flag one thing, that in parallel with the major minerals, we are auctioning important minor minerals also. We have policy that, and we are getting good premium in minor minerals also, sir. This is basically, I think most of us would like to think that exploration activities, they are the, we have discussed that they are the backbone for the, to create the pipeline for the auction, for which we are concerned about. So, we have a special arrangement with the NMDC, MOIL and MECL. And sir, we have signed MOUs with all of them. And we have given around 55 blocks for exploration. And these blocks will be available for auction and formation of JV with them by June 2023. So we will be having these additional blocks for auction by in next 1.5 years, along with the mining blocks available will be made available by the So, sir, NMDC we have given 24 blocks, and 21 out of them 21 are diamond block, 2 are iron block, and 1 is gold block. And good news is that in Kishangarh Pathanpura block, we have NMDC has explored, and they have found one kimberlite shaft. So that is the confirmation for the diamond ore, sir. And we are expecting around 5 to 6 such exploration in that area. And that mineral value of all these 5, 6 shafts will be around 2 to 3 lakh crores, sir. So this is basically fortune for Madhya Pradesh if we will get that and explode by the June 2023. And this is all, sir, G2 and G3 level exploration. So they will be auctioned for the MLs. Similarly, we have MOU with MOIL, and we have given around 22 blocks to them, sir. And they are working on it, and they also will finish their exploration activity by June 2023. So with some of them, we will be forming one JVC, and some will be auctioned. So my estimate is that around 6-7 will be we will form a JV, and 12-13 will be auctioned out. Similarly, we have given 7 blocks of diamond to MECL. So this is the progress till now. We total target at GOI level is 500 blocks. So our target is 100 blocks, and we have till now auctioned 105 blocks, and our successful rate is around 1/3. And this year we have successfully auctioned around 15 blocks. So we have taken a target of 30 blocks for this year, and we will be completing it because we have auction calendar, In September, we will be issuing one NIT of 20 blocks, then November, then January, and then March. So we will be achieving this target, sir. This is the basically source where we get the mineral blocks for auctioning. So this we know, but I want to just bring your attention on this last line, sir, that we are now issuing orders for lapsing the mines. Those who are not like producing mineral for last 2 years, now we are issuing the lapsing order. So we have issued for 38 mines, and around 20 mines are in pipeline. So these will be very good mine for auctioning, and they will be in pipeline. So in a way, we are creating a pipeline for future like 2-3 years. So this is the auction process flow chart, sir. So this is just to show that how we manage the auction process. So it take around 6 months, sir. तो इसमें हम लोगों को हर एक 2-3 महीने पे ही एक प्रोसेस सर शुरू करनी होती है. ऐसा नहीं है कि first we start one process, then it ends in 6 months, then we start another process. It's not that way. So we start one process like in this month, then we will start another process in after 2 months. So, and we have done many like changes in earlier processes, like screening of actionable blocks. So here we involve MECL people and GSI people also with our team. Then preparation, earlier DGPS survey and digitization was done by the in-house or the state agency. Now we have impaneled people. So they do this DGPS survey and digitization of GR and timely manner. So this only now takes 13 days. Earlier it used to take around 3 months to 4 months or even more than that, sir. And at the end, sir, if you see that 150 days it's end, then we take the post-auction activity, and where we talk with call a meeting with all stakeholders, including our field officials, and we discuss why there was annulment of the blocks, or what was the problem in the process, and what improvement we need in the process, sir. So अगर आप देखेंगे sir, these are the some changes we have taken, and we are grateful to Government of India, sir. Whatever we have suggested, they have quickly responded, sir. Like private vendor appointment for DGPS and MAP digitization. Now we are refunding bid security in 7 days so that they can participate in the next lot, sir. Tender document fees, earlier it was 5 lakhs. So now we have categorized it on the basis of VER. Then other like, sir, now we are going all online, no physical document submission from next NIT, sir. So these are the things we are doing, sir. And ease of doing business, sir, we are doing all processes online like many other states are doing. And one thing I want to bring your knowledge is that your team, now we have rewritten almost all the minor mineral and illegal storage, transportation, and mining rules. So to decriminalize many aspects. So that we have done. And issues, sir, I want to flag that first one, this has been discussed, but still I want to flag once more because it's a very important, sir. That when we discuss with the prospecting bidders, they say that there is no, we don't found enough information to participate, sir. So even though we are like auctioning those blocks for composite licenses, even though we know that they will be doing the prospecting, then they will be asking for mining lease. But they seek for information details of the land, classification of the land, then mineralization, and what are the chances of finding the mineral. So our request is that, like, if I give you one example, in last NIT, we issued 20 blocks, and 10 were composite license and 10 were ML. And ML thing, their successful rate was 60%, and composite license is G4 with G4 report, only 10%. One block was auctioned out. And that block was of limestone because of that bedded formation and surface mineral
kind of thing that was auctioned out. Otherwise, if you see that I have given two example also in Harsa, like diamond, we are saying that 16 square kilometer. So diamond is found in a very small area, like shaft is in like 100 by 100 meters. So if we will say that we are auctioning out 16 square kilometer, then they will not be interested, sir. Like similarly in the graphite area, so something has to be done, sir, in this. Second is, sir, litigation, that 84 cases are of 10A2B, sir. So now we are founding that, sir, these cases are, we are not founding them like available for auction. Whenever we auction, they go to the court and take a stay. So this is major hurdle, sir, and because initially we thought these are the cases available and they will be auctioned out very easily because they have like GR reports and exploration reports, but here we are finding very much like difficulty, sir. Third issue is, sir, this is maybe specific to the Madhya Pradesh because we have some small mines, sir. So generally individuals and SMEs and they participate. So they don't want to participate in the complex process where there is a two-stage bidding process. Two-stage means that they first close cover that it's through online, but then open auction, sir. So our proposal is, sir, if it is possible that for smaller blocks like less than 25, or this number can be anything, sir. If we can change some processes, it can make it to the single stage bidding process, so then it will be very helpful, sir. Fourth one is, sir, it's a little divergent from the earlier discussion, sir. We auctioned one block of Bandar Diamond Khadan, sir. And in 2019, sir, we allotted the LOI in December 2019. And we very promptly acted at state level and we sent the forest clearance proposal in last July, sir. Sir, why it is important, why I am raising here, sir? This has a BR of around 60,000 crore, sir. We will get revenue of around 26,000 crore. They have prepared mining plan for 10 years, so my revenue will be like increased to 2,500 crore, sir. So I will be getting jump of 25% by single mine, sir. So if you can intervene, sir. Next, diamond. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for that presentation. And we now turn our heads towards the next presentation, identifying the next state in that sequence, which is the state of Maharashtra. It is one of the top 5 states in mines auction since introduction of auction regime in 2015. And for the presentation, may I have on stage Dr. Harshdeep Sriram Kamble, IS officer from the batch of 1997. He's the Principal Secretary Industries and Mining, and Development Commissioner Industries, Directorate of Industries, Government of Maharashtra. Can we have you on stage, sir?
Good afternoon, sir. I'll be very brief, sir. Sir, Maharashtra, of course, is blessed with 47 varieties of minerals, as you are aware, sir. Manganese, iron ore, bauxite, copper, limestone. This is the second largest producer of manganese in the country, sir. Coal production in the state is around 50 million tons, sir. Sir, if you look at eastern part of Maharashtra, so that is the area, sir, where our minerals are highly deposited, sir. But that area also is Gadchiroli and Chandrapur, which is also infested with Naxalism, sir. And the best of the iron ore is found there only, sir. Sir, MSMC, sir, reservation, we are reserving more mines, sir. A proposal has been sent to reserve 11 ilmenite bearing areas in Ratnagiri district for MSMC, sir. But this proposal, sir, we are told that it would be granted by Atomic Mineral Director, sir. So this is for your kind consideration and requesting to expedite, sir. Sir, status of auction block, sir. Total 28 blocks have been auctioned successfully, sir. 18 of them are mining lease, sir, and 10 are composite license blocks. Sir, out of that, sir, 9 are with forest area, 9 are without forest area, sir, and composite license blocks are 10, sir. That is 28, sir, out of which 7 are iron ore, sir, 7 bauxite, 4 copper, sir, limestone, and then manganese 5, sir. Sir, these 9 blocks, they are pending for EC and FC clearance, sir. 8 are outside, sir, which we are expediting that. 1 mining lease block, sir, has already been operationalized, and 10 composite license, out of which, sir, 1 Thane Vasna is already operational, sir. This Thane Vasna is first composite license by a private party block, sir, to be operationalized in India by Vedanta Limited. The mining lease auction block, as per the current rates, would fetch around 21,000 crores for state of Maharashtra. We have received award too. Sir, I'll directly come to the issues phase, sir. So there is ambiguity regarding various forest areas like eco-sensitive area, wildlife corridor, sir. Sir, our Western Ghat is particularly falls under this eco-sensitive area. And that area of Kolhapur, Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg, which has quite a lot of bauxite minerals, sir. So that has been affected by this eco-sensitive area, sir. Sir, another issue is, sir, composite license which we issue is, there is an area limit of 25 square kilometer only, sir, and there is demand from the industries that companies to increase it to 100 kilometers, sir. Sir, inadequate exploration and geological data in blocks handed over by GSI, that is one issue which has been raised, sir. Then there is a delay in procurement of environment and forest clearance. This is the issue of everybody, sir. Sir, this is what is pending, sir, for ECFC at central government level, sir. Sir, I'll skip this, sir, but under NMET, sir, we have sent a proposal of 21.81 crores, sir. So that is for machinery, basically, sir. Sir, these are few suggestions for your kind consideration. Sir, consultation with state government and other exploration agencies must, sir, before declaring any area as eco-sensitive zone or wildlife corridors. So that is one request, sir. Then relaxation of area of limits for composite license under single mining, as I said, sir, from 25 square kilometer to 100 square kilometers, sir. Then I have also requested for approval of funds requirement through NMET, sir, for exploration infrastructure development, sir. Sir, GSI blocks that remain unsold in auction should be undertaken for further level of exploration. That's another request from our side, sir. Additional incentive to the state, sir, that is another one, sir. Sir, in some cases, the mining lease can be granted based on the mode of occurrence, sir, because in bauxite, sir, the metal is at you can find it at 5 meters only, sir. So for which the deposit which would lead to quick reclamation of mined out area. Sir, we already have one block in Kolhapur where it is a bauxite block, sir. It has been mined out and now it is already full with flora and fauna, sir. Sir, provision for quick redressal of cases under 10A, this has already been highlighted by Sukhveer, sir. A lot of court cases are going on, sir. Sir, another request is the relaxation of mineral concession rules regarding lapse of mining lease where production has discontinued for a period of 2 years for reasons beyond the lease's control, sir. Yeah, sir, because like in some areas where we have law and order problems, sir, and that is beyond the control of those companies, this is also for kind consideration, sir. Sir, this is our future plan, sir. We'll expedite these mining leases which we have already given, sir. Try to do them like, and composite license blocks, sir. We shall initiate exploration tentatively this year only, sir. We have also planned for 90 potential blocks that shall be auctioned in subsequent phases. Out of this 90 blocks, sir, we are taking this, possibly, sir, 25 blocks would be taken in 23-24 itself, sir. We have 36 blocks, sir, under 10A 2B, sir. So that also we are planning to take it, sir. Sir, before that, sir, before ending, sir, I would like to mention particularly about Gadchiroli, sir. Sir, Gadchiroli में थोड़ा सा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का प्रॉब्लम है, सर. लेकिन 1.5 साल पहले हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने और होम मिनिस्टर एंड इंडस्ट्रीज मिनिस्टर, सर, they took a meeting with various companies over there. हमने सर एक इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी बनाई है कि जो भी ये ऐसे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर वाले इशू में एरिया में अगर वहाँ कंपनी सेटअप करते हैं, वी आर गिविंग 125% ऑफ द इंसेंटिव्स. अगर आप 100 करोड़ लगाते हैं, 1000 करोड़ का लगाते हैं वहाँ पे, तो हम आपको 1250 करोड़ वगैरह तक देते हैं सर. दैट इज़ थ्रू गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव. सर लॉयड मेटल्स का जो माइन गढ़चिरौली में था, वो 3 साल पहले वहाँ पे काफ़ी इश्यूज हुए थे. देयर व्हीकल्स वर ऑल्सो बर्न डाउन. लेकिन सर ये 1.5 साल पहले की जो मीटिंग हुई उसमें काफ़ी गवर्नमेंट से पुलिस फोर्स का भी 24 आवर्स का सपोर्ट मिला. विथ दिस न्यू इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी दैट माइन इज़ नाउ ऑपरेशनल सर. और अभी 1 साल में वहाँ पे 3 मिलियन टन्स का प्रोडक्शन जो है सर वो शुरू हो गया सर. ऑलरेडी अगस्त तक उन्होंने ऑलरेडी 1 मिलियन टन निकाला है सर. दैट्स आयरन ओर सर. वहाँ का टोटल क्वांटिटी इज अबाउट 90 मिलियन टन्स. सर देयर आर लॉट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट from big companies like JSW sir, Mittal. They want to take this composite license in Gadchiroli area sir. So we would request sir, because it is a dense forest, law and order sir, of course state government would take care of sir. But what we want to create there is kind of a cluster of this kind of industries, which will be giving more and more incentives sir. That's for your kind consideration. Thank you sir.
Well, thank you very much, sir. We are flagging all the issues and queries being raised to you, and definitely Ministry of Mines is going to look into them and get back to you. Well, we turn our heads towards the final presentation as far as the states are concerned this evening, and we have the state coming up is the state of Odisha, frontrunner with highest revenue accrual from auction mines in 2021-22. And to represent the state, we have with us Shri Devranjan Kumar Singh, Principal Secretary, Steel and Mines Department, Government of Odisha. He had varied experience of holding many important and sensitive portfolios in the state of Odisha. Can we have you on stage, sir? Thank you.
How do you operate this? Honorable Minister, Mines, Coal and Parliamentary Affairs, Sri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Ministers from all the states, respected Secretary Mines, senior officers of the Ministry of Mines, and friends from different states. I would like to present the initiative in Odisha, and also I would like to highlight some issues which will be of interest to all of us and also to the Ministry of Mines, because these are very critical, because we are saying that more auctions, more revenue, but what are the issues which we have to handle first when we want to go in that direction? Since fortunately, under the guidance of our Honorable Chief Minister, we have been the front runner state, I would like to share with you those strategies so that you can also replicate them, and because I have also learned a lot from your presentation. The first issue, sir, I would like to highlight that the first issue which we have to address is exploration. Unless you have a very robust exploration mechanism and analysis of those exploration data, you just cannot progress any further. And sir, Honorable Minister is here. I say in all humility that G4 reports given by GSI, sir, they need to be really looked into, because the agencies which are interacting with us, they are raising so many questions about the quality of information, because sir, you give better quality, you get that better revenue. Sir, if your tender document is better, then you get better result. It is as simple as that, whether it is PW tender or irrigation tender. If your tender document is not perfect, how you can get the premium or the block can be auctioned? Sir, what we have done, we have formed a technical committee under the Director Geology in Government of Odisha, where all the exploration agencies are a member. They first examine the reports which have been finally submitted. If they okay that report, this is now ready for auction, then only, sir, we proceed. We just don't put any block which has not been properly assessed or explored to auction. And that has been the main reason for almost 100% success of our auctions. The second issue which I want to say that we have set up a state level exploration corporation, OMECL, on the line of MECL, which is dedicated to the exploration. And it has taken 20 blocks. And one bauxite block they have completed and given us data up to G2 level. Sir, at our level, since we have many blocks ready for auction, we have taken a conscious decision that we will not go for auction unless we have data up to G2 level. Our experience has been that G2 level fetches a much higher premium than whether at G3 or G4 level. And sir, I would like to also request all other states also that let us have a calendar for 1 year. Sir, in our department, we have the auction calendar ready for the whole year. So we have what we will do in the month of September, what we will do in the month of October, because some friend from other state was saying each auction is taking 3 months. So what you start in September, that may be ready in November, but then you start in October, that will be ready in the next month. So that type you have a sequential progress for having auction calendar for each month, which will mature after every 3 months. Now, sir, we have done a new initiative that we are going to map our whole state about resources. At various levels, we are going to establish a R&D center and also a drill core library for the first time in the country, out of the budgetary support from the state government. This was presented by Veena also, so I need not emphasize, but we have successfully auctioned 37 blocks, which are the highest in the country. And what is important, and it was also pointed out, and it is a concern of Ministry of Mines, that auctioning is not the end of the road. You have to operationalize those blocks. Unless those blocks are operationalized, you don't get revenue. So we have been very successful in operationalizing the blocks. And this needs lots of interaction with field level officers, like district collectors, district forest officers, superintendent of police. I would like to bring to the kind notice of Honorable Union Minister, sir, at the level of even Honorable Chief Minister, we have a joint interaction with collectors, superintendent of police, and DFOs, and sort out the issues, because these are the 3 officers who are involved in mining operations. DFOs are very crucial, police officers are very crucial for law and order, and collectors. So all these 3 people are called, and then for this, we discuss all this. So, sir, and though only in 2 cases, the successful bidders could not deposit the money or could not fulfill the conditions. So we have given those blocks to our state mining corporation, and which has also started production. In fact, I am very happy to submit before you, sir, that our state mining corporation last year made a profit of 5,000 crores, which was the highest. And it is the richest state mining PSU in the country. And we have all the expired leases we have explored, and we have ready for auction. My calendar is full. In my chamber, there is a ticker that for this month, this auction, this month, this auction. And sir, Secretary Mines, sir, was very right that if you jumble up 20 or 10 blocks in one go, you are likely to get less revenue. Because many bidders among themselves will decide, you take this, you take that, you take that. So don't go for a number more than 5 in major minerals. Not in one lot, not more than 5. I think that I need not re-emphasize that. Honorable Prime Minister, in his address to the Parliament, in motion of thanks to His Excellency the President of India, mentioned about Odisha. Sir, we were also at the level at which many other states were, like Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, which are rich in mineral resources. Sir, if you see the figure of 2015-16, we were also about 5,000 crores. And it was increasing by 10-20% till 2020-21. So from 13,000, we have suddenly gone to 50,000. So this is unprecedented, and every time in the whole state exchequer, sir, Commissioner Commercial Tax, he used to be the number one. He used to be the Amitabh Bachchan, that he was having the highest collection. And mining revenue used to be the Dharmender, second place. First time, sir, I'm happy, and I'm also slightly, my minister is here. We were proud to declare before the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, this year we are the Amitabh Bachchan, and Commercial Tax Commissioner is the Dharmender. So they were about 28,000 crores. They also increased, out of which mining contribution is also substantial. But we collected 49,000 crores. Gabbar Singh ko bhaga diya, sir. And sir, it has put a lot of pressure on us, sir. You will be surprised, sir, in the last quarter of financial year, all my colleagues must be knowing that Ministry of Finance issued a circular on austerity, that financial year is closing, so you please rationalize on expenditure, control your expenditure. Our finance department issued a circular that because of unprecedented revenue given by the mines department, all the spending departments are directed to increase their expenditure. And sir, mining is also a revenue which is cyclical. So sir, we have created a corpus with Reserve Bank of India. 10,000 crore stabilization fund has been deposited by the state government in that corpus. So in lean season, that money can be used by the state government for meeting its needs. Because we got suddenly a surplus budget, so we have created a stabilization fund with Reserve Bank of India. And every year, sir, mining revenue extra thing will be added to that fund. Sir, this is the contribution of different minerals. Of course, iron ore has been 39,000 crore, and 10,000 crore has come from different other sources by chromite and coal and all that. And sir, we have consistently, in spite of COVID, we have consistently maintained the dispatch and produced. Odisha produces about 40% of iron ore in the country. So our coal production has also been substantial. Now, sir, I will just, for the kind intervention of Honorable Union Minister and respected Secretary, sir, I would like to highlight a few issues. Sir, one block we published long back, bauxite, but it is held up because of a case in the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Sir, we won in the High Court, and it is now lying up in the Supreme Court. So it will be kind if Government of India also intervenes. We are fighting that case, sir. We have also hired a senior advocate. So if Government of India intervenes there. The second issue is, sir, Honorable Minister recently called a meeting on the imposition of export duty. So, sir, if that issue is settled either way, because, sir, there is uncertainty in the market. So because of that, the bidders whom I am interacting, they are also not sure what to do. So if the matter is settled early, sir, either way, that is why, sir, my 5 iron ore blocks are held up, sir. We have conducted the auction. The first bid has been accepted, but we are not going ahead deliberately because this uncertain condition. Then, sir, the third issue, recently, sir, Ministry of Mines has circulated a note on refixation of that conversion factor of bauxite ASP. So, sir, from 6.4, the suggestion has come to about 4.2 or something. So unless that is resolved, we have about, as you know, sir, we have about 60% of bauxite reserves of the country. So we want to go ahead, and bidders are also interested. So if that is decided early, we will immediately go ahead with the auction of this bauxite also, sir. Sir, on this vesting thing, sir, the Ministry of Forest has given some guidelines which is slightly contrary. And Forest Department, if required, Veena, I will share with you those instructions issued by the Ministry of Forest, which is not in total sync with what Ministry of Mines is saying. So on that, point there is some confusion in the Forest Department officials. Sir, now I have only one request with Union Ministry. Somehow, sir, IBM in Odisha has to be strengthened. Because it is a mineralist state, sir. It is giving the highest revenue. We have done exceedingly well. But either they are incapable or unwilling. Either of these two may be. Because in such a state, IBM should be a very strong and organization. So in the technical committee which I pointed out, which finally approves the GR submitted by different exploration agencies, the IBM representative is a member, but he hardly comes. आ गया चला गया है. The second issue is, I know, and the second issue is the recent issue of lowering of grade by the auction miners. Recently, sir, Ministry has given a communication. We noticed this 6 months in advance. With government approval, we formed a committee involving Directorate of Mine, Director of Geology, everybody, IBM representative. They attended first 2 meetings. They were supposed to visit the field because they have approved the mining plan. So whether the exploration is happening or the mining is happening as per the mining plan, they will be only able to certify. So after that, sir, they are not attending. So I will request humbly that these issues may be taken up at the Ministry of Mining level so that all the issues are sorted out. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, sir. That was a presentation coming up from the state of Odisha, a detailed one, so to say. So we have finally arrived at the conclusion.
Before that, I would like to ask the Principal Secretary Odisha. You are talking about GSA report. I think you are the only person told about the GSA report, the quality. G4, you see, the government of India wanted to have more exploration activity in G4 level. Unless until you do G3 and G2, then only you can get a more premium. Just to increase, because the activities, that's why we have gone for G4. You see, you know very well, the GSA has given one bauxite, you have earned nearly more than 20 crore. How do you say that GSA report is not up to the mark? That I fully won't accept that one. Only thing is, wherever you go, we have given most of the, because in Odisha you have mostly better deposit, iron ore and bauxite. These are the 2 major mineral which you never state. Whatever the report GSA is given to all the state government. So on that basis only you are doing action. There are now 2 days before your MECL came to GSA. I spoke with Singh or some director. He wanted all the report of GSA, they want to do something NGPM work. I told him that GSA is the only organization where it gives all the report to all the state government. So I told him, we will give everything to you. So GSA, if any state government require any kind of work from Geological Survey of India, we are ready to cooperate with you. We are ready to share all the data. Thank you very much.
This is something I want to share. If we do a better exploration, G2, G1 level, maybe we'll get more revenue. No, I'm just giving. If you G2, G1 karega to aur acha milega. Technically speaking, this is the idea, but this is not. I would say this is not really, because you have not done any CL block. Many other states have. सुनिए, आप सुन लीजिए एक मिनट. नहीं, आप बीच में मत बोलिए. This lowering of standards of exploration was done on the request of the state governments. Let me share with you, because for G4 mineral, and many times, see, for bedded minerals, we have said you can do ML at G3. And states are getting good response. There was a request from Karnataka, on that basis we had done. Rajasthan is getting good response, all are getting good response. And this discussion we had, I don't know with who, which officers of Odisha. I said, you first do few at G4 level, G3 level. देखिए उसमें होता नहीं होता आप कैंसिल कर दो उसको, कोई मना नहीं कर रहा है. Number one. Number two, for deep-seated minerals, it is always better for the person who is going to mine to carry on the exploration. So, this is what we have observed, but see, for you, you have sufficient resources, others don't have. So you can wait till all exploration can be done, but this is factually not correct. In fact, Karnataka, the director said different. People are giving more bids in CL and they are giving less bids in ML. That was in the last, I'll just put it this, there can be different opinion people may have.
Well, thank you, sir, very much for the input. And that also brings us to the end of the post-lunch session. And quickly, I'd like to once again request Shri Alok Tandon Sahab, Secretary Ministry of Mines, to offer his concluding remarks as a takeaway of these deliberations.
Honorable Minister, Coal Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable Ministers from the state governments, all the officers present, ladies and gentlemen. So we are coming to the close of this experience sharing session, wherein we had presentation from the various 7 state governments, and I would like to respond to some of the issues raised by them. Andhra Pradesh mentioned about the beach sand minerals and the relaxation of area limit. I think we have had a meeting recently under Secretary Expenditure, and it was mentioned that they could send a detailed proposal on why they need the limit to be expanded. Till that time, we have permitted them 2 leases of 10 square kilometers, and we are open on the idea of increasing the limit, provided a proper justification comes in. He also mentioned about the revision of royalty of limestone. We had a committee to look into that, and the committee submitted the report. A decision would be taken shortly on that. Prior approval of central government for auctioning of composite licenses. This would require amendment of the Act. This is under circulation. We had already done a public consultation, and we are also moving on it. However, let me tell you that till the provision is there, we normally take a period of just about a month to give the clearances. So that should not be an impediment. Various state governments mentioned about the problems being faced in getting permission for exploration, and as mentioned by the Honorable Minister, we would request the state governments to write to the Ministry of Environment and Forest also regarding the problems faced. We have had a few discussions with them, but your letters, your telephone calls would strengthen us. This matter has been discussed, and they are also ready with their amendment of the Forest Conservation Act. So if you could send your suggestions quickly within the next week, 10 days, that would expedite this process. It was mentioned that a centralized monitoring of FCEC clearances should be done, a portal should be there. This we had also taken up with the Minister of Environment, and they have mentioned that a revised portal, Parivesh Portal 2, would be operational very shortly. We had a detailed presentation from Chhattisgarh, and they mentioned about the important minerals which are available and the processes which they have undertaken. I would request them to, since most of the important minerals are available, I would request them to take a lead in the auction process also. Gujarat mentioned about their experiences, and they mentioned about their dedicated auction portal, online, a real-time auction portal. I would request the state governments to see the auction portal of Gujarat and probably implement something similar in the states. He also mentioned about problems faced in the getting environmental clearance, and my response would be the same, that they should also mention factual information to the MOEF, and we are also taking it up as mentioned. Karnataka mentioned about the problems being faced in 10A2B cases. As mentioned by Veena in her presentation, we were initially quite hopeful of getting all the cases consolidated in the Honorable Supreme Court, but It seems Honorable Supreme Court has not agreed with that, so we'll have to pursue in the individual high courts. He also mentioned about judgment of a Karnataka High Court in a specific case, but those cases, the facts of those cases are separate, and that I think will not impede the auction of other 10A2B cases. Those cases were specific in the sense that recommendation of the state government had already been forwarded to the central government, which may not be the case in other cases. So they can examine that judgment and take up the auctions of the other cases where facts are different. Madhya Pradesh mentioned about copper, manganese, and about 2/3 of revenue coming from major minerals. He also mentioned about lack of data while auction of composite licenses. I think a response has already been given, and I would like to maintain that the relaxation in exploration norms were taken up after a lot of deliberations, and since now G4 level, composite license G4 level is permitted, and state governments are going ahead with that, we should make an attempt to move forward. And request would be, as also corroborated by state of Odisha, that whenever they are putting up NITs for auction, they should not go for many auctions of the same mineral in one go. Maybe 3 to 4, 4 to 5 cases in one go. If they do, they should get better responses. And also the circular which we have issued recently regarding second attempt to be made, that should also help them. Maharashtra mentioned about NMET proposal for exploration infrastructure. I think Maharashtra must be one of the 1 or 2 states who have sent that, and I would request the additional secretary and the TCC members to have a look at the proposal for exploration infrastructure. Odisha mentioned about a robust exploration mechanism. I would like to again mention that we have already set up a joint working group under the chairmanship of Secretary, Principal Secretary, in which GSI is a member, and I would request the secretaries that if they are not happy with a particular report, they can ask GSI to have a relook at it and come back with more data and go ahead with auctions. And in case they find that after, let's say, 2 rounds, there are not either there are no bids or not sufficient bid, then they can ask funds from NMET for further exploration. We are not having a closed mind on that, but we are simply requesting that please go ahead and see if you receive adequate bids. Maybe there are, the bidders may find that similar mineral is available in an adjacent area and that is sufficient for them to bid. If you really find that after a couple of rounds you're not getting any bids or probably lesser bids, you can ask NMET for funds for further exploration, and we would be happy to sanction that. But please do make a good use of the joint working group mechanism. And I would like to mention what Principal Secretary Odisha said about having the auction calendar for the whole year, and that is something which should be emulated by all others. There was certain issues about the IBM, which I think the additional secretary has noted, and this would definitely be sorted out jointly. So, we all know that mining sector directly and indirectly employs approximately 1.1 crore people and sustains livelihood of about 5 crore people. And to unlock its potential, major reforms have been brought out, which have been discussed in detail, and I would not like to mention the figures again. I would, however, like to mention that in assisting and facilitating the state governments, we have handed over 298 blocks to the state governments for auction in the last 1.5 years, and the states have also come forward and auctioned 46 plus 52, 98 blocks in the last 1.5 years. A major challenge in the mineral exploration comes around the concealed and the deep-seated deposits. So we are also seeking the help of private participation into this segment, and there was a separate session on that, and I'm sure with this empanelment of 10 agencies, state governments will take their help and move forward. Use of technology is an important part, and I'm happy to note that Odisha and Karnataka are utilizing it well in detecting cases of illegal mining and also determining or monitoring the grade of mineral which is being transported. Government of India had set up a committee under the chairmanship of Joint Secretary Policy with representatives from 4 state governments, and I'm happy to mention that the committees finalized the reports, the recommendations. We would be sharing the recommendations shortly, which would help the state governments. If those are implemented, it will help the state governments in minimizing such cases and also increasing their revenues further. In the end, I would request the state governments to actively participate in the mining reforms and grab the opportunity of revenue maximization, and we look forward to having increased mineral exploration, production and supplies in the country with supports of all the states. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your valued inputs and also for taking care of the main issues raised by various state representatives during their deliberation. Well, that brings us to the end of this session. That is the pre-evening tea session. And we break for tea here. And we also invite all dignitaries present here for a cup of tea and slight refreshments. And on the other side of the break, we regroup and reassemble for the concluding session as far as today's event is concerned. In 15 minutes from now, that is what I've been told. 15 minutes is what we have, and immediately we'll regroup after for the concluding session. Just forgot, I would like to thank the panel of experts for nicely conducting the session, also receiving the major queries, clarifications, and also conducting the session in a proper manner. Thank you very much. request Shri Sanjay Lohia Sahab, Additional Secretary to the Ministry of Mines, Shri S. Raju, Director General GSI, to kindly grace the dais, and we also once again request Shri M. Nagaraju Sahab to kindly grace the dais. Okay, sir. We'll go ahead with the program as far as the concluding session is concerned. May I quickly now invite Shri Sanjay Lohia Sahab, Additional Secretary. For today, obviously, yes. Sir, we would like to invite Shri Sanjay Lohia Sahab, Additional Secretary, sir, Ministry of Mines, to kindly come forward and give his address, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Honorable Minister of Mines, Honorable Ministers of Mines from various states, Secretary Mines, my colleagues from state governments and the central government. It is my pleasure to welcome all the Honorable Ministers from the states to come and express their views. And we are very fortunate that all of you could take out time to come here, and we have all seen that you have sat through the full day. So this shows your commitment towards the mining sector and its potential. Before we invite the Honorable Ministers, it's just few points I want to bring to your kind notice. पहला बात है कि जो अभी हम ब्लॉक एक्सप्लोर करेंगे, ऑक्शन करेंगे, तो उसका रिजल्ट 5 साल 10 साल बाद आता है. तो आज का रिक्वायरमेंट या आज का हमारा जो भी सिनारियो का देख के अगर हम बोले कहीं ज़रूरत है नहीं है, तो शायद 5-10 साल बाद हमें ज़्यादा तकलीफ होगी. दूसरा, जिस तरह का सभी स्टेट्स ने उठाया मुद्दा ईसी का, एफसी का, तो बहुत सारे मिनरल ब्लॉक शायद प्रोडक्शन में नहीं आ पाए. तो एक देयर विल बी ए फेलियर रेट आफ्टर इवन आफ्टर ऑक्शन. और कई बार कुछ और भी रीज़न हो सकते हैं. तो हमने ऐसा देखा है कि एक्सप्लोरेशन में सक्सेस रेट बहुत कम है. जो G4 रिपोर्ट GSI देता है, उसके बेसिस पे जो बल्क मिनरल का एक्सप्लोरेशन किया जाता है, तो 60% 70% उसमें निकलता है ऑक्शनेबल ब्लॉक. और जो ऑक्शन होता है उसमें करीब 60-70% सक्सेस रेट है ये मेजर मिनरल का, फिर उसको री ऑक्शन करना पड़ता है. और 30-40% सक्सेस रेट है इसका डीप सीटेड मिनरल का. और उसके अलावा उसके बाद में ऑपरेशनलाइज करने के लिए जो कंपनीज आगे बढ़ के आई हैं ऑक्शन में लेने, उनके लिए भी बहुत बड़ी पैसा भी खर्च होता है, समय भी खर्च होता है और मेहनत भी बहुत करनी पड़ती है. अभी कुछ दिन पहले आई शुड शेयर विद ऑल द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स, कुछ लोग हमारा CII का कोई आए थे डेलीगेशन, बोलते साहब कई सारे ब्लॉक तो छोड़ के जाने को तैयार है, आपको सरेंडर कर देगा, वो FC नहीं मिल रहा है उसको. हम बोला आप थोड़ा लिस्ट दीजिए, हम लोग कोशिश करता है, हमारा मीटिंग आ रहा है स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ. तो इसमें मेरा ये सभी ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर्स से अनुरोध है कि एंड एक बात सच है, अदर देन उड़ीसा, कर्नाटका और मे बी 2-3 अदर स्टेट्स, मध्य प्रदेश, बाकी स्टेट्स में तो वो माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट भी कमज़ोर है. और इसमें हमें एडमिट करना चाहिए क्योंकि इतने साल दूसरा तरीके से काम होता था और अभी ये थोड़ा एक्सप्लोरेशन का. तो वी नीड योर सपोर्ट एंड गाइडेंस इन स्ट्रेंथनिंग द माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट, जियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट. और उसके अलावा वी नीड योर सपोर्ट इन एनकरेजिंग आवर कलीग्स इन द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स टू गेट इन. एंड एक्सप्लोरेशन इज़ नॉट अ वेरी कोई अच्छा मतलब जल्दी होने वाला काम नहीं है. 1 साल 2 साल 3 साल लगता है एक्सप्लोरेशन करने में. इट्स नॉट अ वेरी यू कैन से कि इमीडिएट रिजल्ट मिलता है. सो पीपल नीड एनकरेजमेंट देयर. और ऑक्शन भी थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सा प्रोसीजर है, जैसा हमारे फ्रेंड्स ने बताया 6 महीने लग जाते हैं, 3-4 महीने तो मिनिमम लगता है, उसमें भी आपका सख्त में ज़रूरत है। और साथ में फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट, एनवायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कई बार पार्टीज़ को ब्लॉक ऑक्शन में मिलने के बाद में वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से हेल्प नहीं मिलती है या सरकार में अन्य डिपार्टमेंट से हेल्प नहीं मिलती है, उसमें एज ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर्स आपका अगर सहयोग रहेगा, आपका डायरेक्शन रहेगा तो सभी डिपार्टमेंट्स आगे बढ़ के आएंगे। एंड with these few words, I welcome all the honorable ministers. I thank them for being present today. And tomorrow we have a very important session on coal-related issues. So I welcome you to express your views. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for colloquially presenting your views about the takeaways of today's programs. It has been a very grilling session right from the morning till the wee hours of the evening. And what a productive session it has turned out to be. Well, once again, we thank you for all the input through various sessions that you have given. And moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, finally time has arrived when we should be lending our ears to the wonderful galaxy of ministers from different states who have found time out of their busy schedule to be a part of this important program. Once again, we thank you, sirs, for accepting our invitation to be a part of this program. Well, we have just received a request from one of our ministers, sirs, that he has some preoccupation as he has to leave. So we'll be taking that luxury of calling him first onto the dais, and in that sequence, but before we do so, just a few words about him. Dr. R. Lalthangiat from Honorable Minister Mizoram, who is currently a cabinet minister in the present Mizo National Front Ministry, and he holds the portfolios of health, education, and commerce. He has been elected to the Mizoram Legislative Assembly from South Tuipui constituency, a post-graduate from Northeastern Hill University, which is also called NEHU. In sociology, he started his career in teaching from Panchunga University College as assistant professor before taking an active turn towards politics. Ladies and gentlemen, may we welcome Shri R. Lalthangiat sir onto the dais for his kind address, please.
Thank you so much for giving me the first time. I am really qualified to call the first because I'm the senior most minister of health and family welfare in the country. And I may not be the senior most minister of commerce and industry or minings or whatever it is, but in fact, we had recently the conference of the health minister in Gujarat. That was in the first week of May. We had the self-introduction of all the ministers, so I'm the senior most. Okay? Anyway, first of all, coming from, the extreme cornermost state of Northeast, bordering Myanmar, we have a very lengthy borderline with Myanmar of 404 kilometers, with Bangladesh 318 kilometers. Altogether, we have 722 kilometer borderline either side together. So I also would like to, grace this occasion on behalf of the most peaceful state in the country and the second most literate state in India, next to Kerala. We tried to defeat the state of Kerala in the level of literacy when I was education minister for 8 years, way back in 2000 to 2008, but it's really difficult to defeat the state of Kerala. Anyway, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to take 1 minute only to, take a facilitation of our respected union minister, this being my first opportunity, and other, important official. Sir, could you please kindly, yeah, I'll come. Yeah, please. Okay, there is one more. Yes. I would like to make brighter. our Union Secretary for, Alok Tandon. Please, could you please kindly come? And next will be Sri Sanjay Lohi and S. Raju, Negaraju. And I also would like to, last but not the least, from Odisha, somebody speak very well. Next is Sanjay Lohi. Oh. Next, Mr. Raju. Next is Mr. Nagaraju. Nagaraju, where is he? He is not here. Okay. In that case, last but not the least, I'll give it later. But not the least, but I really touched with the speech of the official from the Odisha. Could you please kindly come over here? Please convey my sincere thanks and gratitude and congratulations to your Honorable Chief Minister. I forget his name?
Mr. Naveen Patnaik.
Naveen Patnaik.
Thank you, sir. Thank
That
you for this honor, sir.
this is as appreciation of your, achievement.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Please invite me to visit Odisha. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I would like to, yes, I think before October, I would like to come down. Okay? With a team of my official, because I would like to see your achievement. It's really wonderful. Okay. Congratulations. Big, big congratulations. Let us clap our. Okay. I'm not going to take much time, but thank you so much. I would like to convey my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Union Minister, Mr. Josiji, for holding this important meeting. This is my first opportunity to attend, though I have 30 years of experience in different ministries, but in fact, this is a very rare occasion. Thank you so much. You convened at the right time. So I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to you, our Honorable Union Minister of Mines and Parliamentary Affairs. Meanwhile, I'd also like to request to our Honorable Union Minister to give a special attention, to the northeastern state, comprising of 8 states. We are all special category state. So we have different kind of, problems that needs to be addressed separately. That is why during the lunch time, we discussed about holding of the meeting of the Northeast Minister of Mines and Coals and Commerce Industries, okay? So he fixed 28 October. Am I right, sir? Yeah, I'll be writing to you as a convener. Yeah, definitely. On Monday, my letter will reach to you on Monday, sir. Don't worry. So thank you so much for your, it will be in the beautiful city of Nagaland. My colleagues invited us. He will host at Dimapur, which is easily accessible, okay? But also we'd like to invite, the stakeholder and others who are important, to attend. And the request the Union Minister to approach the donor ministry. We have, sufficient fund, 10% set aside by different ministry, unused, unutilized, crore and crore of rupees. So that has to be utilized for Northeastern region, because you see, this is a really important, because it's very difficult, it's a complicated issue. They set aside 10% of their ministry fund, but it's very difficult to utilize. So please, sir, please intervene. I am also going to write to the Union Finance Minister to spare something for Northeast. So this is what I would like to make an appeal. And also I appeal to the mines and mineral exploration company, corporation, stakeholder who are big gathering, to, involved, to give your inputs for Northeastern region. We are all, late stater in development. So this is my request to all of you. So coming to my state, Mizoram, the geographical and mining activities in Mizoram have been undertaken by Directorate of Geology and Mining under the Commerce and Industry Department. Briefly, the geological setup of Mizoram is predominantly sedimentary formation, and in the present mining scenario of Mizoram, oil and gas exploration has been undertaken by 3 exploration agencies. One is Vedanta Limited, ONGC, and Oil India Company, All India Limited, at the northern tips and the northern part and the middle part of Mizoram, while southern part is not yet to be explored. So we need a special attention very much in the southern part of Mizoram. And thirdly, regional coal exploration is proposed to be conducted at 2 selected blocks in north and western part and southwestern part of Mizoram. For this, Director of Geology and Mining and Central Mining Planning and Design Institute Limited are working together and now in the stage of preparation of tendering process. So I just would like to make information about this. And we have, minor minerals such as sandstone, sand, and bricks, earth, etc. are being exploited, unlike Odisha, and administered from which revenue in terms of royalty are being generated, which are governed by, the government. And the Mizoram Minor Mineral Concession Rules 2000 frame under the Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Acts of 1957, and no major minerals are found and exploited in my state till date. As such, no mining list or PLML composite license has been granted, and no contribution like 2% of royalty has been collected nor contributed towards the National Mineral Exploration Trust till date. So as such, Mizoram state is yet to be explored for search of major minerals, and may be suggestive that GSI take initiative at the expenses of central government due to financial constraint of the state. That is my request. And even though no fund has been contributed from minor mineral towards NMET fund, the DGM Mizoram put forward the agenda to 61st CGBB committee at New Delhi held on March this year that NMET fund be set for minor mineral sand deposit exploration. So the proposal is submitted due to the fact that sands auditing and preparations of district survey report has to be made by NABET and QCCI consultant for obtaining environmental clearance, and the state government cannot support the state DGM financially due to bad financial condition. However, the proposal was regretted by stating that NMET fund is meant for major minerals only. We take it very seriously, so I would like to approach again the government of India. Then Mizoram government has submitted proposal to the Ministry of Mines once again, Government of India, New Delhi, seeking financial assistance from any suitable source. And I wrote a letter on May 24th, amounting to rupees 518 lakhs only for SEN survey, preparation of DSR and EMP to meet the expenditure for engagement of NABET and QCCI consultant to comply. NGT order. A reply is still being awaited from the ministry, so please kindly look into it. Our important people are here from the ministry. So it is my honest and humble request to the central government to open door to minor minerals for tapping NMET fund for exploration as per rules clause K of sub rules 1 of rules 9 of the NMET rules of 2015, which reads, using the trust fund for such other purposes that the governing body may decide or authorize the executive committee to be necessary or expedient in the interest of conservation, development, and exploration of mineral resources of India, not inconsistent with the provision of the Act. So this is important. As part of the direction of central government, the DGM Mizoram has framed and approved star rating templates for minor mineral in line with the draft template for minor minerals prepared by Ministry of Mines, in line with major minerals in sub-rule 2 of Rule 35 under Mineral Conservation and Development Rules of 2017, MCDR 2017. So the star rating template for minor minerals was incorporated in the new draft rules called the Mizoram Minor Minerals Concessions and Prevention of Illegal Mining Rules of 2022 to supersede the existing Mizoram Minor Mineral Concession Rules of 2000. So the new set of rules will take care of minor mineral concession as well as illegal mining as per section 51 of 22C of the MMDR Act of 1957, respectively. So the DGM Mizoram has also framed the District Mineral Foundation Rules of 2022 to rehabilitate the mining affected areas and people. Both these draft rules were now vetted by the Law and Judicial Department of Government of Mizoram and will soon be submitted to the Council of Ministers Cabinet meeting. I hope it will be cleared and approved. So in order to implement the National Mineral Policy, this is really important, of 2019, the DGM Mizoram has submitted a project called Enhancement of the State Revenue through Application of Information Technology in Monitoring Mineral Exploitation and Resource Mapping, amounting to rupees 4.69 crore only to Northeastern Council, NEC Shillong. The concept paper and DPR were already approved and now on the verge of sanctioning the fund to the state DGM for implementation. Meanwhile, the strengthening of state DGM by creating more posts of mining engineers and geologists to ensure long-term sustainable development in mining through preparation of mining plant, scheme of mining, PMCP and FMCP, monitoring through star rating, etc. is yet another job to be done later. So I, being Mines Minister in a northeastern state, wanted to request the Union Ministry of Mines to revamp the Northeast Special Assistance Program to Northeast DGMs in terms of supply of instruments and equipment, capacity building such as training on mines planning and design, explosive and blasting practices in mines and quarries, laws pertaining to environmental issues as per NGT MO, Ministry of Environment and Forests and Climate Change, and mineral exploration under UNFC codification, etc., and financial assistance through Indian Bureau of Mines, IBM, which was stopped some 4 and 5 years back. This has to be, renewed again. This is also due to the fact that 10% GBS funding through donor for Northeastern region does not have provision for mineral development in the state and cannot be harnessed by state DGMs. Lastly, hence, Ministry of Mines is earnestly requested again to revitalize the Northeast Special Assistance Program to develop, Northeast state of, special category state of DGMs for the development of major and minor minerals in order to increase production and safety, in mining, and we're going in tandem. This will definitely ensure long-term sustainable development in mining, resulting in enhanced productivity and generation of more revenues to the government exchequer. Thank you so much. So I take time from the absentee like Meghalaya and Tripura. Please understand, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir, once again for your gracious presence and for all the valued input that you gave in today's event, and also for presenting before us a vivid account of the geological constitution of the state of Mizoram, and most importantly, for bringing a taste of the culture to the city of Hyderabad along with you. Thank you very much for your gracious presence, and once again, we move forward to the next state, and we would like to call for the request for the kind presence of Honorable Minister from the state of Karnataka, Shri Achara Halapa Basapasa, and just a few words about him before I invite him on the dais for his address. Well, Shri Halapa Basappa Achar, who is Cabinet Minister of Mines and Geology, Minister of Women and Child Development, Disabled and Senior Citizens Empowerment, Government of Karnataka. He is District In Charge Minister for Dharwad District. He is a member of the Karnataka Legislative Assembly from Yelburga constituency. You're welcome, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, our chief guest, Sri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Union Minister of Mines, Coal and Parliamentary Affairs, Sri Alok Tandon ji, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Additional Secretary Sri Sanjay Lohia and S. Raju, our all Honorable Ministers of the Mines representing various states, all officials from union and state governments, ladies and gentlemen. Today we all have gathered here for National Mines Ministry's conference. I am thankful to Ministry of Mines for providing us this opportunity to exchange our views with mining ministers from various states and find solutions to many of mining sectoral issues. I hope all members present here will agree with me that from the day of independence, no other union governments had created such a conducive environment for the growth of mining sector. The many reforms in the mining legislations have brought in a very transparent system of allocating mineral resources, and the thrust of union government to operationalize all the making blocks within the reasonable time has not only augmented in the shortage of raw materials to mineral-based industries, but also got huge revenue to the state governments. Initiatives like DMF, NMET has helped our mining community to achieve the goal of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, set out by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. The very idea of inclusive growth has not only resolved many of our problems in the mining sector, but also encouraged us to adopt scientific and eco-friendly practices in the mining sector. I am glad that we could get to know about many challenges and opportunities in the mineral sector across the country and their mitigation through best practices by many of the states, including Karnataka. I am very sure that states will be benefited by this conclave in resolving many of their problems of mineral sector and enrich their knowledge in formulating new policies in mineral administration. I must congratulate Honorable Union Minister Sri Prahlad Joshi ji and his team for organizing this event, which has enlightened us to focus on common thrust area and collectively work towards common goal of augmentation the future demand for mineral resources in the country. Karnataka, being one of the mineral-rich states in the country, has always been in the forefront in adopting and implementing the reforms. State has taken steps to auction 13 out of 29 geological memorandum of mineral blocks given by Ministry of Mines, with 4 blocks successfully auctioned as composite license. State intends to put up the unhauled CL blocks for auction with more resource information after further exploration under an NMET, and I request Honorable Union Minister to support our decision, which will help to bring these blocks to production at the earliest and realize good revenue to the state by best utilization of NMET fund. Karnataka was awarded with the 3rd prize under category 1st of Rashtriya Khanija Vikasa Puraskar for the performance of the 2019-20, 2020-21, and with a better performance in the year 21-22, where 21 blocks were put for auction and a target of 30 plus blocks for auction in 2022-23. I am very sure that we will be placed among us top 2 position in the country. Success rate of any auction of mineral blocks is mainly dependent on quality of exploration data. Hence, I trust is being given to enhance the exploration activities in Karnataka, and efforts are already made to utilize the services of the notified private exploration agencies as well in the mineral exploration. The solution for the issues of the land acquisition in the mining sector will be a game changer in future, and I am sure that this will result in more competition for limestone mining leases auction, which will get industrial investments and employment generation to the state. Karnataka has taken up upgradation of department laboratory at the cost of rupees 4 crore, including procurement of advanced instruments in the year 21-22. Financial incentive schemes of NMET will also be best utilized to strengthen the in-house capacity of the departmental laboratory and exploration team. All the states have benefited from the legislative reforms by the union government on major minerals, and I take this opportunity to appeal Ministry of Mines to provide a framework for all the states to bring in similar simplest and transparent mechanism in handling minor minerals administration. Further, I also appeal Ministry of Mines to make a small tweak in the latest amendment to Section 8B of MMDR Act for allowing the new leaseholder of an amalgamated block to operate in old lease area using FC of old lease area will make many of the expired mining leases operational at the earliest. I thank Honorable Union Minister for Mines, Coal and Parliamentary Affairs for providing me this opportunity. With these few words, I conclude with warm regards to one and all. Jai Hind.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your kind address. Yes, Karnataka has been one of the impactful states in terms of mineral production, and it is also a proud recipient of the Rashtriya Khanij Vikas Puraskar, and definitely it's going to do well in future as with all the guidance that is going to receive from you at the helm of the affairs. देवी सज्जनों, मैं आमंत्रण देना चाहता हूं अब मध्य प्रदेश राज्य के मंत्री खनिज प्रभाग का, जिनके गरिमा में उपस्थिति से हम सभी अत्यंत प्रसन्न हैं। पूर्व में कृषि मंत्री के रूप में पवई निर्वाचन क्षेत्र से आपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल में उस क्षेत्र में बहुत सारे बदलाव लाए जो सूखे से ग्रस्त थे। उनके शासनकाल में कृषि की दशा सुधारने के लिए नहरों और बांधों का निर्माण किया गया, परिवहन को बेहतर बनाने के लिए सड़कें बनाई गई और क्षेत्र को बिजली की सुविधा भी मिली। खनिज मंत्री के दायित्व में आपके मार्गदर्शन में राज्य अग्रसर प्रगति कर रहा है एवं 2019-20 एवं 20-21 की तरफ देखें तो मध्य प्रदेश राज्य ने खनिज ब्लॉकों के अन्वेषण, नीलामी और प्रचालन में पहल करते हुए राष्ट्रीय खनिज विकास पुरस्कार श्रेणी 1 एवं 2 में दूसरा एवं प्रथम पुरस्कार प्राप्त किया, जो अत्यंत सराहनीय है। खनिज ब्लॉकों के प्रथम चरण के आवंटन में आपके राज्य ने सबसे अधिक 14 ब्लॉक खान मंत्रालय केंद्र सरकार से प्राप्त किए थे। मैं आपको निमंत्रण देता हूं कि आप आएं और हमें संबोधित करें।
Honorable Union Minister श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी, सेक्रेटरी माइनिंग आदरणीय आलोक टंडन जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी संजय जी, डॉक्टर एस राजू जी, all colleagues and officials from different states, सभी का मैं मंच से अभिवादन करता हूं और मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद भी देना चाहता हूं कि आपने आज इस फोरम को प्रोवाइड किया और हम लोगों को आमंत्रित किया। निश्चित रूप से मैं ये मानता हूं कि आज जितनी भी इम्पोर्टेंट इंडस्ट्रीज़ हैं, एक माइनिंग का एक बड़ा रोल है और वो एक बैकबोन के रूप में हमारे बीच में काम कर रही है। और इसलिए आज मध्य प्रदेश भी कहीं ना कहीं हमारे मिनरल रिसोर्सेज में काफ़ी रिच है और मेजर्स मिनरल्स में काफ़ी हम लोग काम भी कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि डायमंड है, लाइमस्टोन है, बॉक्साइट है, मैग्नीज है, कोल है, आपका आयरन है, आपका कॉपर है, इन सब चीज़ें, इवन रॉक फॉस्फेट भी है। इन सब चीज़ों पे हम काम करते हुए निरंतर हम लोग आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। जैसा आपको विदित है कि आपने जो MMDR एक्ट में जो संशोधन किया, जो आपने पॉलिसीज़ में चेंजेस लाए और ख़ासकर जो आपने ऑक्शन प्रोसेस किया, इससे बहुत सी चीज़ें हमारी सरल और सुगम हुई हैं। और मैं ये मानता हूँ जो स्पीड ये बढ़ी है तो कुछ आपने जो एक्ट में संशोधन किए हैं उसी कारण से जो हमारा रेवेन्यू है, जो हमारा बढ़ रहा है या हर स्टेट का जो स्पीड अप हो रहा है, कारण ये है कि जो आपने संशोधन किए और निश्चित रूप से इसके लिए मैं आपको हृदय से धन्यवाद भी देना चाहता हूँ। आज मैं ये भी मानता हूँ कि जो चीज़ें हम लोग हासिल कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि आज यदि हम ब्लॉक्स को लेके यदि हम देखें तो आज मध्य प्रदेश ने करीब 105 हमारे ब्लॉक्स आइडेंटिफाइड किए थे, जिसमें से कि 32 ब्लॉक्स हमारे बड़े सक्सेसफुली हमारे गए हैं और जिसमें कि हमें करीब 52,000 के समथिंग 600 करीब का हमें रेवेन्यू मिलने वाला है 50 साल में। और उसी हिसाब से यदि हम देखें कि हमारे जो, जैसा कि आपने अपनी स्पीच में भी बोला कि मध्य प्रदेश जस्ट डबल हुआ है और हमने भी अपना जो गत दिवस का हमारा यदि राजस्व जो हमें प्राप्त हुआ है वो हमारा 7,000 करोड़ के ऊपर हमें प्राप्त हुआ है। तो इसलिए हम लोग निरंतर काम कर रहे हैं और मैं ये मानता हूँ कि आज यदि देखें तो जो हमारा खासकर यदि सर्वे को रिपोर्ट्स देखें या हम लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं एक्सप्लोरेशन को लेके, उसमें भी हम बहुत ज़्यादा प्रतिबद्ध हैं। मध्य प्रदेश काफ़ी सचेतता से, और जैसा कि आपने प्रोग्रेस रिपोर्ट भी देखी होगी कि हम निरंतर उसमें काम कर रहे हैं और प्रोग्रेस लाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। आज हम लोगों ने NMDC के माध्यम से, इवन मॉयल और आपके MECL के माध्यम से भी हम लोगों ने समझौते किए हैं और उस पर भी हम लोग कुछ प्रोस्पेक्टिंग एनालिसिस भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं और कई प्राइवेट और पब्लिक सेक्टर्स को लेके भी हम लोग एक अनुबंध कर रहे हैं, उनको हम प्रमोट कर रहे हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ये लोग आएँ और हमारे बीच में काम करें, क्योंकि रिसोर्सेज ज़्यादा हैं। और इसलिए सबसे बड़ी बात ये आती है कि आज हम उनको कैसे एक्सप्लोर कर पाएँ। आज हम इसके लिए भी आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं कि जो हम लोगों ने लास्ट टाइम संशोधन दिए थे, बहुत से आपने अमेंड किए हैं, चाहे वो 5 हेक्टेयर के नीचे की स्वीकृति की बात हो या आपके जो आपने एक परमिशन हमें मड देवरा को रॉक फॉस्फेट को लेके जो एटॉमिक एनर्जी डिपार्टमेंट से आपने दिलाई थी, चाहे उसकी बात हो, या आपने जो हमें आपके MECL और आप GSI के जो ऑफिसर्स जो हमें स्पीड अप करने के लिए ऑक्शन प्रोसेस को बढ़ाने के लिए जो आपने बोला था, मैंने मांग की थी, तो उसके लिए जो आपने हमें प्रोवाइड किया था उसकी बात हो, या आपने जो आगे हमें जो NMT फंड के लिए बात कही है, इन सब चीज़ों को लेके मैं धन्यवाद भी देना चाहता हूं कि आपने उन सब चीज़ों को एक्सेप्ट किया है। आज मैं ये भी चाहता हूं, क्योंकि बहुत सी चीज़ें हमारे ऑफिसर्स ने जो हमारी प्रेजेंटेशन दी हैं, बहुत सी चीज़ें आ गई हैं जो हम चाहते हैं कि यदि और स्पीडली हम आगे जाएं या और रेवेन्यू जनरेट करें तो हम कैसे जा पाएँ। तो उसके लिए जैसा कि हमारे PS ने भी इस बात को अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में ये बात कही थी कि G4 से जो G3 लेवल पे यदि हम आज इस ऑक्शन को करेंगे तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हमारी पार्टीज, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग आएंगे और बिडिंग करेंगे, और इसलिए उस पर हमें ज़्यादा प्रीमियम हमें मिलने के चांसेस ज़्यादा हैं। क्योंकि रॉ सरफेस में एकदम से ऑक्शन में बहुत से लोग, जैसा कि आपने देखा कि 105 हमारे ब्लॉक्स आए थे, उसमें से सिर्फ 32 ब्लॉक्स ही हम लोग सक्सेसफुली कर पाए हैं। इसलिए उस पर भी थोड़ा सा काम करने की ज़रूरत है। 10-2 के लिए आप उसके लिए भी बात बहुत सी आई, बहुत से लिटिगेशंस के मामले हम लोगों के पेंडिंग है, यदि उसमें आप पहल करेंगे तो वो निश्चित रूप से वो शॉर्ट आउट होंगे। आज जो भी हम लोग आज कर रहे हैं, चाहे आपके रॉयल्टी को लेके, क्योंकि आज उस बात को, जैसे लाइमस्टोन का 8 साल पुरानी रॉयल्टी अभी चल रही है, उसके लिए भी आपने कमेटी बनाई थी, शायद उसको भी आपने करीब करीब फाइनल कर लिया है। तो हम ये चाहते हैं कि उसमें भी कुछ क्योंकि निरंतर सीमेंट्स के रेट बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन रॉयल्टी 8 साल से वैसी की वैसी है। यदि आप उसको भी यदि विचार करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से कुछ हम लोगों को रेवेन्यू उसमें भी हमारा जनरेट होगा, ऐसा मैं मान के चलता हूँ। और आज मुझे खुशी इस बात की भी है कि कुछ हमारे जो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, जो आपके खासकर सेंटर के इंटरवीन करने से ही हमारे शॉर्ट आउट होने वाले हैं, जैसे कि बंदर प्रोजेक्ट की बात आई थी, जो एक हमारा डायमंड प्रोजेक्ट है, जिसमें कि हमारे PS ने भी उस बात को जिक्र किया था कि जिसमें हम करीब 23,600 करोड़ का हमें रेवेन्यू 10 ईयर्स में मिलेगा, और लेकिन हमारे यहाँ से क्लियर होने के बाद वो सेंटर में अटका हुआ है। और इसलिए उसमें फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के लिए आपसे थोड़ा सा आग्रह ये है कि उसको जॉइंट मीटिंग करके उसको इंटरवीन करके यदि आप देंगे तो निश्चित रूप से हमारा एक जंप होगा और हम लोग भी एक रेवेन्यू अच्छा अर्जित कर पाएंगे। सेकेंड थिंग, हमारी NMDC जो 1968 की माइन हमारी चल रही थी, वो निरंतर चलने के बाद 2021 में फॉरेस्ट के कुछ ऑब्जेक्शन के कारण, बल्कि जबकि उस समय जब वो चालू हुई थी तो उस समय नेशनल पार्क भी नहीं था वहाँ पर, लेकिन ये वर्टिकल माइन है, इसमें कोई हम लोग हॉरिजॉन्टली नहीं जा रहे हैं, ना हम कोई फॉरेस्ट का नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हैं, लेकिन एक ऑब्जेक्शन के कारण वो चीज़ हमारी माइन रुक गई। और आज फॉरेस्ट से क्लियरेंस आपके जो हमारी स्टेट की कमेटी है उसने भी क्लियर किया, सेंटर ने भी किया, लेकिन जो सेंट्रल एम्पावर कमेटी है वहाँ पे वो चीज़ फंसी हुई है। और इसलिए मेरा आपसे ये आग्रह है कि उसको इंटरवीन करें, क्योंकि उससे 5,000 लोग उसमें जुड़े हुए हैं और काम कर रहे हैं, और उससे काफ़ी रेवेन्यू जनरेट हो रहा है। अभी भी वहाँ पर करीब 8.417 लाख कैरेट हमारा वहाँ पे डायमंड अभी भी है, और इसलिए वो डिपॉजिट है। यदि हम उसका उत्खनन चाहते हैं कि हम और अच्छे से, क्योंकि वो पूरी सिस्टमेटिक और मैकेनाइज हमारी माइनिंग है, और इसलिए उसमें भी मेरा आग्रह है कि आप उसमें इंटरवीन करें, उसको भी शॉर्ट आउट कराएं। और जहाँ तक जिस बंदर प्रोजेक्ट की मैंने बात की थी, उससे भी हमारे करीब 1000 लोग एम्प्लॉयड होंगे, और साथ में प्रत्यक्ष अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से करीब 10,000 लोग उससे जुड़े रहेंगे, और काफ़ी सोशल वेलफेयर के भी काम हम लोगों के बीच में होंगे। और इसलिए मुझे माननीय मंत्री जी से मैं यही आग्रह करता हूं कि जो इस तरह से आपने एक जो फोरम प्रोवाइड किया है, इसलिए मैं इसके लिए भी मैं आपको धन्यवाद देते हुए आभार भी करता हूं कि इस तरह से यदि आप निरंतर इस तरह से डिस्कशन हमारे चलते रहेंगे तो जो छोटे छोटे से इशूज़ हैं हमारे स्टेट्स के, वो निश्चित रूप से शॉर्ट आउट हो पाएंगे, और हम लोग जो आपका एक्सपेक्टेशन है, जो हमारे PM साहब का एक्सपेक्टेशन है, जिस चीज़ को माइनिंग को एक्सप्लोर करके ले जाने का, हम उस लेवल पे हम पहुंच पाएंगे। 2 चीज़ें ज़रूर मैं कह के अपनी बात समाप्त करूंगा। जो मैं देख पा रहा था, फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस की बातें बहुत ज़्यादा, क्योंकि हमारे हिंड्रेंस बनती हैं और इशूज़ हैं, इस पर भी एक जॉइंट कोई कमेटी आपकी बननी चाहिए, जिससे कि फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंसेस हमारे तुरंत हों, क्योंकि हम लोग फंसते हैं तो वही फॉरेस्ट की या इसी एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस में ही हम लोग फंसते हैं। तो इसलिए हमारा उसमें भी आग्रह है कि इसका भी कुछ ना कुछ आप लोगों को अपर लेवल पे इस पर कोई वर्कआउट करना चाहिए। और साथ में जो एक्सप्लोरेशन की बात आई, आपने बोला कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया 100% उस पर एक्सप्लोर कर चुका है, हम 10% पे हमारा इंडिया, आपकी स्पीच पे वो बात आई थी। और हमारे एनमेट का फंड हमारे पास काफ़ी है। तो मेरा ये है कि आप अपना एक्सप्लोरेशन का स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ा दें, इसका भी एक अलग से डिपार्टमेंट खोल के और मैक्सिमम यदि इसमें लोगों को लगा दें तो जल्दी से जल्दी हम लोग भी अपना एक्सप्लोर करके और रेवेन्यू आगे ला पाएँ, ऑक्शन पे हम चीज़ें ला पाएँ। मेरा ऐसे आपसे आग्रह है। पुनः आपका आभार प्रकट करते हुए सभी को धन्यवाद देते हुए अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। जय मध्य प्रदेश, जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय, आप आज इस आयोजन में सम्मिलित हुए और हमारा मान बढ़ाया, और साथ ही साथ खनिज संपन्न प्रदेश के खनिज संपत्ति संबंधी जो भी आज के आंकड़े हैं उनसे हमें अवगत कराया, और क्या कुछ हमें करना चाहिए जिससे हम और बढ़ोतरी कर सकें अपने खनिज उत्पादन में। Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to move forward and we would like to call upon our next minister, sir, who have with us with his gracious presence, Shri Prafulla Kumar Malik, as Minister of Steel and Mines from the government of Odisha. The state of Odisha has been making news in terms of continuous addition to mineral finds that owes a lot to the effectiveness of administration, implementation of policy matters, besides a very favorable geological milieu that the state is endowed with. Well, it is moving ahead of its times, and it's definitely going to make news in terms of mineral production, particularly with the incentives that are being given by the union government. May we welcome Shri Prafulla Kumar Malik, Honorable Minister from Odisha, for his kind address, sir.
Namaskar to all. Honorable Minister of Coal and Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, all the ministers from different states, honorable ministers, all the dignitaries, secretaries and officials. I am delighted to be here today in National Mines Ministers Conference being organized by the Ministry of Mines and the Ministry of Coal, Government of India. As you all know, Odisha is a mineral state with abundant resources of iron ore, coal, chromite, and other minerals, and occupies a prominent place as one of the leading mineral producing states in the country. There has been a complete shift of allocation of mineral blocks after promulgation of MMDR Act, Amendment Act 2015, where the grant of mining lease through auction has been introduced in a place of earlier provision of a grant of mining lease on application only. The state of Odisha has ensured timely and effective implementation of the amendment provision of the law and has become the leading state in the successful conducting auction of 37 mineral blocks so far, including 23 expired mining leases. There were 25 mining leases, the validity of which had expired by the March 2020, which expiry of such large number of productive mining leases. There has been an apprehension of a sharp decline of the mineral production and supply of raw material to the user industry. But the state government successfully carried out the auction of all these mining leases and ensured execution of 23 leases. This so far following due process as per the applicable of law. Two of the expired leases where the grant of order could not be issued due to non-compliance of the terms and the condition of the LOI by the respective preferred bidders have been put to the operation through the state-owned PSU and the OMC LTD approval of Ministry of Mines, Government of India auction of the more mineral blocks, including 2 expired leases, has already been notified and is likely to be concluded soon. Further, 15 more mineral blocks are being kept as readiness for auction. Steps are also being taken for intensifying the mineral exploration in the state. So far, more and more mineral blocks can be brought to readiness for auction. In this regard, Odisha Mineral Exploration Corporation Limited, a state-owned PSU, has also been constituted to take up the mineral exploration in a large scale along with the Directorate of Geology and institution arrangement has been brought to a board of the board shape of technical committees under the chairmanship of Director of Geology and with the respective of GSI, MECL, IBM, OMC, and OMCL as members of the ensuring coordination among the state level and country level expiring agency and for a timely assessment of the geological reports to bring for mineral blocks into readiness to put up auction. At the above initiative of the successful auction of the mineral blocks and timely operationalization of the shared mine leases have instituted and constant growth of mining revenue for the state. It is heartening to inform that against rupees 11,020 crores and 13,791 crores of minerals revenue during 2019 and 20 and 2020-21, we have been able to collect rupees 49,858 crores of mineral revenue during 2021 and 22. Further, strengthening of the mineral exploration, mineral resources, mapping, establishment of a core library, operation of the I3MS, etc. are various initiatives taken up under the 5T strategy adopted by the state with a direction of Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha. As such, state of Odisha is now one of the leading states in the country to have conducted successful auction of mineral blocks and operationalization of the same, for which the state of Odisha received the Rashtriya Khanij Vikas Puraskar, first prize for the best performing state in taking initiatives in exploration, auction, and operationalization of the mines. Our state has implemented an effective online system named Integrated Mineral and Mines Management System, I3MS, since 2011-12 for tracking and to end transaction of minerals, that is from extraction in the mines to transportation and consumption. At the end user units. This has facilitated to ensure the effective and transparent minerals administration in the state. Now, there has no scope to extract minerals beyond the approved limit of production under different statutory clearance. No mineral transportation can be undertaken without a permit duly issued online by the state competent authority. The mineral carrying have also been registered under I3MS with provision of a GPS tracking system. This robust online system has helped in detecting unlawful mineral extraction of transportation, if any, thereby plugging the leakage of mineral revenue in the state. This has led to the constant growth of mineral revenue of the state over the years. Successful auction of the mineral blocks and substance operationalization of the said mining leases depend on the timely receipt of the statutory clearance by the respective grantees of the mining leases in the regard of the auction of the mining of minerals, bringing suitable amendment to the Act and rules is commendable. I would take this opportunity to request Honorable Minister of Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Prahalad Joshi ji, to take up the matter with the Ministry of Environment and Forest, Climate Change for issuing necessary instructions and clarification to the State Department for smooth implementation of the amendment provision of the Act and the rules. We have been informed that the Ministry of Mines, considering revision of price mechanism for bauxite, and has initiated action for revising the notification of imposition of export duty on iron ore. I would also request finalizing the same at the earliest for ensuring a conducive market situation which will certainly facilitate the growth of the mineral transaction and the mining sector as whole. I am quite sure that with the participation of the so many states, this conference will offer an ideal platform for delivering the various policy intervention and concerns of all stakeholders of mining sectors of the country. I wish the conference of success and hope that it will lead to the sustainable growth in this regard. Thanking you all. Jai Hind, Vande Utkal Janan.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your kind address and also giving us a prolific account of the mineral potential that lies within the state of Odisha as one of the most bountiful states in terms of mineral production towards the eastern province of the country. Well, moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we are today blessed to have with us Shri Pedireddy Ramachandra Reddy, who's serving Minister of Energy, Forest, Environment, Science and Technology, Mines and Geology in the Andhra Pradesh government since April 2022, a very senior leader in the state. Earlier, he served as Panchayati Raj and Rural Development and Mines and Geology Minister during 2019-22. He was elected to the Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly, elected from YSR Congress Party for the Punganur Assembly constituency in 2019. Can we have you on the stage, sir?
Very good evening to the Honorable Union Minister of Mines, Coal and Parliamentary Affairs, Sri Prasad Joshi ji, and all other fellow ministers of Mines and Geology of various state governments, secretaries and joint secretaries of union government, secretaries and DMGs of various state governments participating in this conclave. It is an honor to be present with all of you and extremely overwhelmed to get this opportunity to address you on this auspicious evening to discuss on the efforts made in the mining sector by us and learn from each other to further improve and enrich this sector. On behalf of the state government of Andhra Pradesh, I wish to appreciate the Ministry of Mines, Government of India for organizing this conclave, which gives an opportunity for the center and states to collaborate and prepare action plans for resolving the constraints in the mining sector in India. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister of AP, Sri Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy, has embarked on a new journey of sustainable development with a focus on inclusive growth. Mining is a key focus area of the state, as mining allied sectors play a key role in realization of this vision, which encompasses social and economic empowerment for all. Andhra Pradesh is empowered with abundant resources of minerals such as limestone, iron ore, manganese, varieties, quartz, silica sand, as well as unequal granite varieties such as black elastic granite. AP is ranked first among the states in ease of doing business by the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade and World Bank. Similarly, the state government introduced various reforms to promote transparency in allotment of leases as well as ease of doing business for leaseholders through initiatives such as auction of minor mineral bearing areas, single desk portal for mineral concession applications, upgradation of e-permit system. With regard to increased exploration of focus on strategic minerals, today India stands on the cusp of a transformational change. This is immense potential. There is immense potential for India to lead the next phase and become the world leader in manufacturing in new age industries such as generation of renewable energy, electric mobility, etc. However, to convert its potential into reality, we require adequate domestic availability of strategic minerals. As the events of the last few years have shown, import reliance for critical inputs, including minerals, has the potential to cripple supply chains and bring manufacturing to a halt. As such, it's quite evident that attaining India's goal is invariably linked to establishment of sufficient mineral endowments within the country through successive efforts of mineral exploration. We are glad to inform that the Department of Mines and Geology, Andhra Pradesh, through its exploration arm, MERIT, that is Mineral Exploration Research and Innovation Trust, has explored 19 major mineral blocks in the last 3 years. Going forward, the state government intends to focus on exploration of critical minerals such as copper, zinc, nickel, cobalt, lithium, chromium, bauxite, and other rare earth elements whose demand is likely to grow quickly as clean energy transitions gather pace. Support by the union government required in this, firstly for exemption from the requirement of forest clearance for exploration, reconnaissance and prospecting, which it does not permanently divert forest land. Secondly, Ministry of Mines, with the support of state governments, may develop a focused plan to explore strategic minerals, both onshore and offshore, such as beach sand minerals, lithium, copper, chromium, gold, diamond, through GSI, MECL, AMD, etc. Thirdly, and Government of India is requested to introduce policies to discourage export of raw materials and encourage their beneficiation, which could promote manufacture and value addition within the country, generate employment development of the local communities, and save foreign exchange reserves. With regard to auction of major mineral bearings, the state government has expedited the auction of blocks by utilizing relaxations provided by Government of India, permitting auction of blocks for CL at G4 level for exploration instead of G3. We are glad to inform that Government of AP issued NITs for 18 areas for CL, which would generate 2,000 crores over their mine life. In regard with the auction of minor mineral bearing areas, is to further promote transparency in the allotment of mineral concessions. The state government introduced e-auction for grant of minor mineral quarry leases. 2,000 areas are proposed to be auctioned in the financial year 22-23. This is expected to facilitate faster operationalization of leases, improve mineral availability for industries, and lead to employment and revenue generation for the state. I wish to take this opportunity to invite interested companies to participate in the auction of minor mineral blocks and assure that the state will provide all possible support for quick operationalization of the projects. Finally, the recent amendments in the Mines and Minerals Development Regulations Act 1957, coupled with the reforms and initiatives of the state government, have sought to bring out the potential of the mineral sector. These measures are expected to maintain continuity of mining operations, increase mineral production and revenues to the state, generate employment opportunities, increase the speed of exploration and auction of mineral resources. However, there are significant measures which need to be undertaken if India were to effectively leverage the potential of its ample mineral resources and achieve its vision of sustainable development with inclusive growth. I hope that Ministry of Mines suitably address the issues the state has highlighted, which will go a long way in resolving the constraints and ushering a new chapter in the development of mineral sector in India. Thanking you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Once again, we profusely thank you for your kind presence, finding time to be a part of this important event, and also giving a vivid account of the mineralogical potential of the state of Andhra Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we also have with us, as Honorable Minister, Sir, Dr. Arun Kumar from the state of Uttar Pradesh. He's currently handling the important portfolio as Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of Uttar Pradesh. He assumed office in March 2022 and represents the Bareilly constituency. Though endowed with a colossal cover of Indo-Gangetic alluvium, state of Uttar Pradesh has a conspicuous cover of hard rock towards the southern periphery, which has given significant contribution for mineral occurrences. We get to know more about it from him as we request him to kindly address this august gathering.
राष्ट्रीय खनन सम्मेलन में उपस्थित परम आदरणीय माननीय श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी, संसदीय कार्य, कोयला एवं खान मंत्री भारत सरकार, यहाँ पर उपस्थित प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी माइन केंद्रीय आदरणीय टंडन जी, हमारे सेक्रेटरी श्री संजय लोहिया जी, जीएसआई से पधारे हुए डॉक्टर एस राजू जी, यहाँ उपस्थित विभिन्न प्रदेशों के मंत्रीगण, केंद्र एवं राज्यों के उपस्थित अधिकारीगण, स्टेक होल्डर्स, आप सभी का मैं उत्तर प्रदेश राज्य की ओर से स्वागत करता हूं और माननीय मंत्री जी आदरणीय श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने इतनी अच्छी मीटिंग आयोजित की जिससे सभी राज्य लाभान्वित होंगे। जहां हम लोगों को माइनिंग में जो दिक्कत होती है वो आज की मीटिंग में बहुत सी बातें सामने आई जो दूर होंगी, बहुत सी नॉलेज पता लगी, बहुत सी बात एक दूसरे को पता लगी और हम समझते हैं हर राज्य में इससे माइनिंग के काम में बढ़ोतरी होगी और लोगों को रोज़गार मिलेगा और प्रदेश का रेवेन्यू भी बढ़ेगा। भारत की आर्थिक गतिविधियों में खनन उद्योग का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। उत्तर प्रदेश में प्रचुर मात्रा में खनिजों का भंडार उपलब्ध है। उत्तर प्रदेश राज्य के जनपद सोनभद्र में मुख्य खनिज कोयला एवं लाइमस्टोन उपलब्ध है। कोयले का खनन भारत सरकार के उपक्रम कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड के आनुषांगिक इकाई नॉर्दर्न कोल फील्ड लिमिटेड द्वारा तथा लाइमस्टोन का खनन अल्ट्राटेक सीमेंट कंपनी द्वारा किया जा रहा है। हम अपने यहाँ माइनिंग का काम और ज़्यादा बढ़ाने का प्रयास करेंगे। माननीय मंत्री जी, आपने जो हम लोगों का सबका उत्साहवर्धन किया उससे हम लोग उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर और ज़्यादा माइनिंग का काम तरीके से करेंगे, इस तरीके से करेंगे जैसा आपने बताया, ताकि यहाँ पर लोगों को और रोज़गार मिले, सरकार को रेवेन्यू मिले। जनपद सोनभद्र में वर्तमान में मुख्य खनिज कोयले की 4 खदानें क्रमशः ककरी, बीना, कृष्णला एवं खड़िया कार्यरत हैं। प्रदेश में उपलब्ध मुख्य खनिज फास्फोराइट, पोटाश, स्वर्ण धातु, प्लेटिनम और लौह अयस्क के कुल 17 ब्लॉकों में से 17 खनिज ब्लॉकों की नीलामी की कार्रवाई हेतु नोटिस इनवाइटिंग टेंडर आपके यहाँ भेज दिया गया है। शेष 6 ब्लॉकों की नीलामी हेतु भूमि का वास्तविक स्थिति ज्ञात की जा रही है। प्रदेश में निष्पक्ष एवं पारदर्शी व्यवस्था से खनन परिहार स्वीकृत किए जाने हेतु खनन नीति 2017 प्रख्यापित है, जिसके अंतर्गत ई टेंडर, ई नीलामी, ई टेंडर, सह ई नीलामी के माध्यम से उप खनिजों के समस्त खनन पट्टे स्वीकृत किए जाने की प्रक्रिया क्रियान्वित है। शासन की पारदर्शी नीति एवं ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के अंतर्गत खनिज से संबंध विभिन्न सेवाओं, जिसमें आवेदन पत्र से लेकर स्वीकृति तक की प्रक्रिया सम्मिलित है। खनिज से संबंधित सभी सेवाओं को एक छतरी के नीचे लाते हुए यूपी माइन मित्र पोर्टल विकसित किया गया है। बालू मोरम के विकल्प के रूप में पत्थर खदानों से निकले रिजेक्ट ओवरबर्डन से कृत्रिम बालू एम सैंड के निर्माण को प्रोत्साहित करने हेतु कार्रवाई की गई है, जिससे विकास कार्य निर्माण कार्य में एम सैंड का प्रयोग किए जाने से विभाग को प्राप्त होने वाले राजस्व में वृद्धि होगी। प्रदेश में अवैध खनन और उसके परिवहन को रोकने के लिए ऑनलाइन एकीकृत खनन निगरानी तंत्र IMSS के अंतर्गत खनन क्षेत्रों की जियो फेंसिंग, खनन क्षेत्रों में कैमरा युक्त वे ब्रिज, खनिजों का परिवहन करने वाले वाहनों का RFID, माइन टैग, विभिन्न राजमार्गों पर मानव रहित स्वचालित IoT और AI आधारित चेक गेट्स की स्थापना एवं समस्त गतिविधियों को निर्देशालय स्थित कमांड सेंटर से एकीकृत किया जा रहा है तथा कमांड सेंटर के डिसीजन सपोर्ट सिस्टम के माध्यम से जनपदों द्वारा अवैध गतिविधियों की निगरानी की जाती है। उप खनिजों के ऑनलाइन बिक्री हेतु यूपी मिनरल मार्ट ई-कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म फॉर बायर एंड सेलर पोर्टल विकसित किया गया है। उत्तर प्रदेश राज्य में जिला खनिज फाउंडेशन न्यास नियमावली 2017 प्रख्यापित है। उक्त नियमावली 2017 के अंतर्गत प्रदेश के समस्त जनपदों में जिला खनिज फाउंडेशन न्यास स्थापित है। न्यास निधि से खनन से प्रभावित क्षेत्रों एवं व्यक्तियों के लिए अन्य कल्याणकारी योजनाओं का भी क्रियान्वयन किया जा रहा है। सर, आपसे अनुरोध है कि सेमी मैकेनाइज की परिभाषा स्पष्ट न होने के कारण माननीय न्यायालयों द्वारा खनन में किसी भी प्रकार की मशीनों के प्रयोग को प्रतिबंधित किए जाने के आदेश हैं। कृपया सेमी मैकेनाइज को परिभाषित करने की कृपा करें ताकि खनन की अनुमति दिए जाने में आसानी रहे। पर्यावरण, वन एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय भारत सरकार की अधिसूचना दिनांक 15/1/2016 द्वारा उप खनिजों के खनन परियोजनाओं के लिए पर्यावरणीय अनापत्ति दिए जाने हेतु विकेंद्रीकृत व्यवस्था विकसित किए जाने की आवश्यकता है। राज्य में क्षेत्रीय स्तर पर पर्यावरणीय स्वीकृति प्रदान किए जाने हेतु रीजनल एनवायरनमेंट इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट की अथॉरिटी के गठन पर विचार किया जा सकता है। और मैं यही कहूँगा कि आपने आज जो ये मीटिंग आयोजित की, इससे हमारे सभी राज्यों को खनन में और ज़्यादा कार्य करने में मदद मिलेगी और जो हमारी दिक्कतें हैं वो आप दूर करेंगे, ऐसी मुझे आशा है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय, आप इस आयोजन में सम्मिलित हुए एवं उत्तर प्रदेश राज्य से संबंधित विस्तृत जानकारी हमें दी, उसके लिए हम आपका धन्यवाद देते हैं। Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are also pleased to have with us today Shri Shubhas Uttamfal Desai, Honorable Minister Sir from Goa. We're pleased to have him with us today, who is currently also serving as Deputy Speaker of Goa Legislative Assembly and member of the Legislative Assembly from Sangwem. He is a Bachelor of Science and Diploma in Computer Application from Bombay University. Portfolios that he has handled earlier include social welfare, river navigation, archives, and archaeology. May we request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, sir. Let me first correct myself, yourself. I'm not a deputy speaker. I was a deputy speaker and now I'm levitated in the ministry and looking after the portfolios like social welfare, archives, archaeology, and river navigation. Thank you, sir. The Honorable Minister for Coal, Mines, Parliamentary Affairs, Sri Prahlad Joshi ji, sir. The Secretary for Ministry of Mines, Sri Alok Tandon ji, Mines Ministers from the various states, secretaries and officers from the various state, and my dear friend. It has indeed been a very insightful, enriching experience being a part of this day-long program so far. On behalf of Goa Mines Minister and the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, this is Subhash Desai, Social Welfare Minister, represent a state which is the smallest in terms of geographical area, but we are rich in terms of abundant natural resources as well as mineral resources. The background of our mining industry is the mining concessions in Goa were first granted by Portuguese under mining colonial laws in 1906, about 150 years back. These concessions were typically smaller in area and are adjacent to each other. Goan ores are essentially low-grade iron ores having limited domestic demand. Mining industry in Goa is also one of the major economic backbones of the state of Goa. Iron ore naturally excavated in Goa is relatively of lower grade, ranging between 50 to 56 compared to rest of the country. Goan ore is predominantly fines and approximately 80 to 20%, 80% of fines and 20% of alums. This is a ratio. Our inland waterways provide highest efficiency in terms of transportation to the port, resulting in competitive price for export when blended with high grades. due to closure of mining industry and the activity for nearly a decade now. The state of Goa has suffered both socially and economically. The mining being backbone of Goan economy, its closure has created multiplier impact across the social and economic strata of this state. During the past decade, the government of Goa has extended debt relief scheme and financial assistance to truck owners and barge owners, and also financial assistance to the people who lost their employment and job in the state. Government has established district mineral foundations in both the districts and implemented many infrastructure development projects for the mining dependents in the mining affected areas, and extended relief packages to sustain the livelihood of mining dependents. So, the present scenario that exists in this state is government is ready with tender documents for issue of first notice inviting tender for auctioning of iron ore mining leases in the state very shortly, and we are going to start it. We have onboarded SBI CAPS, MECL and MSTC to assist the state government in the process of auctioning the iron ore. Present proposal that we are placing before you, sir, in order to achieve success in our quest to resume mining operations and for ensuring a robust response to the auction of mining leases in the state of Goa, we are following aspects need to be corrected and considered, sir. Restoration of 0% export duty for low-grade iron ore. Until very recently, export duty on low-grade iron ore has been 0%, which has been made an export of iron ore very economical. Now export duty is being raised to 50% on all types of Fe grades. Goan iron ore has neither domestic market nor it can participate in the export in the foreign countries. Thus, the iron ore industry is facing a very serious threat of survival in Goa. We fear that auctioning of iron ore also may not yield the desired result and revenue to the government due to very high export duty which is existing as of today. Compulsion on beneficiation of low-grade iron ore. This is reference to a consultation note dated 12/8/2022 issued by Ministry of Mines seeking comments on suggestions from mining stakeholders regarding utilization of low and lean grade iron ore resources in the country. The intent of consultation note to produce ores of 62% Fe through beneficiation is not practical in Goa, as average grade in Goa ranges from 50 to 56%. The past experience indicate that beneficiation plants have failed in the state of Goa considering low recovery and marginal improvement in Fe content after beneficiation. Therefore, the compulsion on beneficiation of low-grade iron ore of Goa expected to badly affect mining industry in the state, as even after beneficiation, finding viable domestic market seems very difficult. So, therefore, there is a need to look into various practical difficulties that we face in the state while taking a final decision on the same by the Ministry of Mines. Therefore, in order to receive the mining industry in the state, to revive the mining industry in the state, I sincerely request our Government of India to restore the export duty to 0% for the low-grade iron ore, to exempt Goa from compulsion on beneficiation of low-grade iron ore so that Goa can further strengthen in its export network across the globe. With this, I thank the Ministry of Mines for giving me this opportunity to express my views. And again, once again, I express my gratitude for organizing such a beautiful Mines Ministers Conference, which has achieved a success, and we could learn from the various states that what all the procedure and practices that have followed in order to get the more and more revenue for the state and for creating a better environment and employment all over the country. Thank you very much, sir. Jai Hind.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your insightful address on the state of affairs as far as the natural resources in the state of Goa is concerned. And you've given a very vivid account of what the beneficiation studies need to be done in terms of upgrading the low-grade ore to high-grade ore is concerned. And also, we stand excused for a slight slip, or rather inadvertent slip in referring to a part of your resume. We may kindly be forgiven for that, sir. Thank you very much. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we now make way for our Honorable Minister, ma'am, from the state of Assam. Ms. Nandita Garlosa is the Minister for Power, Cooperation, Mines, Minerals, Indigenous Tribal Faith and Culture Department from the state of Assam. In May 2021, she was elected as a member of the Assam Legislative Assembly from Haflong constituency, a postgraduate in zoology from famous Cotton College, Guwahati. She is looking into her subjects with a futuristic approach and is keen to development of the state. You're welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, Honorable Minister Prahlad Joshi ji, the Honorable Ministers of the other states, secretaries, officials, all dignitaries present here. I belong from Assam, and then I thought like this department is the only department which gives a very good revenue to the state. But hopefully when I came here and then I know my state is not as much developed as how the other states are. I have come here not to speak, but I have come here to learn. And I think my officers are also come here, and then they will learn more better what other states have done. So in this context of what we are, I know the Honorable Minister also know, and the officers have also aware of what Assam is at the position now. So I would not like to speak much on what Assam is at the very moment. But I will assure to the government, and I can assure to the state of Assam also, that I being representing the department will definitely try to bring in the map of tabulation form that Assam name will also come. Today when I was sitting there and I was looking over there, it was very, I was searching for the name of Assam, whether there is a whether there is Assam or not, but then there was nowhere Assam. So hopefully I have learned a lot with the other ministers as well as to the other principal secretaries, that they have done more research on how it has to be actually. So more research has to be done, more work has to be done. We have to work hard to move further. And I will also like to thank the Honorable Minister for giving us the platform to come over here and then to speak on this very occasion, and then to learn, as I have said. A few points that I would like to just share with you. In the Assam government, Mines and Minerals Department is keeping 4 limestone blocks, and those are in the North Borohudong and South Borohudong, both explored by GSI. To this, I will also, this morning when I landed in Hyderabad, there was a protocol officer. So when we were discussing, he just mentioned that, yeah, sometimes the research field for the GSI are being less. That is also, I can say, the research more on it has to be done. That is what we were having a discussion on it. And then the total estimate reserve for the limestone blocks is more than 1,121 metric ton. And even Assam, as well as with SBI CAPS and DGM, has entered for the agreement of 16 June 2022 recently. And the government of Assam has written to the Ministry of Mines for the grant of composite license in G4 level for limestone exploration in Dimasao district, to the district that I belong. And government of Assam has earned royalty in 2017-18 to 1,913, and in August, till August 2022-23, 1,809 crores. So Assam is expecting royalty amount more, and as I have said, we will try to do more. And then thank you very much for this platform. We look forward, and next when we come, I think Assam will be there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Madam, for that brief little address coming from your side, from the state of Assam, and definitely we look forward to having more of your participation in the times to come. Thank you very much, Madam, once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now make way for Honorable Minister, sir, from the state of Uttarakhand, that is the northwestern state. And we have a representation coming from Dr. Dhan Singh Rawat, sir, who is the Honorable Minister for Medical Health and Medical Education, Cooperative Higher Education, School Education and Sanskrit Education, Government of Uttarakhand. He earned master's and doctoral degrees from Hemwati Nandan Bahugan Agarwal University, having entered the legislature in 2017, and has since served as a state minister with responsibility for higher education, cooperatives, disaster management, dairy development and protocols. May we have you on stage, sir.
सम्मानित हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री माननीय प्रहलाद जोशी जी और 11 प्रदेशों के हमारे माननीय मंत्री लोग, मुझे लग रहा था कि मुझे लास्ट में बुलाएंगे, लेकिन अभी एक प्रदेश और रह रखा है। वो भी इसलिए सोच रहा था मैं कि हमारे राज्य में माइंस का काम लगभग 0 के बराबर होता है, क्योंकि हम तो हिमालय प्रेमी हैं। हमारा पूरा राज्य हिमालय से आच्छादित है और लगभग 72% हमारे यहाँ वन आच्छादित हैं। तो या तो हम शेरों की देखभाल करेंगे या वनों की देखभाल करेंगे या फिर हम माइंस के काम कर सकते हैं। तो दोनों में से दोनों काम इकट्ठे नहीं हो सकते हैं। तो कुल मिला के मुझे आज बहुत अच्छा लगा कि मैं पहली बार खान मंत्रालय की बैठक में आया हूँ और जिस प्रकार से माननीय जोशी जी ने आज जो विषय रखा और फिर हमारे सचिव ने रखा, फिर जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी ने रखा, हमारे सभी मंत्रियों ने रखा, तो मुझे भी यहाँ के काफ़ी नॉलेज हुआ है, क्योंकि मेरे पास ये मंत्रालय है नहीं। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी के पास है, उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि आप वहाँ जाओ, तो मुझे भी आज सीखने को काफ़ी मिला यहाँ। मैं 2-3 बातें यहाँ पे रखना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे राज्य में प्रचुर मात्रा में जो है सोने से लेके चांदी से लेके सब कुछ है, लेकिन हमारी जो व्यवहारिक दिक्कतें हैं, मैंने 2-3 पॉइंट यहाँ पे रखे हैं कि हमारे यहाँ 75% जो है वन से आच्छादित है और पिथौरागढ़ जो ज़िला है हमारा, हमारे प्रहलाद जोशी जी क्योंकि हमारे प्रभारी रहे हैं, वो उसमें पूरे चुनाव में वहाँ रहे हैं, वो सब जानते हैं। वहाँ हमारे यहाँ अस्कोट क्षेत्र में सोना चांदी निकालने के लिए चिन्हित भी हो गया था कि यहाँ निकालना है और बहुत बड़ी माइंस है वहाँ पे। लेकिन वहाँ की दिक्कत क्या है कि वहाँ पे सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि वहाँ पूरा जो अस्कोट क्षेत्र है हमारा, वो जो है नेशनल पार्क में आता है पूरा, और फॉरेस्ट वाले, भारत सरकार वाले, एक आदमी आया था, उन्होंने वो ली भी खदान हो, लेकिन उनको क्लियरेंस मिली नहीं, वो 5 साल बाद फिर धक्के खा के चला गया। तो एक तो दिक्कत है हमारी। दूसरा क्या है कि जो नेशनल पार्क और सेंचुरी हमारे यहाँ है, हमारे यहाँ जिम कॉर्बेट भी है, राजा जी नेशनल पार्क भी है। जिम कॉर्बेट में भी एक प्राइवेट लोग आए थे हमारे यहाँ, उनने कहा साहब यहाँ बहुत बड़ी खदान है और आप अनुमति दे दो, तो हमने तो कहा हम ले जाओ हमसे लेके, लेकिन भारत सरकार ने कहा कि अगर तुमने देखा भी वहाँ तो हम तुमको बंद कर देंगे। तो ये बड़ी दिक्कतें हैं हमारी। तो वहाँ तो देख भी नहीं सकते हम उधर, क्योंकि 450 तो वहाँ पे हमारे वो है शेर हैं बड़े बड़े, फिर हमारे यहाँ 4000 से ज़्यादा वहाँ पे हाथी हैं। तो ये भी हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी व्यवहारिक दिक्कतें हैं। तो इसलिए हमारे यहाँ थोड़ा सी दिक्कतें हैं। फिर हमारे यहाँ माननीय जोशी जी एक बड़ी दिक्कत क्या है कि इको सेंसिटिव जोन जो है उसमें बफर जोन जो 10 किलोमीटर का एरिया है, तो हम वहाँ पानी का हैंडपम्प भी नहीं खोल सकते हैं। ये बड़ी दिक्कत है हमारे यहाँ। हमारा जो पूरा केदारनाथ वैली है, बद्रीनाथ वैली है, जो हमारा गंगोत्री का रास्ता है, जो यमुनोत्री का रास्ता है, तो हमको अगर हैंडपम्प भी लगाना है वहाँ पे, तो पहले हमको जो है इको सेंसिटिव जोन और बफर जोन से पहले अनुमति लेनी पड़ती है। तो हम तो किसकी माइनिंग पानी पीने के भी लाले पड़ जाते हैं हम लोगों को। ये बड़ी दिक्कत है हमारी। फिर ये जो सिया है, इसका गठन भारत सरकार पे समय पे न होने के कारण बड़ी दिक्कतें हैं। ये भी सिया का जो गठन होता है, जी जी, तो हमने एक अथॉरिटी है जो हमारे सचिव साहब कह रहे हैं, तो हमने नाम नूम भेजते रहते हैं वहाँ, वो कभी कहते हैं कि दूसरा नाम भेज दो, कभी क्वारी लगा देते हैं, तो ऐसे टरकाते रहते हैं वो लोग भी हमको, तो ये भी बड़ी दिक्कत है उनकी। फिर हमारे यहाँ एक है कि हम थोड़ा बहुत जो काम करते हैं कि जैसे बरसात में नदी आ गई हमारे यहाँ, तो उनको सफाई करने का काम करते हैं, तो थोड़ा बहुत उससे पैसा कमा लेते हैं, लेकिन उसमें भी एनजीटी एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। एनजीटी से बड़ी प्रॉब्लम वहाँ के संत हैं, संत कहते हैं कि बिल्कुल जेसीबी लगानी नहीं नदी में। तो अब हम इस दुविधा में फंसे हैं कि हम कैसे करें काम, तो इसलिए ये बड़ी व्यवहारिक दिक्कत है हम लोगों की। तो मुझे लगता है कि आज काफ़ी चीज़ें यहाँ पे बातें आई हैं, और एक हमने ये भी कहा है कि भाई हम लोग अब राज्य में जो अवैध खनन होता है थोड़ा बहुत उत्तर प्रदेश का हिस्सा है हमारे यहाँ, तो थोड़ा कई बार वो जेसीबी उधर ले आते हैं, थोड़ा हमारे राज्य में भी, तो उसके लिए भी अब हमारा राज्य पूरा एक बड़ा काम ये करना है कि सर्विलांस सिस्टम बना रहा है उसमें। तो मुझे लगता है कि काफ़ी चीज़ें उससे हो जाएंगी, लेकिन हमारी जो व्यवहारिक दिक्कतें वो ये हैं कि हमारे यहाँ सारे नेशनल पार्क हैं, और नेशनल पार्कों में हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते हैं। या तो भारत सरकार कोई पॉलिसी बनाए उसके लिए कि नेशनल पार्क रखने, या फिर अंडरग्राउंड कुछ हम ऐसा करें कि नेशनल पार्क पूरा ऊपर रहे और नीचे से हम वहाँ कुछ काम कर लें, तो वो कितना वायबल होगा ये भी देखना पड़ेगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये थोड़ा दिक्कतें हैं, लेकिन फिर भी मैं माननीय उड़ीसा के मंत्री जी बैठे थे वहाँ पे, तो बहुत अच्छा काम आप कर रहे हैं, मैं उनको भी बधाई दे रहा हूँ। और हमारे कर्नाटक के मंत्री जी बैठे थे, मैं तो अगल बगल सुन ही रहा था, मध्य प्रदेश के मंत्री जी बैठे हैं, आंध्र प्रदेश तो वैसे भी सेठ इलाका है हमारा। और मैं विशेषकर अपने मंत्री जी को बधाई दे रहा हूँ कि उन्होंने जो बहुत परिवर्तन किए हैं इस क्षेत्र में, कोयला के क्षेत्र में और खान के क्षेत्र में। मैं उत्तराखंड की तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई दे रहा हूँ, और मुझे आशा और विश्वास है कि हमारा मंत्रालय बहुत अच्छा काम करेगा। और कभी हम थोड़ा आपके साथ मुख्यमंत्री जी और हम अलग से बैठेंगे आपके साथ में कि कुछ नीतिगत हम क्या कर सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि अभी हम लगभग 550 करोड़ रुपए कमाते हैं। मुझे शर्म भी लग रही थी क्योंकि ये तो 50-50 हज़ार करोड़ वाले हैं, तो मैंने कहा बोलूं कि ना बोलूं, ठीक है ना। तो हम ये चाहते हैं कि 2000 करोड़ तक हमारी भी अर्निंग हो जाए इसमें। नहीं तो हमारा ज़्यादा काम तो टूरिज्म से चलता है, हमारा काम शिक्षा से, स्वास्थ्य से ज़्यादा चलता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि जो व्यवहारिक दिक्कत है हमारी, ये नॉर्थ ईस्ट की भी दिक्कत होंगी, पता नहीं उन्होंने कम बोला यहाँ पे, लेकिन ये दिक्कत है हिमालय, ये हिमाचल की भी दिक्कत है। तो थोड़ा इसके लिए हिमालय राज्यों के लिए हमको खनन के लिए कोई अलग से पॉलिसी कुछ हमको तय करनी चाहिए। इतनी बात कह के मैं अपनी बात समाप्त कर रहा हूँ। सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और भारत माता की जय।
Well, thank you very much, sir.
ऐसा है कि उत्तराखंड की अगर सरकार आई है तो जोशी जी की कृपा से आ रही है। सब लोग ताली बजा दो। मैं बोलना नहीं चाह रहा था, और अगर आप अगली कॉन्फ्रेंस या तो गंगा के किनारे करिए हरिद्वार में, और या भगवान बद्रीनाथ में करिए, खर्चा हम उठा लेंगे, खर्चे की दिक्कत नहीं है, आप आ जरूर जाइए उसमें।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय. Thank you very much, sir, for putting us an account of the possible natural resources that we have in the state of Uttarakhand. And of course, you cited some of the constraints, sir, in terms of mineral wealth that might be having there. But as far as the hydropower production is concerned, Uttarakhand happens to be one of the richest states in terms of contribution to the national economy. And we have several hydropower projects over there where officers from Geological Survey of India have worked relentlessly over the years. And TD Dam project is one of the major projects which is significantly contributing to the national economy. Well, moving forward, sir, we make way for our Honorable Minister, sir, from Nagaland, Mr. V. Kashiho Sangtam, who was elected in Nagaland Legislative Assembly election in 2018 from Siuchung Sitimi constituency. He is presently serving as Minister of Soil and Water Conservation, Geology and Mining, and Chairman, NSMDC in 4th Nifu Rio Ministry from 2018. May we request you to kindly address the gathering, sir?
A very good evening, everyone. I, on my own behalf and on behalf of the government of Nagaland, would like to bring warm greetings to all the dignitaries present in this conference. Respected convener of this program, of this National Mines and Ministers Conference, respected Honorable Union Minister for Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, and all my minister colleagues from various states, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, friends from the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank our Honorable Union Minister and Organizing Committee to organize such a conference, which is very conducive and very creative, educative, and also a sharing of experiences and success stories with regards to minerals in the country. I would like to share to all our dignitaries a brief story about the minerals in Nagaland and account and what are the resources. I will just share to you all in a very brief speech. The state of Nagaland, nestled in the northeast part of India, is endowed with substantial mineral resources having potential for economic growth and development. Apart from oil and natural gas, the state is bestowed with economical, mineable minerals like coal, limestones, and magnetite, besides huge potential of minor mineral sandstone deposits throughout the state. Minerals and mineral-based industries forms the backbone of present-day global economy. The mining sector, however, in the state have not been able to deliver to its full potential to the economy of the state due to diverse reasons. The state, within the preview of Article 371A of the Constitution on ownership and transfer of land and its resources, strives to create conducive environment for development of its mineral resources and give impetus to the growth of mining sector. The new outlook in the mining sector with the Mines and Mineral Development and Regulation Amendment Act 2015, and in line with the rest of the country's mandate to accelerate mineral exploration, the state has endeavored to expedite mineral exploration during the recent decades, though the pace of exploration compared to other states is a very slow rate. Nevertheless, exploration in 3 coal blocks and 2 limestone blocks has been achieved in the recent years, for which the modalities for auction will be worked out within the state legal framework. The challenges lies in converting the state mineral resources potential for the economic growth of the state in particular and the nation in general. We are hopeful that with the continuous support of the ministry and the policy framework of the National Mineral Exploration Trust, the state will achieve its mineral exploration target with the ultimate goal to exploit its resources and reap the huge benefit the mining industry has to offer to the economy. We have certain constraints for mineral exploration under the Nagaland state. The main constraint is lack of machineries, both high and low capacity drilling rigs to carry out exploration work. Availability of machineries will provide a strong impetus of enhancing mineral exploration activities and successful accomplishment of exploration work in the state. The lack of machineries has handicapped in taking up exploration works in more than 80% of coal-bearing areas of the state and Naga Hills offline, which hosts huge deposits of limestones and magnetite. Exploration in the hill terrains like Nagaland is a challenge with poor road connectivity, especially to reach the deposit area. Logistic in the form of heavy machineries for road construction and transport of drilling equipment is necessary. Lastly, but not least, I would like to state that the most constraint we have in the state is due to our state financial constraint. Nagaland is one of the lowest revenue-driven state in the entire nation. The state government is running at a deficit budget, and we are not expecting anything from the state government. During the year 2022-23, the state government would only sanction 1 crore for mineral road to the department, which was also from this negotiated loan, not from the state budget. Negotiated loan we got. And besides that, for exploration of minerals in the state to get from the state government is next to impossible. So here I would like to request our Honorable Union Minister all the bureaucrats in the ministry to kindly look into our dimensions. We have 2 projects in NMET, which is, I think, lying with you all. So kindly see it, and whatever new project or proposal we send, I think it'll be very good if we can kindly take care and see to our problems in every respect. So with these few words, I would like to end my speech, and I hope and pray that the program will be a very great success. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your kind address and also for nicely representing the state of Nagaland on this national forum. Obviously, we know that there are certain constraints in the northeastern states, so it is in the northwestern states, particularly because of the difficult and intriguing geological setup, and that is what limits a certain extent. But yes, those regions are also endowed with mineral resources, and we need to upgrade our technology in order to look into those resources in terms of achieving profit out of them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before moving forward, we'll just take a small breather here, and we once again request Shri Pedi Reddy Ramachandra Reddy Saab from Andhra Pradesh, as he has come from his state with a small gesture that he has brought along, and he would like to felicitate our Union Minister, sir, and our Chief Guest on the occasion with a portrait of Lord Balaji. Ladies and gentlemen, can we join this felicitation ceremony, which is huge, along with a round of applause coming from the audience, please. Well, thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we have almost arrived at the final segment of today's event. And before we once again invite our Honorable Union Minister, sir, for his concluding remarks on the takeaways of today's program. Well, it's been an absorbing day of deliberations, and almost all topics of interest have been discussed in detail with tremendous value addition. Sir has been extremely patient with us and quite supportive right from the morning, and he has really exchanged his thoughts and is supplemented appropriately with his valued suggestion. I once again request Honorable Union Minister, sir, to kindly come forward and address this gathering.
Honorable Ministers from states and all other officials, मैं ज़्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ. सुबह जो मुझे कहना था वो कह दिया हूँ, और बाकी सब लोगों को भी मैं देख रहा हूँ. एक के बाद भाषण सुनने के बाद अगर कुछ प्रश्न पूछता हूँ तो प्रश्न पूछो ऐसे कहता हूँ तो एक ही प्रश्न पूछता है, कब आपको हमको रिलीव करेंगे, यही प्रश्न पूछते हैं. तो इसीलिए अभी बहुत ज़्यादा बात करते हैं तो सुनने का मूड भी नहीं है, मानने का मूड में भी नहीं है. तो सुबह से चल रहा है 10 बजे से. मैं एक ही बात कहना चाहता हूँ, कल भी हमारा ये कंटिन्यू होने वाला है और 1:30 बजे 2 बजे तक हम आपको रिलीव करेंगे. मैं आपको सबको विनती करता हूँ, कल भी आप उपस्थित रहो. कल ज़्यादातर हम कोल के बारे में, कोल माइनिंग के बारे में और राज्य की स्थिति के बारे में भी हम चर्चा करेंगे. तो इसलिए मैं इधर ज़्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ. सुबह से बहुत अच्छे फ्रूटफुल डिस्कशन हुआ है और हमारा मंत्रालय डिटेल में इसका नोट भी लिया है. और मैं आपको आश्वस्त करता हूँ, जो कुछ भी पॉइंट आपने बोला है, whatever you have suggested, that we will process it in the ministry and we will try to understand it, and also whichever is possible and doable, that we will definitely do it. But ये तो एक चीज़ मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, बहुत क्या, almost all the states, they have requested for the FC exemption for the exploration. तो ये हम तो कोशिश कर ही रहे हैं, तो ये तो मंत्रालय अलग है, उसके बारे में हमारा कोशिश चलता ही रहता है और इसलिए मैं आप सबसे निवेदन करता हूँ, आप अपने तरफ से भी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फॉरेस्ट को आप आग्रहपूर्वक लिखिए, उनको आग्रह करिए, दैट विल बी हेल्पफुल टू अस। एंड और एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ G3 और G4, G2 के बारे में कहा गया है, तो हम भी चाहते हैं G2 में करने के लिए, लेकिन करने वाले कौन है? तो इनका so far I would only like to add one thing, so far हमारा OGP ही 30% है, उसमें 10% हमारा एक्सप्लोरेशन हुआ है। जब तक एक्सप्लोरेशन नहीं करेगा तब तक पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, जब तक पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, जब तक ऑक्शन नहीं होगा तब तक पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, जब तक पैसा नहीं मिलेगा एक्सप्लोरेशन भी नहीं होगा। दिस इज द फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर, वी शुड अंडरस्टैंड। एक व्यक्ति साइकेट्रिस्ट के पास गए और उन्होंने बोला मेरे बेटे को थोड़ा कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, थोड़ा पागल हो गया, क्या करना? उन्होंने बोला ये पागल कब सुधरने का संभावना है या नहीं है? उन्होंने बोला होता है, जे इनको शादी कर दो हो जाता है। तो उन्होंने शादी करने के लिए पंडित के पास गए, पंडित ने बोला पहले उनका पागलपन सुधार कर बाद में शादी होगा। तो जब तक हमको पैसा नहीं, ऑक्शन नहीं होता है, पैसा नहीं मिलता है, जब तक पैसा नहीं मिलता है एक्सप्लोर नहीं होता है। तो एक्सप्लोरेशन करने अगर बहुत हम जिद पकड़ के G2 लेवल पे करते हैं, इसे हम जाते हैं, तो हम जो बैठे कई लोग 5, 6, 5, 10 वर्ष के बाद यही पद में रहेगा नहीं रहेगा ये तो मालूम नहीं है। तो हम रहेंगे और दूसरे मंत्रालय में, लेकिन ठीक है हम देश के लिए राज्य के लिए करते हैं तो अलग बात है, लेकिन अभी जो हमको मौका मिला है इसमें ज़्यादा कितना होता है इतना करने का कोशिश करो। अगर एक बार या 2 बार करने के बावजूद भी अगर G4 लेवल पे G3 लेवल पे नहीं होता है तो जरूर NMET से हम पैसा आपको देंगे, लेकिन फटाफट आप G4 और G3 लेवल का जो पॉसिबिलिटी है वो करने का कोशिश करो। अगर नहीं होता है तो तुरंत हम पैसा दे देंगे आपको NMET से उसको अपग्रेड करने के लिए। करेक्ट है संजय भाई? हाँ, तो हम दे देंगे, वी आर नॉट डिनाइंग दैट, बट एट द सेम टाइम वी शुड ट्राई टू डू इट मोर इन स्पाइट ऑफ ऑल दीज कंस्ट्रेंट्स। हमारा परफॉर्मेंस आप देखिए, आप सब लोगों का, मेरा मीन्स आई एम नॉट टेलिंग इट इज माई परफॉर्मेंस बिकॉज वी आर ओनली द पॉलिसी मेकर्स, वी हैव डन इट, Odisha has done it in some cases and Karnataka has done it, Madhya Pradesh has done it, many states are trying to do it. तो इसीलिए आप एक्सप्लोर करने का कोशिश करो। एक्सप्लोर मीन्स आई एम टेलिंग एक्सप्लोर द पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ ऑक्शनिंग एट द G3 और G4 लेवल। अगर नहीं होता है तो हम आपके साथ है ही है। वी वांट एट द वेरी आउटसेट, वी वांट दैट स्टेट ऑक्शन करे, स्टेट एक्सप्लोर करे, अब स्टेट को पैसा मिले। और दूसरी बात मैं इसमें ये कहना चाहता हूँ, आप एम्पैनलमेंट करो। ये तो टेम्पररी फिनोमेना है, आप हम G4 वगैरह सब ये जो बोल रहे टेम्पररी फिनोमेना, आप प्राइवेट लोगों को ज़्यादा लाओ, क्योंकि हमारा कंस्ट्रेंट तो है ही है, मानना पड़ेगा जी। अभी तक हमारा 10% ही एक्सप्लोरेशन हुआ है। वी हैव टू एक्सेप्ट दैट देयर इज ए कंस्ट्रेंट फॉर अस, देयर इज ए लिमिटेशन फॉर अस। So for that, try to engage more and more people, at least after 5 years. We should be able to do at G2 level. And अगर आप एक 3-4 अच्छे एजेंसी के आपके स्टेट में आप रजिस्टर करके एम्पैनलमेंट करते तो हम पैसे देते हैं। We are ready to give the money. And when you get money, you will get it explored. 3-4 बरस में, 5 बरस में अगर ये होता है तो बाद में आप करो ना G2 लेवल को। आपको मना करने वाला कौन है? हम थोड़ी होता है जो मना करने वाले, और हम करना भी नहीं चाहते हैं। सो वी वांट दैट ओवरऑल इट शुड इम्प्रूव। तो इसीलिए मैं इससे ज़्यादा नहीं कहता हूँ, लेकिन और सिर्फ मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ रेवेन्यू इज़ नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग, बट रेवेन्यू इटसेल्फ, क्योंकि कभी कभी लोग मुझे मैं तो ईजी एक्सेसिबल मंत्री हूँ, मैं आपको ये तो आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ। फॉर द पीपल ऑल्सो एंड टू द स्टेक होल्डर ऑल्सो आई एम वेरी ईजी एक्सेसिबल। समबडी कॉल्स मी, आई विल कॉल देम बैक एंड आई विल गिव देम अपॉइंटमेंट ऑल्सो इफ दे वांट टू मीट मी। Many people are coming to meet me. They say, तो बहुत ज़्यादा प्रीमियम बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा है इसीलिए अनवायबल हो रहा है, ये भी बोलते हैं. तो that's why the premium itself, revenue itself, only the revenue should not become, it should become viable also. Win-win situation रहना चाहिए, ज़्यादा हम ऑक्शन में लाना चाहिए और ज़्यादा रेवेन्यू कमाना चाहिए. तो दिस इज ऑल्सो शुड बी अवर कंसेप्ट. एंड इसलिए जब मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया गया था, जूनियर माइनर्स का एक कंसेप्ट है. एक कंपनी, छोटा कंपनी, वो एक्सप्लोरेशन करेगा और वही ऑक्शन करेगा. वो देश में चलता है. हम भी ऐसे एक यही दिशा में भी सोच रहे हैं. अगर कोई जूनियर माइनरल कंसेप्ट इन ऑक्शन में कैसे लाना चाहिए, ये हमारे इसमें भी सोच तो चल रहा है. इट इज इन ए वेरी प्रीमेच्योर स्टेज, इसलिए मैं डिटेल ज़्यादा मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ. बट देर इज ए थॉट प्रोसेस अबाउट दिस. जूनियर माइनर्स एक कंपनी ही ऐसे खड़ा करना चाहिए, उनको भी कुछ उसमें स्टेक रहना चाहिए. ये भी हमारा सोच चल रहा है. ओवरऑल मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ अंत में, हम सब मिलके इसमें प्रोज एंड कॉन्स दोनों में है. अगर नहीं करते तो 5 वर्ष कई राज्यों में ऑक्शन ही नहीं होगा, क्योंकि एक जेएसआई वाले के G2 लेवल पे कितना दे सकते हैं बरस में? 40. हाँ, इतना ही होता है. तो इसीलिए ज़्यादा करना है तो ये, अगर नहीं करना है तो कुछ, इसीलिए you have Odisha has capacity, they are doing it, it's well, I am very happy about it. I have Honorable Prime Minister himself has conveyed the Odisha his congratulations on the floor of the House, that you have also mentioned. So this is the thing today, and I am really thankful to you. इससे ज़्यादा नहीं बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ. I am thankful to you. You have very actively participated, and your some of suggestions are quite useful and fruitful. तो इसीलिए वो सब हम हमारे इसमें रिकॉर्ड में है. हम बैठेंगे और जब भी आप चाहते हैं आपके ऑफिसर्स के साथ हमारे पास आ सकते हैं. और कई राज्यों में, ओडिशा हो, झारखंड हो, कर्नाटक हो, मैं खुद जाके हमारा पूरा टीम लेके जाके उधरी मीटिंग करके खुद हमने उधर पूरा सेक्रेटरी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, सब हमारे पूरा टीम के साथ मैं बेंगलुरु गया था. मैं भोपाल भी आने वाला था, कोविड के कारण आ नहीं पाया. हमने ऑनलाइन किया था. झारखंड में गया हूँ, छत्तीसगढ़ में गया हूँ, और भी हम आने के लिए तैयार है. हम मिल के इतना ही सोचेंगे, जहाँ और पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है कई राज्यों में, लेकिन उसमें मैं ज़्यादा सोचना भी नहीं चाहता हूँ. प्रधानमंत्री जी मुझे एक ही कहा है, आपका काम है मिनरल देना, कोयला देना, आप पॉलिटिक्स में मत पड़ो. ये मुझे पीएम ने कहा है. तो इसीलिए हमारा सब सोच है, देश के लिए अच्छा करेंगे, राज्य के लिए अच्छा करेंगे, और कल भी हम मिलेंगे, यही प्रार्थना करते हुए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. नमस्कार.
Well, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय. Thank you very much, sir, for your words of encouragement and motivation, and also helping us see that silver lining to come out good even in situation which is grim and not favorable at all. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may we request you to kindly take your seating positions. We'll just do with the word of thanks before we close the day. We call it a day. So, well, it's been a very, very absorbing day. We have come to the final segment, and that is to do with Thanksgiving. Understandably, an important event like this, making adequate preparations, requires a lot of foresight, hard work, and most importantly, malleability to adapt to sudden changes. Understandably, the efforts of all needs to be acknowledged for a befitting conclusion. So, for the very same, may I once again request Shri S. Raju, Director General, Geological Survey of India, to kindly come forward and propose the vote of thanks.
नमस्कार. आप थोड़ी देर शांति बना के रखें. 5 मिनट में मैंने भाषण को ये करूँगा. First of all, Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Cole Joshi Sahab, Honorable Minister of different states, and Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Steel, and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Steel, Coal, and Joint Secretary and Commissioners from various states, and representative from Geological Survey of India, IBM, MECL, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed great pleasure and honor for me to propose a formal vote of thanks on the conclusion of today fruitful and effective deliberation on the spectrum of issues related to the mining sector and strengthening the auctioning regime. I am extremely thankful to our Honorable Minister, who is instrumental in organizing this mining conference. He is more active than anyone, the minister in the Union Ministry. Because last time I had gone with the minister in the whole day, he was traveling to see the lithium mines in Australia, Greenbush. He never tired, we tired. So he took a lot of initiative in the ministry with all our secretary and the additional secretary. I would like to express my gratitude towards all who made today's event as a largely successful one as an initiative of Ministry of Mines. I also extend my sincere thanks to all the honorable ministers from various states of India who came here in spite of their busy schedule and kindly made it convenient to participate in this interactive conference and also their valuable guidance. I convey my indebtedness to all Chief Secretary, Principal Secretary, Special Secretary, and the Commissioner and Senior Officer from various state government for their active participation. The organization of this event has taken many sleepless nights and meeting all departments of requirement. All involved have given their best success in their event. My special thanks to Srimati Parida Naik, JS, Veena Kumari JS, and Vivek Sharmaji, NMET, and the Additional Director General, HODSR, and the officers from Geological Survey of India and the Coal Ministry. They have sincerely worked for the last 10 days and made this meeting a grand success. Our friends from press and media, even the hotel administration, require a word of appreciation for these successful efforts. Thank you everyone for coming here, and tomorrow we will have exclusively on the coal. Thank you one and all. Namaskar. Jai Hind.